Scheduled, and we are live. Hello, chat, TDO family. Scotty, what's up? Scotty, thanks for pointing out the title on that last video. I fat fingered that thing.
What did it say?
I had 25.5 hours of slow cooking on that pork foot.
Maybe that's why the video went viral.
That's why I know. That's why same thing I said. On video, that's why it's doing so well. But I corrected it probably within, I don't know, maybe 2 hours of it going out, but it's still pumping out 300 and some.
I seen that. I was like, wow, very nice.
I'm pretty happy of it.
So who's in the chat? Let's see. Let me go back. Randy.
We got Scotty. We got Bat13. We got Jeff.
NBL.
Quentin.
Judge.
Sleeper. Simon. I read his comment before I read his name.
What's up, guys?
And we got someone in the basement here waiting to come in. Barbecue Mike G. What's up? What's up, Mike?
What's going on, guys? Mr. Simon.
I think that's everybody. Judge, I said Judge. Jeff, man, I'm sorry I hope I didn't screw up by mailing him packages there. I mailed his packages. He's on summer break. It never even dawned on me that he ordered a bunch of towels, and I sent them. What's up, Chris? And I sent them to his place of employment. Well, they're on school summer break, and never even thought about that. Sherry, what's going on? What's up, Troy? So I guess sounds like Jeff's got to go back to work for one day at least. Or at least stop in there to collect his package anyway. But all right, so let's NSWC. Nowhere lands going into work Wednesday. That's good. What is NSWC?
No, Sam.
No school.
Oh, Uncle Steve. Yeah.
What's up, Uncle Steve? Evening, guys. I'm going to be in and out like a ninth grader. I'm feeling under the weather today. All right, Steve. I appreciate you showing up. Let's we got Randy in the basement. We're going to go ahead and bring Randy up on the panel. What's up, Randy?
What is up? Not sure what's cooking, man. NWSC, dude. Not sure what's cooking.
Oh, okay. Actually, I just
TDO brothers, what's up?
TDO, bro.
TDO.
Dark Lordament. Sherry just left a comment about the not sure what's cooking. Apparently, she makes a like a barbecue sauce, and that's basically what she was getting at. She likes the name of Uncle Steve's sauce with no name, and she said that's how she came up basically with her sauce. Not sure what's cooking because she just wasn't sure what was going into the sauce. If I understood her what she said correctly, but I thought it was because she's waiting for inspiration to, like what she's going to cook next, type thing. But I was wrong. What gloves do you guys use? Hot stuff. I've got just this pair of gloves that you can get them on. I don't even know the name of them, but they're on Amazon.
Cotton gloves?
Yeah.
That's what I use. I just use a pair of cotton gloves, and then you put your gloves, your disposables over.
Yeah.
I use my hands and burn the shit out of myself every time, and Christy laughs. So.
I mean, that's what I use. If you try and like grab hot things, they make a special glove. They're under $20.
Well, if you get one of Tiger McCool's chimneys, it comes with a pair of barbecue gloves.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sometimes I use welding gloves when I'm handling my Tonka grill. If I gotta pick up the metal or whatever.
But like Jeff's saying too, you can wear them cotton gloves under, like George said, under the your nitro gloves,
right,
for warm things. But if you're picking up a hot pan, I don't think I want to grab a hold of a handle of a cast iron skillet.
No, the heat goes right through it real quick, man.
Yeah.
Even slicing brisket or chicken, it still goes right through it. It's real quick, you know.
Yeah. No glove, no love. So I've been checking out this channel periodically. The guy puts out something every stinking day, and I took a break from him a little bit. But today he had a good live. His channel's called Intuitive Angling by Randy, and he really touched base on something. So I don't know how much people are really into fishing, but they've come out with these scopes that you can basically see a fish in the water, however many yards away. You can watch your bait drop where it drops, in front of this fish, beside the fish, behind the fish, whatever. Well, this guy has a little bit against that scope fishing because he just thinks it's like having a fish finder is one thing that shows you some location of a fish, but when you can actually watch the bait drop in front of a fish's mouth, that's just sort of kind of taking a little bit of the spirit out.
That's that side scan or whatever. Yes, ma'am.
Is it good?
And he's even saying that it's the technology. They're working on technology to even improve that. Hey, Christy, to even improve on that even more. So that sort of blows me away. I've watched some of it on YouTube where you just see how kind of in depth they could even tell you what kind of fish that you're looking at.
Wow.
So it's crazy stuff. But I'm gonna pop his link in there if it works for me. Check it out. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we were fishing one time, man. We were fishing at this park, and this is the park with the boat ramp down the street from me. And I just happened to be fishing off of land that day, and Harris County pulled up. Harris County Sheriff's pulled up, and they had a boat. They had about 4 or 5 cop cars, and we were watching them like, what the hell's going on? Eventually, one of the sheriffs walked up to me. He was like, "Do you know this part of the river?" I was like, "Yes, sir." He was like, "Have you ever been out there?" I was like, "Yeah, normally I'm fishing off a boat. This is just a after work trip." He said, "Would you mind getting on the boat with me? Because we don't know where the sandbars and stuff are out here." I was like, "Shit, yeah, I'll go out with y'all." And so we get on this boat. It's a sheriff boat. And supposedly this guy was sinking, and he had called his wife and told his wife where he was at. And then when she was trying to call him back, he wasn't answering. So we took off in this boat. We were running around these barges, and we're going off to the river, and I'm showing them, basically the channel, to stay in the channel instead of, running up on them sandbars. And I looked back. I just happened to look back, and the guy had his T-shirt off, and he was waving his T-shirt in the air. He was stuck on a sandbar. His boat was sunk. Anyway, long story short, we ended up going over there and getting him. But while we were waiting there was a sheriff, like Suburban, that was pulling the boat. While we were waiting on that guy to back that trailer in the water, me and the other sheriff was on the boat, just idling out there. And he was like, "Have you ever seen this structure scan? It's made by Humminbird." And I was like, "Nah." He was like, "Well, you're actually on a cadaver boat right now. This is the boat we go out to look for people that have drowned. And it's got this structure scan, like 360-degree structure scan." And he turned that thing on, and you could clearly see everything. I mean, it was radar, so it wasn't like looking through a camera, but you can see on the radar, you can see the sticks and the fucking rocks, and there was a tire underneath this. You could see a circle. Like, it was badass, man. I'd never seen nothing like that before. I felt like that was cheating.
Well, I mean, and that's one thing I sort of kind of get that. I mean, it has a great purpose, and I so get that. But I mean, when you're out there, I mean, just like when it's spawning time, I mean, these guys are specifically going after looking for beds. So they have these things that look like, I can't remember what they call the things now, tubers maybe or something like that. But it looks like a caution cone. And they actually put it in the water, and what it does is it takes the glare off the water, and if the water's a little choppy, it makes it so that they can see to the tops of these beds. So you have fish that are spawning and protecting these beds, and these guys are fishing on top of these spawning beds. They actually mark them, on their GPS units and all that, so they'll come back. So they have a practice day. They find these beds, they look at them, trying to determine like the size of the fish and everything like that, see if it's worth their while. But I mean, it's the fishing industry has just gone crazy, the professional fishing industry. But this guy had a great live on it today, and he even touched base on some of the YouTube stuff. There was like people were asking personal questions, like how much money does he make and stuff like that. And it was a good live. It was a good live, and I have to say I'm on board with him. He was saying that people are down on him because he's against these scopes that are being used in these pro fishing tournaments to show you what kind of fish it is, to show your bait dropping in front of the fish's mouth. He's saying, what's going to be left for our children, our grandchildren, if you don't protect it now? What are you going to do? Because technology is saying this is just the beginning of it. This is just just the very beginning of it.
Well, look at the people that are drone fishing and shit now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They get there with drones and shit, like stuff that I've never even, basically back in our days, what the best way to get your bait out there was get a little toy remote control boat and drive it out there. Now they got potato cannons that launch your bait 3,000 yards and drones that drop your fucking shit. Like,
they also got kite fishing.
Yeah,
like deep sea. Yeah.
No, and Kyle's saying it's used in other fishing, and I understand that, but you're supposed to be out there because you're a professional bass fisherman. You know all the techniques, you know the baits to use. You can still use a fish finder, but you got to find those spawns or find what they're going to bite on. I mean, what's the sport in it?
That sheriff boat that I was on, like I said, it was a cadaver boat. That's what they go looking for, people that are dead underwater. And it shot like 100 feet off the bow. Like, it was a 360-degree scan. Like, it had multiple transducers, and that shit was badass, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about using it for fishing, but using it for searching for.
Oh yeah, no, I totally get that. I mean,
I wonder how a fish scope, like you're talking about, how would that work in stained water like we have here in Mississippi? We got mud bottoms, so the water is very brown and stained. You can't, unless you're real shallow, you can't see jack.
Yeah.
Would that work?
Yeah, I couldn't answer that question honestly. Maybe Kyle says they've been around for years, and I'm sure they have been. I just don't believe in taking the sport out of it. That just blows my mind a little ways. But as far as stained water and all that, I really don't know. I mean, they've gone. I've watched them use them in Alabama. That's stained water. I've seen them use in Chicago, which was rather clear water, which really surprised me. A bunch of different states. So I'm going to say it doesn't really affect it that much, Russ, but I'm not positive of that.
Yeah, I don't even know how they work or anything. I've never heard of it, but I'm like you.
But I'm saying, like sonar, all you have to do is have something that sound propagates through. It doesn't matter how clear the water. It could be mud. I mean, I'll tell you what. When we're in that cadaver boat, the Sanderson River looks like yoo-hoo, like chocolate milk. There ain't no seeing through it, and that shit was seeing clearly.
Well, fish finders work.
Where there was a tire on the ground,
Fish finders work fine in our water. I had one on my little kayak. That video I did catching all those speckled trout, but I've never relied on much of any of that stuff. We had our certain fishing holes, and we knew where they congregated, and that just takes trial and error to figure that out. And every year we catch them,
Right.
I got one on the boat right here in front of me. My little Boston whaler. I got one, but I use it for depth, man. I don't use it. It does show a fish every once in a while, but I'm not using it for that. I'm using it for depth.
Yeah.
I've watched these guys. They can look at watching their because up by their trolling, the foot pedal, their trolling motor, they got 2 computer screens there, and I can listen. That looks like that should be a bass. Looks like a bass, or whatever they're saying. Looks like that's a catfish. Different things are coming out their mouths, and they just drop that bait right on top of them. And next thing you know, they're reeling them in. It just
those gadgets.
Little fish icon. It doesn't show what kind of fish or anything. It'll show a little fish or a big fish.
Yeah.
to me, like that scope you're talking about being used in tournaments, that's kind of like taking the sport out of it. Would I use it on just a boat going fishing if I needed fish? Yeah, I'd probably do that, but I don't think it should be allowed in competitions if it's that big of a advantage, you know?
Well, and this guy that I dropped that link for to earlier, I mean, he used to be a Bass Pro fisherman, and he still may be. I'm not sure he's retired from Bass Pro fishing yet, but he had a YouTube channel. He seems to be, pretty level-headed, and a lot of these guys are getting these equipment. I mean, obviously, it's being given to them by their sponsors because, some fishing line manufacturer is going to look better when their pro guy is tearing the fish up and bringing it into those 25-pound bags. They're saying that they had, was it Conewaga Lake, that those guys were fishing in 30-pound bags. Wasn't winning, was putting you in 15th place, 30th place, could be 10th place.
Dang.
Because of this technology and what these people are these guys are using and have available to them, it's making it that much harder. So it's like, where does it end?
Yeah.
You know what's really badass though? Not the fish finders or anything, but what I think is badass is the spot lock. You've seen the trolling motors with spot lock? They use GPS signals. So Christy's dad, his buddy Danny has spot lock on his trolling motor. He could launch his boat. It'll take the boat out 30, 40 feet from the boat ramp. When he comes back over there, he can push a button on his telephone, dude, and it'll bring the boat back to you. Like he uses GPS. If you set your GPS coordinates, it'll hold you within 3 foot of wherever you put it. And the trolling motor will spin around. It'll go backwards and forward. It does it all on its own, though. Yeah, you don't have to be there in the front of the boat controlling it. It'll hold you just like having an anchor. It's called spot lock. It's fucking neat as hell, man.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Pretty cool.
Yeah,
hey, Russ. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Randy.
No, so those little cardboard X-ray glasses never worked for me either, Troy.
I mean, neither. Does that machine, that dehydrator, does it steak? Can you do steak? Like
absolutely, you can do steak. You do hamburger patties that you've already formed up. You know what I'm saying, in the patties. Matter of fact, Greg Mervich did a video where he dry aged some, and 3 years later he did a dry aged cheeseburger. Perfect. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that video with your eggs. I actually had to make some eggs after watching your video.
I could not tell no difference, man. Texture, taste.
I want eggs,
I got my wife in there. Yeah. I got my wife in after the video. I said, "Try them eggs. Tell me what you think." She tried them and says, "Tastes like scrambled eggs," and it does. No difference.
Yeah, so freaking
cool.
That's great.
That's great. It definitely has my curiosity up.
It comes out as a full patty. It'll be just like it was the day you formed that patty. You got to rehydrate it, and it's just like a real patty. It'll break if you ain't careful. You got to handle it careful. Now a steak, it'll come back, and you can sit there and do that with it. Wow. It still has all the fibers and everything intact. It just gets rid of the water.
You're saying after it's rehydrated, you could do
after
that.
It's rehydrated. Yeah, a steak is not going to fall apart. After It's going to be just like it was before. A hamburger, if you reach and grab a hamburger by the edge, it's going to fall apart while it's fresh. So they do the same thing after you reconstitute it being freeze dried. Same thing, It just brings it back the way it was. Same flavor, same taste, same nutrients, same everything. Wow. It's really cool, man. It's very
good. Russ MREs, watch.
Heck yeah.
Come doomsday, we're gonna be eating Russ MREs. Give me Salisbury steak, and
these are better than MREs. MREs, I don't know. You can heat them up. Yeah, they got them little heaters with it and everything, and you don't even have to add water to it. I mean, it's different. It tastes way better than MREs.
And I guess it's safe to assume it browns up, sears up, and all that.
Oh yeah, it adds back what it lost. I was saying that on Booze Live earlier. Like eggs, it's pretty much a 1-to-1 ratio, and I said it on my video because a half a cup to 3/4 cup, but I didn't press that down. It's like kosher salt; it's airy. because
Right.
there is no moisture. But if I'd really packed that in, it probably been a half a cup of eggs, half a cup of water. So I just did it by eye, what it should look like. You know, we know what scrambled eggs look like, and it
Right.
turned out perfect. But certain things like let's see, let me give an example. I gave it over there earlier. Some things you want to put it in that pan and weigh the whole pan before you go in. You know, kind of like grits. I want to do grits. I want to make a bunch of grits, do 4 trays of them, and I'm gonna weigh them with the pan before I go into the freeze dryer and write that down on paper. And then when it comes out, I want to weigh it again to see how much weight it lost. That weight is water. So I can figure out how much weight it lost, how many grams, and then I can write that on a bag. Rehydrate with 120 grams of water. You know, that way when I get ready to eat it, it's right there. Okay, let me measure 120 grams of water. It'll be just like it was the day I did it. You know, it won't be too much water. It won't lack in water. It'll be exactly what I pulled out of it. You know.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, dude.
So if we put Christy's squirrel in there and it weighs a pound and a half, we need to write down how much water it lost so I can read.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I did that freeze dried milk, and I forgot to weigh it before and after. So that's gonna be a guessing game. You know, if it's too diluted, I just add a little bit more powder. No big deal.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Crazy.
pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Imagine all the things you can do. Damn, just think.
Oh man, on anything really. You know.
So the purpose of you wanting to be able to distill water is that when you rehydrate it, you want to take out the possibilities of maybe contaminating that food with an impurity. Then if you use distilled water, it's going to be a cleaner meal as you put all effort into it in the beginning. Is
Are
that
you
your
talking about the future video on distilling water?
Yeah, or am I just overthinking things?
Yeah, you're overthinking it. The distilled water video, of course, if you was in a situation where you had no running water and you were out of bottled water or any stored water, you could have water that you're collecting in rain barrels. And I would distill that too, because we're surrounded by chemical plants and oil refineries down here. And chemtrails that the jets leave, they're you know, the rain captures all that in the form of acid rain. You don't know what you're putting in your body, so I would distill it, and I would use other barrels of rainwater as the condensation water. I would let it run through to cool the condenser, and it's going to come out, and I would put that right back where it came from. You're not wasting water that way. Which you can't waste water anyway. If it pours on the ground, it's being evaporated and it'll come back down as a way of rain again. You can't destroy water. It's one of the few things that'll reproduce itself. You can't destroy it. It's just always here. You know, you can contain it and create a shortage, but that's the only way.
You know, when we were working offshore on the rigs, we had a desalinization unit that would, you know, it would do the same thing basically. That's what we had for water. It was desalinization. It would take the water from the Gulf and it would desalinate it. And that's what we were. You know, they didn't come in. They did ship us water. Well, I guess not water. They shipped us mud, but everything you drank, everything in the toilets was all coming from that unit. You know.
Yeah, the Navy ships that we used to, well, they still build. I don't know more, but they all have desalination plants. That's what they don't store drinking water for these sailors. They're pulling it from the ocean, desalinating it. There's your water, you know. But but no, Lance, I'm not worried because everything I do pretty much is gonna be raw, and you would have to cook it anyway. You know, I'm just doing the distilled water video to be like an emergency water. In an ideal situation, I'm not going to do it, but the ideal situation, a quarter of a mile from here, we got these little bayous that come in off the bay. I would go down there and actually set up my still, and I would be sucking water out of the bayou, run it through that condenser. You know, well, first I'd fill my keg up with salt water, and I would cool it with the water in the bayou and let it dump right back into the bayou, probably 2 different places. That water's gonna be hot when it goes back in there. And that way you get a continuous water supply to cool that condenser down.
Right.
But The only downside of that is it's got an electric pump, so that's where I'd have to use my solar generator to supply the power to pump the water to the condenser and back out. But that's not a downside for me because I got one, you know.
Right, right. No, and I knew you were doing it for the for fresh water and all that, but I didn't know if like you put all this effort into dehydrating something, so the process that you've made, the freezing and the freeze dried, you've taken out any possible impurities that were in that piece of meat or anything.
Yeah.
So, but if you just went and grabbed your tap water, to rehydrate that thing, I mean, I'm thinking there's a possibility that you're going to contaminate what you just put all the effort in to keep it clean.
You could be if it's polluted, but like there again, it's raw and I'm cooking it, so it's going to kill bacteria and anything like that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know, viruses, things like that. But if it was pre-cooked and all you had to do is pour water in there and stir it around, let it hydrate, there's a possibility the water could make you sick if you got bad water.
Yeah.
Yes, they did, Kyle. I wouldn't do that anyway. I would use, water that I already purified to rehydrate that. Like you're saying, you put all that effort into making something, you wouldn't want to use contaminated tap water to.
That's something I want to buy from Amazon. You can get these little, kind of like checking sugar if you're diabetic. These little strips. Yeah, you put it in your water and it's going to show you what's in there. Like if you got fluoride or just whatever, it shows you that. You can test water right there at your house without paying a couple of $100 to have it done, But if you distill it, you ain't got to worry about it. Rainwater, salt water, even your tap water. If you don't want to drink your tap water, distill it. Like I said, on another live, the only thing you lose is all your trace minerals. You can get your trace minerals through eating the food you're eating, or you can just add them right back into the water. You just put that into the water you're getting ready to drink. You just squirt a little bit of that. I think it's all they say on here is 1 teaspoon of like a large glass, and you got all your trace minerals or electrolytes. That's all trace minerals is.
Well, like what you said, I never even thought about that. You're actually once you rehydrate it, you're going to cook it to a certain acceptable temperature anyway. If it had any parasite in the water, you're going to kill it.
Yeah, and that's if you hydrate it or freeze dry it raw. If you can also fully cook meals, that's more like what a MRE is. It's fully cooked, and you just have to kind of like, I don't remember, man. It's been since Katrina since I ate a MRE. Do you have to put water in that? I don't remember.
You just use the water to activate the heating pack. That's all.
Yeah, that's it. And so it's not freeze dried. Freeze dried, you would actually have to rehydrate. Somebody text me.
I like it.
Activate. Look, I just got this shit. This shit right here. It's like little pouches.
I'm
telling you.
Rehydrating yourself,
dude. This shit right here is a game changer. You already know what I'm doing at this plant that I'm in, out in this heat, climbing in these towers and shit. I drank one of these around 9 o'clock break, and one of them right after lunch, bro. I didn't have the cramps. I didn't have nothing, man. I felt
That's
so
what
good.
This says, and that would work with the water. That same stuff you got.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
This says helps boost stamina, energy, and endurance. Helps prevent muscle cramps. Says it right there on the bottle.
Yeah.
40,000 volts.
Yeah. Trace minerals. That's all it is. But when you distill it, you're getting rid of all that, but you're also getting rid of any viruses that might be in the water or anything. It's just pure water when you distill it. Minus
flavors. Oh yeah, I see it right down at the bottom.
Yeah,
Salt,
different
raspberry, salt, orange, salt. What's the bottom one? Can't read it because of the color of it.
Watermelon.
Hey, does it have caffeine, Randy?
Where'd you get that at? Where'd you get that? Locally? Okay.
Amazon. It's like $20 for 12 of these. I bought 24 of them. I'm telling you, man, this is a game changer right here. As far as when you're working in the heat, so Friday I had to put on a full rubber hazmat suit and climb like I climbed up probably 80 foot and then back down like another 100 foot into this fucking tank, bro. And inside that hazmat suit, I was so sweaty. It was like retaining water. I sweat all the water out of my body, basically. And
Yeah.
I was so dehydrated when I shucked that thing. I took a bottle of water and poured that in there. I drank 2 bottles of water, and I felt good immediately almost. And
You know,
Tyler
I'm-
told me these. Tyler's the one that told me to buy these.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind buying some myself, even though I got
I
this.
used
But
some this week. This old man been out there in that stuff where it was feel like weather, 104, painting the house, man. I was not even a year yet. I just didn't realize how much I've already lost in that, 10-month time.
yeah.
Or getting out there again, having to deal with that heat. It played a role. I just kept taking breaks. I think I had almost. I got 4 bottles left. I have a case of water. I'm just putting it down, but
Yeah, that was me too at the plant. Like, remember last week I was dehydrated. I had to go see the medic. I was pissing red and everything. Now
Right.
I could drink, a couple bottles of water as long as I got this, because it's got potassium and magnesium and sodium and everything in there. Like the minerals stay in my body. That water, man, you could drink as many bottles as you can stomach, but you're gonna sweat
Yeah.
it all back anyway and have
Sure.
no,
Right.
no mineral left.
Back in the 80s, early 80s, all the water coolers that you could drink out of at the shipyard, on the ship, wherever, they always had this little pack of salt tablets stuck to the side of it. You could take 1 or 2 of them salt tablets and then drink the water. And they finally outlawed that, saying it wasn't good for you. It was just salt. It wasn't electrolytes and all that. And they finally determined that it wasn't healthy for you. It's too much salt. Now I was bad about it. Every time I drank water, I'd take one of the salt tablets, and I was drinking the fire out of it,
yeah.
But they finally did away with that and said you can get all your salt and everything that way through your food. But the electrolytes is definitely the way to go.
Well, Tyler told me about this stuff, and I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of expensive. I mean, for 12 things of it, 12 little packages like this, it's $22. But
Damn.
still, man, you
Yeah.
feel it though. I mean, like I said,
Yeah, got to do what you got to do,
puts the
man.
shit-
Yeah.
It puts the shit back into you. You can feel, like, dude, I would come home and my legs would be so cramped up, my arms would be so cramped up from being dehydrated.
Yeah,
Yep.
Like all week long, I mean, I may drink 2 or 3 beers because I just didn't have it in me. I mean, I didn't want to drink a beer. I wanted to drink water. But,
yeah. My
You
wife,
gotta
she
do
gets,
that. Sorry about that.
So,
Maybe
Ron,
later you can give me the link to that, because I cramped up very easy when I don't have enough water or electrolytes.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. My wife gets those leg cramps in the middle of the night. Well, I used to when I used to sweat a lot.
What's up,
But
Bert?
she'll say pickle juice to drink, but that's just because all the
Worn
salt,
after a
in it,
while.
that electrolytes be way better for.
like Christy's dad was saying this, the potassium. He was like, boy, you got to start eating more bananas. And I looked it up online, and to get what 2 packs of this stuff gives you, you'd have to eat 11 bananas. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And they say to really watch your bananas if you have sugar issues, because bananas has the highest
Avocados are
sugar
better.
content.
You can almost see the sugar on a banana. It's so concentrated.
Thank you, Bert, for coming in. I want to give another
Dude,
little
if I-
shout out if I can.
If I was eating 11 bananas a day at this chemical plant, you know what these Mexicans would say about me? They'd be like, oh, yeah, mira, otra vez, mira.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds.
Well, I
funny.
got a good idea.
There'd be pictures of me. There'd be pictures of me in the porta potties over there, like the fucking weirdo who's always eating bananas.
time call, right? Good time call, Randy. So
What's
here's
that?
another channel. I said, so the little picture in the porta potty is going to say for a good time call, right?
Yeah, the fucking weirdo that's always eating fucking vergas.
Oh, Ron, I'm going to give him a shout out because he's really helped me out with trying to get some views and stuff and giving me shout outs. This guy's got a pretty cool channel. You like people shooting at their own private ranges. Does trigger pulls, or checking trigger pulls, checking scopes out, different ammunitions. He does all kinds of stuff on his channel. It's pretty cool. So I got
I'm
2 of them.
subscribed to I'm subscribed to Ron Wayne.
Yeah,
I
Ron's
watch
a
him.
good guy.
He's always got pretty cool shit. I like
Yeah.
that Taurus video he made the other day with that Taurus trigger pull.
Yeah.
Yeah, I subscribe to him. I watch the shit out of his videos.
No.
I don't always comment, but I always watch him.
Yeah, I'm the same way. It's like the intuitive intuitive angler fishing guy. I watch just about all of his shows. What's up, Al? But I don't always comment, you know. But the one today, that was pretty cool, pretty good. Talked about our natural resources and trying to keep them going. And he actually touched base a little bit of YouTube, you know, educating people on how you make money of YouTube. They actually came out there. It was sort of like a Smoke and Joe interview where they actually came right out and wanted to know how much money this guy was making in YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell I even subscribed to Ron, but from some other channel, I think I subscribed to him. Maybe like Al Chafe and all of them.
Yeah, I'm not
Maybe
sure.
that was what it is.
I do know, you know, obviously he goes on to other ones, but I'm not sure what all the other channels are he goes to.
Yeah, I know I've been subscribed to him for a while though. That's for sure.
I dropped his link so you guys can, well, whoever wants to subscribe to Ron.
Here you
Yeah.
go, Lance. Here you go, Lance. Share that.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine me in a chemical plant with all these Mexicans and welders and everything doing that 11 times a day.
Yeah, well, when you double fish bananas, I think you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
I
I
saw
just
one
do this.
picture.
The little pouch.
Ron, I know it's low in case you didn't see, buddy. How's it going?
What's up, Ron?
Some, but not all of them. So you actually had the tool to measures the poundage that it takes to pull the trigger, but in order to adjust the trigger, I would think that it had to be an adjustable type trigger.
You come out on a gun or what? Okay.
Yeah.
You can buy triggers for like ARs that are better and less
Oh,
pressure.
yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah, but Kyle had asked a question. Could he? What's up, Buzz? Could he adjust trigger pulls? And I think it has to be adjustable from the beginning. But I'm sure there's probably some spring you can get in there and take it apart and do something. But that's over.
Depends on the gun too, I would think. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the gun. I mean, would you even need to adjust the trigger pull on a shotgun? You know?
Yeah, or a pistol. I meant really this one. When you pull like a double action, if you pull it without cocking the trigger, it's going to be a harder pull. But once you cock it, it's way easier. You know.
Right.
Yeah, like a sniper rifle or something, I can see needing to adjust. Something with a scope or a red dot or something, I can see needing to adjust the trigger. But for the most part,
yeah, if you're a sniper and got to be dead on accurate, then yeah, you don't want no more resistance than what you got to have. You know.
Right.
I was watching and I thought about my shotgun when I was reading it. The safety on my shotgun only stops you from pulling the trigger. But if he was to drop it, like on the butt end or whatever, it could still go off even with the safety on, because it's possible. Let me just leave it at that, you know.
Yeah, it's happened.
And that's the reason I don't keep one chambered in my shotgun, because it only takes a second to do that. This one's all you know, I mean, all you got to do is pull the trigger or cock it and pull the trigger, so no big deal.
Yeah.
But shotgun, I'm not leaving it loaded.
yeah,
I leave it in a magazine. I just don't leave one in the chamber.
You see how the safety is on that Judge too, Russ? I mean, you got to put a key in there to even put it on safety.
I didn't even know it had a safety.
Yeah, all Tauruses have that little fucking key you put in. I think it's right behind the hammer.
That's
Oh yeah. I see it.
Yeah, so you got to put a key in there to even put that thing on safety.
Hold up.
Yeah.
That little round thing there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my Smith and Wesson 686 is like that too. It has its own key.
Yeah, that gun doesn't even have a safety on it. You don't really need a safety on it, man. That's why I'm a big fan of wheel guns. Like, I'm not doing all that gangster, hey, you talking shit, click, click, none of that. If you see my gun, if you see my gun, and
Aim
you
the
have
gun this
time,
way.
I'll bust a cap in your ass.
yeah, if you see my gun come out of my whatever I got in it, yeah, and if you have time, call your family and tell them you love them. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Not gonna be none of that chick. I remember a long time ago when we were kids, man. There was a dude with a gun. He pulled a gun out on us and he kept cocking it. And I'm like, you're telling me you don't have no bullets in the magazine because you done cock that thing like 3 times and you keep the bitch. Come on, what are you doing? Like, why do you keep cocking your gun?
Oh man.
Dangerous folks out there.
That's right. That's people that shouldn't have them in the first place.
Got that right.
Yeah,
So
that's
we're gonna, we had a specific topic today. We can touch base on a little bit and get back to whatever we want to talk about if you want. But
Independence Day cooking.
yeah, anybody try anything new? I mean, it don't have to be something smoked. I mean, even just a side dish that.
All I did was them freeze dried eggs, and I'll
Yeah.
definitely do it again because I want to stock a lot of them.
A big old, yeah, big old breakfast sandwich out of them. I'm just
Dude,
curious if you tried anything.
all right. So Wednesday, I opened up my lunch kit and there was a tuna sandwich in there, and Christy had plucked some of the bread out of the hoagie roll and made it have extra tuna in it, and that was fucking badass.
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah,
So she like hollowed it out type thing.
yeah. When I bit into it, I was like, shit, this is a good tuna sandwich right here.
Yeah.
She makes me stuff like salads and like tuna fish sandwiches and shit. I can't eat a lot of heavy food because all I'm going to be doing is out in that heat. I'll end up throwing up, you know.
Oh yeah. I know exactly what you're saying, man. Been there. A salad really appeals to you on hot days like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
heck yeah.
No, I love that.
Fruit, anything like that. Just that's what your body craves, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, that was what. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Russ.
I was reading that comment, heating up breast milk.
Yeah, he's in the fatherhood. That was one cool thing about getting back into going back on a job this week is that I had to pack lunch. You know, with the big old frozen ice block in there with it. And you open it up and everything inside it was cool. I loved it. Wife used to do like chopped fruits and stuff like that. I didn't have none of that this week, but tuna salads, that was a must on a hot day.
I give it to Christy because, you know, I wake up at 4:45, you know, something like that every morning. And she don't have to, but she wakes up every morning and packs me a lunch. Like, I give it to her. We've been doing that for the last 4 years we've been together, you know.
Yeah,
Very
my
nice.
wife does the same thing. I've never done a beef clod. I just heard it's a huge piece of meat. But all I can tell you about it, I don't even know if that's factual. I've never cooked one.
Oh, a beef
never-
clod? I've seen Greg do them a lot over the years, but I've never seen them in our markets around here. That's more of
What
a
is it?
Texas thing. The beef clod, it's like the whole shoulder, and it's a lot more than that, though. It's not just like a chuck roast. It's everything, and it's huge. It can weigh 20-something pounds, you know, just that big
Right.
clod. And there's different muscle groups throughout it. But that used to be original Texas barbecue until brisket become king. You know, back in years ago, that was Texas barbecue, the whole clod, shoulder clod.
Hey, does that have the picanha in that what is
No,
it called?
I
No,
think
it
the
doesn't.
picanha is further back.
Okay.
I don't know. It's what's the other name for picanha? It's the top
Top sirloin.
sirloin cap. Yeah.
I watched this video. This guy, he took a big old beef muscle apart. And he said, "Oh, the picanha's in here," and I was like, "Oh, damn."
Yeah.
One of,
Great.
Uncle Dickie's lives, that guy, what's that, Kakon Koikamoko or whatever his name is, that works for a butcher?
Oh, Tyson? Talking about
Tyson, yeah. Yeah, he had a thing where he went through all those cuts and everything.
he's a
That was
butcher.
pretty yeah.
Right.
That was very interesting. There's Eric there, as a matter of fact.
What's up, Eric?
There's Mr. Car Show himself. I hear that his ribs sucked and Jeff's were better. That's what I heard. You want to come defend yourself, Eric?
Thank you, Kyle.
I also got a flat iron steak out of it. Okay. What's up, Eric? Yeah, lucky man. Any others? Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
He came home yesterday and shit, she's hanging trim, painting rooms.
Shit, man, the whole goddamn dining room's done now.
Is that right?
Yeah, she did a good job too, man. I was surprised. Well, I mean, I wasn't surprised. She knows how to read a tape measure. She knows how to use a saw.
Oh, rumor has it that he cooked all the ribs.
Okay.
Yeah, she did a good job, man. So when you walk into our house now, everything's painted. You go into the kitchen and living room, everything's done in there. It's looking nice.
Big dining room. You were saying small room. It looked like a big dining room to me.
It's big enough for a kitchen table and maybe 8 or 10 chairs sitting around it. You know, it's big. I guess that's considered like a formal dining room. I don't know.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's where the kids come in there and shuck their bathing suits off from swimming and shit. So it's just a room, but
Yeah, I like how that. I saw the French doors in the room.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I used to have a big patio door there, but one day I was out there weed eating, man. I kicked up a rock and it shattered one of the patio doors. And so after that, I put in those French doors, and I like them better, especially when it's cool out here and I can open all the windows. You open them French doors up, man, you get that breeze to the house. Yeah, it's a lot better.
Yeah.
Those damn French doors have the built-in mini blinds, you know, the ones that are built in between the panes of glass.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, one of them got hung up, and I was over there dicking with it, trying to get it unhung, and I bent it. And now I got fucking French doors, and one of the mini blinds is bent. It looks so shitty. There's no way to fix it. How you gonna fix it? You know what I mean?
Because they're built in between two pieces of glass.
Yeah.
The slider type. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's bent. So if you open them up all the way, that one's gonna be kind of cockeyed. If you close them all the way, that one's kind of cockeyed. It pisses me off because I spent a lot of money on them fucking doors, and now there's no way to fix that. You know, I don't know. The channel view will come out of everything you buy.
Yeah.
Can't have nothing nice in channel view. Everything's got to look a little ghetto somehow.
When Katrina hit, we had lived in these apartments before, but while I was away living somewhere else, right before Katrina, days before, we moved back in these apartments, and they fully renovated these apartments. They even ripped off the drywall, and they went back brand new everything, and they got rid of the sliding patio doors and installed double French doors. Now, the ones we had didn't have the blinds in it. You know, we had drapes over it. But opened them up, and there was the swimming pool right there. And I got to enjoy it for like 2 days. And then here comes Katrina. That apartment took on 5 foot of water, man. Luckily, I had an upstairs to where I could get a lot of stuff. We had all that karaoke equipment. Derek used to run karaoke, all them big bass speakers and all that. Got it all upstairs. But I lost everything downstairs. Big rear projection TV. That was the thing back in them days. All my furniture went down there, and the furniture was sitting there floating in the living room.
Man.
Everything, and when it finally settled, it was rearranged. You know, the refrigerator was brand new. They replaced all brand new appliances, and I had just bought groceries, over $200 worth, and the refrigerator floated and went doors down and got hung up between the cabinet. Couldn't even lift it. I'm like, God, man, you know, it's like I should have stayed where I was at.
Yeah. That would suck.
Mm-hmm. If you watch that video, Lance, you seen them hurricane pictures. That was from Katrina, right in my area. That was pictures we took. That wasn't near about all of them. That was just some of them down there close to the beach, which is right down the road from where I was sitting. But yeah,
my buddy Mike lives down here in Rio Villa, and in Rio Villa they're right on the river, so all the houses are up on stilts. And I guess when Ike came through and everything flooded, the city basically called that a flood zone. So they offered them market value for their houses. You can sell it or you can stay there. and they came back around with the second round that was offering you like 15% less market value than your house was worth. So he chose to stay down there, and like over 3/4 of the neighborhood's already sold out, but he stayed down there. And the city said basically, if you stay down here, you're on your own. You're not going to get no municipals. We're not going to come rebuild the roads. We're not going to come rehang fucking power lines and shit. And now, dude, he has like a 6-foot sinkhole that's opened up outside of his driveway. Like, because it's right on the river. So all the houses that are gone now, all the shit they've demoed, there's nothing there. There's no bulkheads or nothing there now. So the river's like basically taking over the land.
Yeah, under road, I guess.
Oh man, yeah, it's coming through the land, you know.
Right.
You know, so basically, like if you go to his house, his back gate that opens up to his back road, if you was to drive out on that, you're on your own, bro. Like, no telling if that road's gonna hold up or not. Like, there's a 6-foot fucking sinkhole out there now. It's probably 20 foot deep.
Wow.
I told him, I was like, man, you're gonna be able to pull boats underneath your house pretty soon.
Hey Jeff, I just replied to your message.
That'd be crazy. But for them to be able to do that, just to lowball everybody, you know, I guess that's rich get richer.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a nice ass house. I'd want to keep it too, but
yeah,
I might have took the bait off the first, you know, market value, just went ahead and moved out. Because now, I mean, it's inevitable. That's gonna flood again. But when it floods again, I mean, shit.
You can tell Randy's in channel view. Listen to all them sirens.
You hear that? Fuck, man. I hear that.
I thought it was over here.
Put it on mute real quick.
Oh, you good? I could barely hear it, but I could hear it.
What's up, CJ?
So CJ, I was watching this live when he was trimming that brisket.
Yeah, I watched this live. I didn't get to see him put it on yesterday morning.
I tell you who I noticed is grown, man, big time. I mean, he just blew up, and that is crap. Ernie Tex.
Ernie Tex, yeah.
Yeah, man, he's way bigger than I am. And I'm like, holy crap, when did this happen?
His channel is really blown up. CJ's really doing a good job. People are recognizing him. He's growing. But he does
1,000 subscribers. I was like, damn.
Yeah, man. 300.
A lot of crazy cooks. I mean, he doesn't just throw a rack of ribs on a smoker. I mean, he does some detailed different things with it. And
yeah, he does a lot of Mexican oriented type recipes. I've watched some of them, you know.
Yeah, and then what is it? That jerk seasoning stuff. I've never tried that yet.
Oh,
he does some jerk stuff. But,
yeah,
I still got a whole pail of it. I gotta use it.
I want to like make a homemade salsa and can it like water bath canning. And I was watching one of his videos earlier today, and that's when I noticed how many subs he had. Like, dang man, this guy's blowing up.
Ernie Tex.
Yeah.
CJ, him and Alicia, they went to Jamaica just a few months back, and somehow or another he got some of that real Jamaican jerk seasoning back to the States.
Heck yeah.
But that was pretty cool.
Arnie Tex had 100,000 subscribers a few months ago.
He's over 300-something thousand now.
300. I was like, what the hell? And then he had Joe Rogan, I guess, bought his OG rub.
Yeah.
Well, man, this guy blew up out of nowhere, man.
Yeah, that's what surprised me because I've watched him not that long ago, and it's like, yeah, he's got good content. Then I look, like I said today, I was like, holy crap, this guy's on fire.
Man, I can't believe it.
What's up, Eric? You awfully quiet?
No,
up, Eric?
I'm just waiting. Just waiting.
What's up, Eric?
To get a word in edgewise.
What's up,
Yeah,
CJ?
yeah.
Looks like y'all had a
What's
lot
shaking, boys?
Looks like y'all had a lot of fun up there again this year.
A lot of cooking. A lot of cooking.
Seen that.
Okay, so you were
it was
okay, I got you. I'm sorry, Eric. CJ's answered the question. Go ahead, Eric. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Lot of let's see. First day was a 16-hour day. Second day was a 14-hour day. Yesterday was a 12-hour day.
Wow.
Dang, I'd have been drunk.
So
I'd have been drunk each day. You know. Me.
yeah, I had a beer in your honor yesterday.
I know.
Yeah,
But,
Eric sent
no,
us
we had a lot of
Eric
fun.
sent us at 8 o'clock in the morning and was like, beer 30 already.
Oh fuck! It was
Shit.
earlier than that. It was like a little after 7.
Who was the celebrities this year?
Dennis Anderson. He's the driver of Gravedigger, the monster truck,
Wow.
Okay.
and the dude who played the bee from Leave It to Beaver.
Oh, really? Okay.
And then Vice Grip Garage was there. There's some YouTubers. And then I don't remember the rest of them, honestly. I didn't really give two shits.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, last year Kevin Sorbo was there, and Jeff and me. It was just me and Jeff. I think went back there and met him. You know, that was pretty cool.
the only thing I didn't do, I had a batch of ribs and I was taking them to supply that I cooked up. I saw the guy, Dennis Anderson, who drives Gravedigger. He was sitting at his booth and we drove by. And I gave some ribs to the guys running the gate. And I looked at my buddy and I said, shit, we should back up and go give some to him. But I'm like, whatever. I should have.
They had the American Graffiti girls there last year too, from the movie American Graffiti.
Yep.
And I was kind of wanting to just, I mean, they charge for their autographs, so I wasn't going to do that. But I just wanted to see them just to say, you know, hey, look at there, you know, they're old.
Yeah, I did get to see them fire up his mud truck. He had King Sling. They took the big monster truck tires off it and put the baby ones on and put it in their trailer. I got a video of it. It doesn't do justice to sound how loud it is off my phone, but we had fun. Yeah, Ricer talking shit about ribs.
I watched
I cooked 2 out of 3 days. I cooked Thursday and Friday. Jake was cooking on Saturday, and technically I won because of the flavor combinations I used on the ribs. It wasn't what he wanted, but that's what I put on it. So
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I watched that little live he did.
Oh, if you could have heard my commentary because his mic didn't pick it up, I was motherfucking him from the side. I was like, "You son of a," and I forgot to grab the spare mic and clip it on me. But and I did baby backs on Thursday, and he doesn't like baby backs. So, but we had so much freaking food we cooked. We did beef ribs. We did 2 different types of beef ribs. We had plate ribs. We had the individual cut plate ribs. We had beef tongue. We had brisket. We did a chuck roast. We did 2 10-pound pork loins. We did baby back ribs. We did spare ribs. We did a shit ton of chicken breasts. We did a ton of chicken thighs. We did 3 tri-tips on the Santa Mariana rotisserie. We did what else did we do?
Dang.
I did jalapeno poppers.
Yeah, I seen the poppers on.
I could not post enough shit that I posted. I mean, pictures and things, and I mean, the 2 of the pork loins I did were got to been 10 pounds.
Did he do any Olive Round this year like he did last year? Okay.
Nope. But I mean, just Saturday we did the let's see, we did the tri-tips, we did beef ribs, we did the beef tongue, we did 6 racks of St. Louis ribs. I did the jalapeno poppers. Did I say tri-tip? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I forgot we did. Yeah, that was just on Saturday. We also did smash burgers on Friday when Mike from Everyday Barbecue came up. He
Who
cooked
was
them
eating
up.
all this stuff?
We were handing it out.
Really? Who paid for all that? The show?
We all did. What we did was we went in my freezer, and we said, "Hey, what's in my freezer?" But man, we had a blast. It was nonstop cooking. I mean, we had all the 3 big LSGs there.
What do you think about that offset?
It's coming home with me. Yeah, Vader, that thing is a fucking smoking monster. 250 all day, Russ. No matter what we put in it, 250.
That's the way mine is. He's got the same pit as I got, other than he's got a 40-inch, I think, and mine is a 36. Outside of that, it's the exact same.
He did that on purpose, I heard.
Yeah. But and I introduced him to fire cups, by the way.
It loves 250, man. You can hold 250 so easy on that offset.
It was every 45 minutes, put one split in it.
Yeah, exactly.
One split, and it 250 across the board. We had it at 300 at one point. It was for like 20 minutes. Other than that, 250 across the board.
Yeah, it don't.
Yeah,
hurt.
he's like, he goes to me. Yeah, I got some charcoal to start the pit and whatnot. I let him use charcoal the first day. But I'll bring some stuff to light. I said, no. I said, watch this. I got fire cups. Stand back and watch. And he went to grab his torch. I said, no. I said, what the fuck do you need that for? I grabbed my lighter on my pocket. I'm like, click, lit it, set it on there. I said, hey, I'm going to run across the supply. By the time I get back, that chimney's going to be gone. By the time I came back, it was going. He goes, holy crap, them cook. Let them go fast. I said, yeah. And then he touched the fire. He touched the chimney like an hour later, and it was still hot from the freaking fire cup. And I told him, I said, "Hey, dummy, it's hot." Well, then the second day, I let Vader up with it, and he's like, "Aren't you used charcoal?" I said, "No." I said, "1 fire cup and 3 splits of wood. Watch this." I took video of it.
I've got a new fire starter. I want to try out. It's called Instafire. It's 2-gallon bucket of it.
Oh, that's
Jesus.
Looks like cat litter type stuff, right?
Yeah, it looks like cat litter, and you can actually put it in your hand and light it, and it not burn you because it's insulated. You can put it on water; it'll float, and it's still burning.
Oh wow!
And, I bought a tub of that. I think $38, but you can get hundreds of lights out of that. You know.
Shit.
Yeah.
Hey, fire cups, Russ. Fire cups, Russ.
I ain't got any. I ain't got any. I looked at the price of fire cups compared to that, and that's a way better bargain for the amount of fires you can light. You know.
Yeah, but fire cups are cooler.
I gotta represent my buddy Anthony.
Well, he ain't never sent me none, so I don't use them. Just being honest. Because I think it's like
good, Jeff.
What is it? You get an 8 fire cup? No, I looked at the price of that. A 6-pack, yeah. But I can get like I said, hundreds of lights for that for $38. You know.
But yeah, no, we did a lot of cooking, and then the Santa Maria did the fire cups too. I was like, Daniel from Minnesota came over for Saturday, was hanging out with us, and he did them tri-tips on the Santa Maria on the rotisserie. Holy shit, were those good, man?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot we did a prime rib too. I forgot we did that.
Killer bee honey. I want to try that killer bee honey.
Got some. It's good.
I got a fire cups T-shirt though.
Oh, speaking of that, is Kyle in here? I got your speed towel from Lance.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did too.
It's badass, man.
He was here. Hey Jay, the apple habanero killer, that's another rub. That's not another honey type thing, isn't there? Sauce.
Hey Kyle, there's a video that I follow, and that's where I seen it. I went to Amazon, and there it was, and I haven't tried it, but I'm getting ready to. 1/4 cup of that is all you need to start a fire.
But,
I know sometimes. Yeah, I'm gonna revert back to my loyalty to fire cups, but I got the junior cups this time. I don't know, fucking 20, 30 of them. But I'm saying, like, sometimes my chimney will be lit off a junior cup, and it'll still be burning, and the whole chimney's lit.
Yep.
Be honest with you, I only need a fire starter for one pit now, and that's my pits and spits. It uses charcoal, but the old hickory don't. Now I could use it, I guess, on my offset.
Yeah.
But but we use that old hickory.
I wish I would have had some juniors with me, Randy, to put in the offset. Because I had the regulars, and that was too much.
Yeah.
Because I used some juniors in my chimneys here at home, but
actually I don't even need it for the pits and spits because it's got gas. hook it to a bottle. Matter of fact, my last video using it, that's what I did. We lit the bar up with the
Put
gas,
that on big screen, Lance.
lowered the charcoal to it. Pardon me.
You see my handle? My handle's got 9mm
Yeah.
bullets in it.
Oh, that's cool. That is
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, I like that.
Anthony, do that. Anthony, do that for mine. I got a one of a kind.
He ought to get him a TIG welder to put them things together with.
Yep.
Wait to see it stick put up as well.
Yeah, and mine's serial number 007 too. So I got the James Bond version with bullet
Yeah.
hole.
That's cool.
Nice.
But the apple habanero, is that a shake or is that another liquid?
It's a seasoning, isn't it?
Oh, it's a sauce.
The head is a
Sauce.
sauce. Okay.
I bet
thank
you that'd
Jay.
be good.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. I bet you
Yeah.
it is too. Thank you, Jay. That sounds good.
We drank a lot of beer, Russ, in your honor. Them fools, they put that beer wagon out in our courtyard, and they paid a lot of beer taxes to us this week. So, and then we had fun. We had actually a Friday. They had the largest attendance ever at the car show.
I seen
Ever.
that somewhere. I was reading all that stuff through Facebook the other day.
So Russ, you know, like when we walked out of the door where the bar was, and there was all them cars double parked.
Yep.
There was cars parked where we were driving the side by sides, the other direction.
Wow.
The president Joe, he was up on the roof, scared the hell out of us because he's like Batman. He just appears. We had our Traeger Flat Rock parked in front of that ladder. He's like, "Hey guys, can you move that?" And we're like, "Who the hell's talking to us?" We're like, "Oh, it's Joe." And we're like, "What are you doing up there, Joe?" He goes, "I'm taking pictures." I said, "What for?" He goes, he's like, "For the attendance." I'm like, "What is it?" Like, we're in our own little fish bowl, as I call it. We don't really pay attention because there's people all around us, you know.
Yeah.
And he goes, "We have cars in places we've never had cars." And he goes, "We have more people here than we've ever had, ever." So,
Yeah, that's what I read on Facebook. That's awesome, man. There was a lot of people there last year.
Yeah.
oh, it
Go
was
back
twice
one-
as many.
Go back one comment, Lance. Go back one comment because Kyle stole my question, but I would like to.
My favorite
up?
car, I
What's up, bud?
honestly, I think King Sling was my favorite car. It was the mud truck, but I don't know. There was a lot of Mustangs I saw, a lot of Camaros. Honestly, I was there 40 hours and I probably spent maybe 30 minutes looking at cars. I was just
Wow,
that busy.
Yeah, that
Um,
sucks. Did you see Scotty from Scotty Backyard?
No, I don't know
He
if
posted some pictures of
that might
cars.
have
I don't know
been
if
that
he's
might have been
actually
from
or
last
not.
year.
Okay.
He was supposed to come down and he never stopped by us. He knew where we were at, but
Yeah, it was on his Facebook page, and I know he talked about wanting to go up there, and I didn't know if he if he did go or no, and those were car shows. It was
See, that
55 in Flames. It was 55 in Flame paint job was one of them that I saw.
yeah, I saw them cars he posted. I'm trying to remember. I swear those were from last year because the one car was labeled Joker, and I remember it parked somewhere else. So I honestly don't know. He didn't stop by us. He was gonna come on down, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
They had some
It
cool
was-
cars there last year. I know they had the reproduction of the Back to the Future.
Yep, that was there
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
It wasn't inside like it was last year, Russ. It was out in the big asphalt area this time.
Okay.
They had like all the movie cars all kind of in a different spot this year.
Yeah.
At least that's what I saw. But I was in the fishbowl most of the time. I drove around yesterday with Daniel and my buddy Elmer. He came a little bit, but we actually had a guy because I had two flagpoles that are 7 feet long on the back of my buggy this year with a dead broke
Mhm.
flag and American flag. We were leaving one side of the show and this dude in a truck was hollering at us like, "You guys got brisket?" And I'm like, "Who the hell's hollering at me?" and I thought it was one of the supply guys because it looked like one of the Iowa Car Show employee trucks. And I just hollered. I said, "Well, follow me over to Otto's Bar." That's where we were.
Yeah.
and I figured he was gonna just drive over there. Well, Daniel and I went to go. We went to go look at some Mustangs because he's a Mustang guy, and like I took a sharp turn to go down an aisle. Well, here this guy in a full size pickup truck followed my ass and hit a barricade, and I'm like, and then I almost hit a lady on an electric bike who decided to stop in front of my buggy. I was like, what the hell? And I'm like, and I realized this guy is still following me. I'm like, what the fuck? And I pulled over out of the way, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, you said to follow you. I'm like, yeah, follow me across the road, not down the aisles. He goes, well, you got food with you? I'm like, no, I came to get beer. I'm like, I said, go over to Otto's bar. He had a young kid with him. I said, you know where it is? He goes, yeah. Well, this dude had probably 2 cases of beer in him, and he's driving around $100,000 cars.
Holy crap.
And I'm like, he's like, well, I can hook you up. And I looked at him. I'm like, dude, I'm a vendor. I know, like, my boss knows the people that run this joint, so you can't hook me up any more than I am.
Right.
And I'm like, go that way. And when we went and looked at some cars and stuff, I was like, yikes, dude.
Did Jeff's boss, did he supply cannolis again this year?
No, Fabio didn't make it. He screwed up his back real bad a couple weeks ago. But he's coming next year.
That is the first and only time I've ever had cannolis, man. That was great.
I've tried them once. They're not bad.
Never had 'em.
So
It's like
his
a donut,
boss,
isn't it? Like a cream filled donut or something.
Well, it's kind of long, like a
Like a burrito,
Like a-
not even a burrito. I don't know what you
like
call
a-
it. Like a canola.
yeah,
But
yeah. It's
They're
got
so
it's got a shell on it, kind of like a wafer cone. You know, it's kind of what it reminded me of.
yeah.
But these are real deal Italian cannolis that he brought. They were awesome.
He imported
Right
the
from the gangster movies.
I
Yeah,
showed him at the end of that video I did last year. At the very end, that's how I ended the video, was eating a cannoli and it's
Yeah,
dropping all over my shirt.
he imported the shells directly from Sicily,
Yeah,
right there to his place in Milwaukee, and then handmade them.
yeah. They own a bunch of pizza or a pizza restaurant. I know, maybe more than that. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're Italians.
Yeah, the show was just bonkers. Early days, later nights, but nothing too crazy. But next year,
Kyle
Wait.
loves to ruffle my feathers. Good thing, never mind.
yeah, right.
Let's just hope we never meet face to face. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, it's next year we're planning on serving food for the public next year. Our buddy Jake Nuz was there this year, and he's like, "Well, I'll get whatever permits we need to do it. We're just gonna do like pulled pork and that, a real limited menu." But we did get some positive feedback this year. So there was 2 other barbecue joints that were there actually selling to people. One, I only seen one of the 2 vendors. One of them had rec techs, and boy howdy, their horns are real polished. You know what they were doing with them horns on them rec techs.
Fucking horny bastards.
Yeah, and I didn't see the other guys, but we had people come sample our food, and they go, "Man, your food's way better than them guys." So, and their prices, holy macro, were they expensive, man? It was
Wow.
like $30 for a 2 meat platter. And I'm like, I get it's a car show, but we're discussing how much we were charged for like a sandwich. We're like, hey, what's charged like, say, $8-10 for a sandwich and a bag of chips? Keep it simple, you know.
Did y'all sell anything or no? Just gave it up?
Just gave it up. Both of them pork loins I did, we sliced up, handed out. Same, we had that, some tri-tip. My buddy Elmer was my meat boy. We just made laps around the bar.
Did he have the meat slicer there?
No.
Man, if he could have got that real thin, man, that makes some good pulled or porks. Barbecue
Yeah.
sandwiches. Yeah,
I
buddy.
can't believe he gave it all away. It's crazy.
I didn't really care. I had 3 of them big Magnum pork, them big freaking pork loins in my freezer. So, but no, we also made some Uncle Dickie egg sandwiches too in his honor, since he was sloughing off this year. So, but
Yeah.
them will make an appearance eventually. But
I doubt
yeah, right.
it. I
But no,
doubt it.
it was a good time, man. But
Y'all cooked on the
thanks,
black
Quint.
too, Y'all cooked
Yeah.
breakfast in Blackstone?
Yeah, and we did smash burgers. That was on the Traeger Flat Rock. Actually, that unit works pretty darn good. The only complaint we all had about it was where the clean out is. You know, like Blackstone's got it in the back.
Salute, George.
George.
You know,
Is that
where
that-
you scrape the shit into the back pocket. But this one's like in the front. It should be like either to the left or the right in the front. But it worked good. And then Mike from Everyday Barbecue showed us how to make like perfect smash burgers. Holy man, did that boy get after smashing them fucking burgers, man. They were flat as flat could be, and the char, like the crisp on them.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I watched his videos on doing that before. It was like you could tell he's got it down pat, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that boy's putting some weight on them burgers, though. He's smashing the shit out of them.
well, that's what I said, and I'm like, his smasher, it's not in special. It's like a stainless steel smasher, but he about darn near jumps on them suckers. And I was
That's
like,
what I seen the picture. I was like, God damn, that dude's on his tippy toes putting fucking whatever he weighs on them burgers.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
he popped in last year, but he didn't stick around to cook anything. He came early that week. Now we all gathered up in Jeff's studio there, and we did a lot of cooking that night. That was a lot of fun.
But
Yeah, that
no,
looked fun.
it's sweet. If you guys have time, swing on over, take a vacation, come on up. It's God's country up there, man. We had perfect weather, we had good crowds. I mean, shit. I mean, if you guys come on up, you park at Jeff's house, and we'll run you back and forth, so you don't have to pay for parking. It's only a couple blocks away, like. And it's just an experience seeing all them old classic cars and trucks and stuff. What
Yeah.
people bring in, and
Plus, they do a lot of what would you call it? I don't know if they trade. I guess they're selling. It's like a swap meet type thing. That's the part I enjoyed. We had them mules or 4-wheelers, whatever you call them, up there.
Yep.
And driving through all that, man, they had everything you could think of: old car parts, just whatever, man, all kind of stuff.
yeah, actually, the one YouTuber's Vice Grip Garage was there. They were doing a motor swap or something out of one car into another. And I asked the head social media gal, I think Allie, if they were getting parts from the people from the swappers, because, you know, there's cars of every flavor there.
Yeah.
And they went, well, they got a few things, but they didn't get a motor from them because they weren't sure if they would have the right year. But they ordered on a full restored motor from 2 O'Reillys in the town over. And they had to go pick it up to put it in the car.
Yeah.
I was just like, that's freaking nuts.
Yeah. So just for a show event. More or
Yeah,
less.
and they're sponsored by O'Reilly, and I was like, oh, that's pretty badass. There was more
It's
vehicle
huge.
vendors.
It covers a big area of land. It's really big. I think it's the biggest in the U.S., isn't it? Car show.
It's one of them. It's
Yeah.
definitely one of them. It's like 40 plus acres, I want to say.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
I remember
huge.
Ricer last year, even before that, he actually did label it something like Russ was saying, like biggest on the East Coast or something
Yeah.
to that nature. I can't remember what it was, but
They've had
Yeah.
some big names there, like in the past, like Jay Leno and ones like that. You know.
I have a few other YouTubers I'm going to reach out to on the Instagram that are like gearheads that I know would like to come on up and drink beers with all of us and, you know, go to the car show because they collect stuff and buy stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's insanity.
I intended on going again this year while I could. You know, still young enough to go, but it just, man, that costs so much money to fly up there and fly back. I'm like,
Well,
I ain't
there's
doing it.
always Russ. There's always next year. We need you to keep an eye on the Ricer, so I don't have to babysit, and you show him how to cook.
well, I'll
Because-
tell you what, when Dickie finally does really go, I'll catch a ride with him. That's
hell
how I'll
yeah,
go.
dude.
I ain't buying no more plane tickets. That's just ridiculous. $1,000
Dude,
bucks round trip.
Dickie's still in the clouds. We ain't heard from Dickie since his anniversary. We don't know if he
Yeah.
died during the pegging or what.
I
He's
did that.
locked up.
I did that last year, and then 12 months later to drop another $1,000. Man, that's $2,000 in a year. I said I ain't doing it. You know,
Well,
screw that.
I'll get you up here next year, Russ, because man, I cooked. I mean, Jeff helped with a lot of stuff, but like between me and Sammy, I mean, I was running all the pits, you know, keeping an eye on stuff and running it and cooking stuff. You know, we're all working as a big team, but
Yeah.
oh man, if I don't eat another freaking rib for another couple months, I'll be fucking happy.
That's the way I am. I remember what I liked about it up there. The climate is like it was burning up hot down here, I'm sure, but in July, I'm up there and I had to borrow a sweatshirt from Jeff because it was so cold. It was in the low 60s that morning. Like, holy crap.
We
He says, I told you to bring something. I'm like, yeah, you got something. He loaned me a Green Bay sweatshirt or something, you know.
Friday morning was 52
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
when I got up to leave.
And it's really dry up there.
Yeah.
Mojo toured his house today live, his new home near you, Russ.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah,
I
he
missed
toured
that.
it, walked the grounds and all that today. And he said it was so stinking hot. He had,
Yep.
you know, you sort of got a taste of it today. But
He's going to get acclimated to it because it's like this every year. And this year is exceptionally hot. Not so much right here where I'm at. It's pretty much typical. But like Randy and them, they've been under a bad heat wave.
Dude, when I was on with Lep a little while ago, I had this ThermoPro and I turned it on under the carport and everything was 98 degrees. Right now it's
Jesus.
it's
Actual
under the
temperature.
carport. Yeah, actual temperature.
Wow. That means
It's
your heat
93
index
now.
is
It's
way
starting to
up
feel
there.
good now. Starting to feel good to me. It's only 93 degrees.
Well, it rained here today and it cooled everything off, you know, for a little while. It's storm, man. That wind kicked up and I looked out the back window and stuff blowed everywhere. I'm like, holy crap, them trees, it looked like a hurricane blowing in. It got pretty rough here for a little while.
Was it Thursday? We had a breeze and it was nice, real nice. I mean, we had good weather regardless. I mean, Friday it got a little hot. I had a bunch of free Lit Beard Co. products they give away and stuff. It was warm enough. The wax was starting to melt on the bottles a little bit. I'm like, I better put them suckers in the shade.
Yeah.
But I honestly, that was the fun thing I did Saturday because I had a ton of Lit Beard Co. promo cards to give away. My buddy was walking around giving out meat, and everybody who had a beard or facial hair, I'd walk up to him with stickers and shit. I'd look and be like, hey, it looks like you need some beard products, and just slap it down on the table next to their beard. Be like, yeah, check this out.
You know, last summer I managed to get us a swamp cooler.
Yep.
And anyway, Derek sold that sucker, you know, and
What?
yeah. And I turned around this summer, that last video, I said, God bless it, dude. Why in the hell did you sell that swamp cooler? I said, I got it. So, well, it don't work under here because it gets smoke in your eyes. I said, we don't just smoke under here all the time. It did. It burned fire out of our eyes. It's pushing that smoke all around instead of normally it just goes up and out. And
I got one of those portacools, the swamp coolers. You know, you fill it up with water and it recirculates the water to them cardboard filters.
Yep.
yeah,
That's what I got.
yeah. This one, the top up, you lift it up, you fill it full of ice, and plus you add water, and then it throws out a cool air, and it works great. But like when Keith Jenkins was here doing all them different food truck recipes, he was sweating to death. I said, swamp cooler, you know, looked at Derek. I said, that'd been perfect under here. We could blew that on him, and he'd been nice and cool through that whole cook.
Oh, we used ours during the show the whole time.
Oh, I imagine.
It was
But
perfect.
Derek's got that ceiling. It's low, you know, so the sun's beating down on it. And if you're standing up, you're really feeling that heat. And it's like, God.
Dude, if you're in my shop in the back, if you're in my big shop in the backyard and that portacool's not blowing, you'll die in there.
I said, if I get another swamp cooler, it's coming back home with me. I said, you ain't selling nothing else that I get, you know.
yeah, if I would not. That's true. Shoot. I'd go
Yeah.
right back home with me. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Damn right. It pissed me off, you know, because I didn't tell him to sell that. I'm the one that acquired that, not him, you know.
Right? I tell you what, though, Russ, them LSGs kick ass, man. That pellet grill, I kid you not, no bullshit aside, 30 seconds to fire that bad girl up.
Oh, yeah.
Turn the power on, hit the ignite button, turn it to what you want, and you hear them pellets start dropping.
Yep.
Less than a couple minutes, the smoke is a freaking rolling. And that
Yep.
son of, we ran that thing for 3 days straight, just chugging along. and
Oh,
I
yeah.
cleaned out the ash pan. It was no more than a handful of ash in it.
Yeah, it burns really good.
Oh my god, that thing was just chugging log, chugga the whole time,
Yep.
consistent.
Whatever piss on your
I'm-
back.
Oh
Yep.
man, I couldn't be more happy with that son of a gun. I tagged him in some Instagram posts and whatnot, and I'm like, people asking us questions and different shit, you know, and we all said, I'm like, if you want to spend some money and get something that, you know, is gonna last forever, get one of them bad girls, man.
Absolutely. They cost a lot, but it's money well spent because of the longevity of it. You know, mine is over at my younger son's house. Now, I gave it to him, but I mean, I can go over there and shoot a video
Yeah.
with it anytime I get ready. But when I got that old Hickory, it was game over, man. I'm like, I won't
Yeah.
smoke on nothing else for a long time. Why would I? You know?
Yeah. But man, it was fun. I'm tired as hell. I mean, I spent half the day at a pool today. Like my wife is like, "Hey, what are we doing Sunday?" I said, "Well, I was gonna bring the buggy home and help bring the smokers back to the studio." And she goes, "Well, we could go to such and such place house, go to the pool for the afternoon." I looked at the boss man. I said, "Hey, you got someone to help push pits?" He goes, "Yep." I said, "All right, I'm loading my gear up. I'm coming home Saturday night. I'm
Yeah.
laying in the pool. I'm done for. Put a fork in me. I'm probe tender, man."
Has Jeff got in those wood chips from Lone Star Grills yet? Tagged with the pellets?
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay, y'all,
He
y'all
might
didn't
have.
use any then. Okay.
No, we just rocked the normal pellets.
Yeah.
But man, it's such a good time. Oh, and that Santa Maria too, man. That is fun. That any of that live fire like that is a hell of a good time. to
I
cook on.
love cooking on Santa Maria's. I sold mine to Mike mainly because I just never used it, and it was out in the rain. I had no way to protect it, and it's like, you know, I asked him. I said, "Do you want it?" You know, and he paid me good money for it.
Oh yeah.
I miss it in a way, but Derek said I ain't got nowhere to put it. He's on a hill, you know, and it's like there's really nowhere to put it here. And I was like, "Yeah, you're right, man." I said, "I'm just going to sell it if I can." That's the second one I've gotten from Lone Star Grills, so both
Well,
of them.
that Pitts and Smiths, or Pitts and Smiths. Pitts and Spitz is a smaller profile of a Santa Maria type thing. I mean,
Yeah, it is. It is, and I'm not getting rid of that one. You know.
yeah, I'd love to have that.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
like
fun to cook on.
And that's more in the reasonable line too. Is it like $2,400? I think it is.
Plus, it's got a lid on it. You know what I'm saying? You can do low and slow, and actually get smoke in whatever you're doing and all. Santa Maria cooking is really different, you know. But
I
I
watch.
mean, you could do Santa Maria style and leave the lid open naturally, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
watched.
go ahead, Lance.
I watched CJ, Mom and Papa Joe. He used an extension grate on his grate, and I want a Santa Maria style, but I'm just so cheap. I just find it hard to put money into another attachment for the Weber when you can sort of kind of. I put my ribulator on there or a rotisserie unit. I mean, I sort of kind of got that world anyway, or the Vortex unit.
Yeah.
But he put that extended grate leveler, and I was like, wow. So that would be cool. Get a couple of them or just one and see how it works. But it adds another level to your cooking grate. So you're sort of kind of getting that a little bit of that Santa Maria action going on.
I think if I actually buy another smoker of any kind, it's going to be a Weber Smoky Mountain. I know T-Roy, he used to all them WSM videos, and he got good views off of that smoker because so many people has them, you know.
Mhm.
I would get it for that reason, just to rack up some views, you know.
Yeah.
Because most of the smokers I use are out of most people's reach.
Yeah.
You know, they just are. They're very expensive. I love them, but trying to get somebody, I mean, some people buy them, obviously, but the masses that watch the videos, they don't. And, you know, I'd rather do something that people's either got or in their budget, you know.
More realistic, you know, for
Yeah.
a paradigm or backyard.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I really
Well,
been thinking about that.
That was the thing. Daniel came over and he's like, "Yeah, I can do a tri-tip on a rotisserie." And we're like, "Okay, how long does that take?" When you think a tri-tip, what, couple hours, 2-3 hours, you know? He goes, "I do them on my Weber in 45 minutes." We're like,
Yeah.
we looked at him. We're like, "All right, game on, man." And we gave him 3 good size tri-tips and threw it on that Santa Maria, hour and a half.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, my first tri-tip I ever did, and it really wasn't a real tri-tip to find out later. I didn't know much about tri-tip back then, but a local butcher cut it out for me, and what he gave me was picanha. It was not tri-tip. It didn't have the opposite grains, and it had one solid grain running through it. It was shaped like a tri-tip somewhat, but I did it on a Weber, and I don't remember what it took me, but my first video ever attempting that was because you can't buy tri-tip here, and there was a butcher shop over in Long Beach called Rick's Meat Hook or something like that. He's out of business now, but yeah, I can cut you one out. I didn't know the difference, but he did not cut a tri-tip. I've had a few people call me out. That ain't a tri-tip. Look at the ground. I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's after I knew. I said, yeah, you're absolutely right. Good eye.
Now, you're losing money, Zach. I'm in the old people stage. I can't spend that kind of money on stuff that I might. I know I'd enjoy it, but I'm not really going to get my full use out of it. But that WSM, man, those things really are holding money. I've seen them things used for $300.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting one. No time, not right now, but when I can afford it. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
I used to. I used to buy cookers, the bullet cookers, like that, like the Brinkman, and I had a Cajun cooker. But the only problem with them, they rust out too quick, man. If you leave them outside within 2 or 3 years, they're gone. They just won't hold up where the WSM would because it's all porcelain coated, like the Weber kettle.
Yep.
Take care of it, it'll last you for years and years.
Oh man, them trailer smokers are great. Meat stick, if you're looking for one, LSG makes them. If you got money to spend, they make them however you want them. Because I was talking to Jeff, I said when I order my offset, I'm gonna get one of his size, but I'm gonna have the warming cabinet put on it.
Race crew drum smoker.
What's that? I got. I picked my onions from my garden the other day. I got them pickling.
I'm gonna go in here and find something to drink. I'll be back. I got to lean off the dock too, like Boo says.
Okay.
Where is Boo? I figured he would have joined in here by now.
He's in here. George, man, what are you thinking about, dude? What are you talking about doing next? I know you're working the same as me, dude. We're getting kind of fucking side railed on YouTube right now.
They came up with this new plan at work where mandatory I'm gonna have 2 Saturdays off. So when that comes around, I'll be planning some cooks. I did do a Korean barbecue. I just haven't edited it. Haven't had no time. But yeah, two Saturdays off per month. That's great news, Instead of working 6 days a week,
That's it's a little bit like me. So we get every 13th day off, fatigue day.
Right. So yeah, I'm still getting subscribers. It blows my mind. I'm still getting them on a daily. I get 4, 5, 6. It blows my mind. But yeah, I gotta get back into the groove, if you will.
I'm losing subscribers every day. I'm losing watch hours every day. I was almost at 3,000 watch hours. I think right now I'm at 1,800 watch hours.
Oh shit!
Like I don't even look at YouTube Studio no more. Fuck that place.
Hey, but right, all you need is 3,000 watch hours and 500 subs to get monetized. Didn't that come out?
Yeah, yep. But you already know me, George. I'm not really about being monetized. If they're just gonna give monetization away like that, if I ever get monetized, I want to make it because I made the original mark.
Right. Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, there is money in YouTube. It's the person needs to do the work. You know what I mean? And I'm not there right now. Not yet, anyways. It's too much work, and but I plan to get some more videos up.
I hear you, boys. As a guy who does not but talk shows.
I ain't made a video in 19 days. I ain't been live in 2 weeks. Dickie ain't done a show in 2 weeks. Fucking
2 weeks. Been longer than that, hasn't it?
It's been like 3, 4.
Yeah.
I honestly got more views on TikTok than I do YouTube.
I'm curious about this new Facebook thing.
What's
I
that?
can't remember the name of it right now. What's the name of that thing, Randy?
Meta?
You would ask me as soon as I'm thinking, wouldn't you?
I know.
I
I'm
forgot
saying,
what it's called.
put my stuff under the gun. Say it's going to be the thing that does away TikTok. Come on, chat.
What happened?
What's that?
What happened? I was on the
Oh.
phone.
So there's a new thing coming out that's supposed to take the place of TikTok.
Threads.
That's what it's called?
That's it. Threads.
Threads.
That's it.
Caramel chocolate drizzle
Yeah, let me
cheesecake.
see.
I'm curious to see what that's going to all be about.
Look at that.
Don't drop my mouth.
Buckethead.
Hold up.
Hold on here.
Good
Christian.
Lord.
Ooh-wee. Check that out.
Cheesecake?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I almost dropped it on the
Nice
keyboard.
taste.
Wait, the Buckethead makes cheesecake?
Dude, she made some badass
Hey.
food today. A lot. So I
Hey,
guess what I'm gonna have to
Christy,
do is
you come say hi you on social bucket.
I'm still wearing the same clothes I was working in yesterday, so because I thought I was going to be
This-
coughing today.
Oh yeah, caulking. Caulking, that's what
Seriously,
they call it
though.
these days.
I
I can
didn't
smell
even-
you from here, Christy. You better use some of that lit bar soap.
I don't
Jesus
stink.
H. And
I was already
put some of that
clean.
Project 69 on your mustache. I can see it from here, darling.
No, you don't. I shaved that bitch.
Uh-huh.
200 pounds of pellets.
Hey,
Jeez.
Chris.
Oh,
Hey.
that's a monster. Take 200 pounds.
Oh, that's good.
8
Yeah,
rotisserie
it's pretty
racks.
I'm gonna be fucking with that later. Watch.
What?
They goddamn whatever the hell that is.
Wow.
That white pie.
Pork butts.
Oh.
What's up, dude?
Touching the butts.
What's up,
Hell
boo?
no.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What
Shit,
the-
I'll
Long
be-
time no see.
Well, boys, I got to go to bed.
All right,
I
Eric. Hey,
I
did
got to
you
hop
sell
off
any
here. I got to
swag?
get back to.
Did you sell any swag?
I honestly don't remember, Lance. I don't think I did.
That's fine. I didn't
I
get
was-
one email.
but-
I mean, a lot of people didn't show an interest liking it, but that's about it.
We did grow like 50 or 60 members though this weekend.
I know it, man. I've been seeing
So
all the
I'm
requests.
assuming
Jeff needs to
yeah.
drop some
So I haven't
videos.
looked at the analytics.
Jeff needs to
You
drop some
tell
videos.
him to get back in the studio.
Else, what is Dead Broke Barbecue if there's no videos? You know what I'm saying? It's just a Facebook thing at that point.
Yeah, tell me about it, brother.
I've
Tell me about
tried
it.
to talk to him, but he
But
just,
no, I gotta go back to reality tomorrow.
Zach,
Yeah,
that is so
reality is
true.
back tomorrow. So, boy, howdy, Randy, are you going live tomorrow night? Or are you working?
Dude, I gotta go to work tomorrow. As a matter of fact,
You gotta
I gotta go
Randy,
to work tomorrow. And when I get off, I'm supposed to drive to Katy and go look at this little truck for a Bailey. So I
Gotcha.
won't get to work till after 6.
Well, I'll.
Man, I was supposed to go buy this truck. I done told this lady, I've been talking to her all week, telling her that I'm working at this chemical plant. I don't get a lot of days off. Sunday, if you'll be available Sunday. And fucking this morning, I texted her at 7:00 in the morning and said, I'm ready to come look at this truck. More than likely, I'm going to buy it. She was like, I sold it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
You
Oh,
cocksucker.
snap.
Something will come
Like I
along
felt
better.
I felt so for sure about this shit. I done showed pictures of the truck to Bailey, and Bailey was like, "Oh, I like it," And then this morning she was like, "Are you gonna go look at that truck?" I was like, "Sorry, baby, they sold it." So I know
That's
better.
Damn, man.
Yeah, that's hard too. Having to say that to your daughter.
But yeah,
Yeah, I've been there before. Shit.
I'll
Yeah.
see you boys sometime this week. So
All
All right,
right.
Eric.
if
All right,
not,
Eric.
we'll get together eventually here. Have a good night, y'all. Thanks for having me on. Listen to me babble for a while. So keep up the good
That was
work,
good.
boys.
All
I'm
right,
out.
buddy,
man.
Thank you.
Adios.
Later, bro. Going back to what Zach said, shorts don't do what they used to do.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people are seeing that very recently, Zach. It's not just you.
I wish they had abolished shorts on YouTube. That's when it all started going downhill, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that because it's freaking true. I've sat right there and watched it, you know.
Yep. I was grabbing a lot of my old videos and just trying to grab little different things and do shorts out of that. Just at least some content, you know. And
I hear people say, well, you can get a lot of subs with shorts, but if your subs is only watching shorts, what's the point? You can't make no money with it. I think I made 7 cents with shorts. I've only posted 4 on my channel. Now I had that Smoky Rib Shorts channel, and I quit doing anything with that. I'm just no longer interested in doing that. YouTube wants you to, but I tried it. It didn't help my long form, so screw it. I'll just keep doing long form. That's how I started. That's all in.
Yeah, that's what bugs me though, is when I see people like Hornblower fucking make a video and they break it down into fucking 17 short videos. You know what I mean? Like,
that drives me nuts.
I have unsubscribed to channels because they go in there and they'll post 5 and 7 shorts back to back to back to back to back. I'm like, you're gone. Quit filling up my feed. You know, it's like spamming you.
Oh no, Dar, I love cheesecake, man.
Oh, me too.
Huge fan of cheesecake.
I love
Lance is over there. Lance is over there bricked up.
I love cheesecake myself. Make some
DDC, that's my point. If they subbed you off of a short, that's all they're going to watch is shorts. I want people to sub me over the long form content. They always have, and I'm going to make sure they always do. You know what I'm saying? It's no more shorts for me. I didn't try it long on this channel. Once I said I'd never do it, but you know, gave it a little. I didn't try it long, maybe a month, and I said I ain't doing this anymore, man. This ain't even worth my effort at all.
YouTube pushes it.
I agree.
Emails a lot. Hey, do shorts, make more money.
All they're trying to do is compete with TikTok. You know, outlaw TikTok in this country, and you won't have no problem.
Right, and he's
YouTube will blow back up, man. That'd be sweet.
And he's probably pushing it too, trying to put money into the investigation of that stuff, the TikTok and all that.
Yeah,
so he can get his up and running. But they're going to sweeten the deal at first. As soon as you get a bunch of people on board, I heard something like 10 million people subscribed in like less than a day or something like that. But
now we do reels on Facebook, which is equivalent of a short, but I make money on Facebook. I can make $1,500 a month just off of reels. That's worth it to me, but on YouTube, screw that. I'm not going there unless they're going to give you bonuses and stuff like Facebook does. I'm not going to do it. It's not worth my effort.
Dude, after I did taxes this year and had to pay the fucking IRS, the amount of money I had to pay the IRS, I don't need no more income.
Oh, I hear you.
Hey, Randy, I was thinking the same thing, dude.
I wish we could just hit the lottery and I could just end it all on YouTube. That'd be the end of me. Y'all wouldn't see me ever again.
Buy one ticket a week, 1 Mega Millions or Powerball. That's all it takes. Your number might not come up in 5 years. It might come up next week. You never know.
My wife buys 1 ticket every week.
Oh,
all it takes is that 1 ticket,
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, in my opinion, you got to play the same numbers every fucking week, though. Don't buy no quick pick.
I agree. Go ahead and use the same number week after week and let them land on you instead of you just chasing random whatever,
I always do quick picks.
I know a man that actually did that. He played the same number week after week, and he won a couple $100,000. He didn't hit the jackpot, but it made him a lot of money,
Yeah,
it finally hit him.
My sister used to date a guy that his people played the same numbers every week in different states, and they actually won a lot of money in Kentucky, and then won a lot of money in Texas too, with the same fucking numbers.
Huh.
Wow.
Missy's uncle hit the Powerball, $1 million. He got all 6 numbers, but not the Powerball. So he got $1 million. Man, everybody was blowing up my phone and Facebook. Hey, was that you? Won that in my move? Was that you? You and Missy won that $1 million. Like, no, I wish it was. We don't even know who did. Come to find out, it was Missy's uncle.
Yeah, there was a guy down here that I worked with. There was a guy here that I worked with at the shipyard. His name was Butch, and he hit $1 million. It was like the state lottery. It wasn't the big Powerball or whatever. And he won $1 million, paid his taxes, and he was able to build a new home for him and his kids with that money. You know, it's like, dang, man. I would have left work at that point. I wouldn't have built nobody a house. I would have just retired right then. That'd have been enough money with interest that kept me going, you know.
Yeah.
Man, I was watching some of those shorts on Facebook, the reels or whatever on Facebook, and they got those two kids. They call themselves the Island Boys. They got tattoos on their face and shit, stupid hair. That dude had fucking $1 million cash in his pocket, and then he opened up his trunk. He had like $3 million in like crazy money. Like, how in the fuck did these stupid assholes make that much money? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lance knows that song, huh, Lance?
What's
Island
TLC?
Boys. Island
Island
Boys.
Boys? No.
Yeah, dude. Dude was driving like a fucking. He was driving like a McLaren, dude. He had like $2 million cash in the trunk. Like, if I ever ran across one of them dudes, I'm more than likely gonna jack. I'm gonna jack his ass. Fucking. Because you're carrying around in your pocket, in your trunk, a generationally changing amount of money for my family. You know.
The short bus boys. That's funny.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we had this conversation, Guggen. You missed out, but it sounds like he cut it into 3 different sections, 3 different muscles, and it's like 20 pounds of meat. I've never cooked one. I just heard it's huge. I saw what's his name, Paulie Detmer. I think he cooked. What's it, like 180-pound pig in the Philippines?
Did the video already come out when he cooked it?
I didn't. Well, he says he cooked it because he
I
made left a comment about a 15-hour
that video.
pork butt, and he said that he had just cooked that pig in less than 15 hours. I'm like, okay, but I never
seen they killed it and they put it on the bamboo stick, but he didn't show how he cooked it. Well, maybe next week or something. This week.
Okay.
One thing about the lottery, you can't win if you don't play.
That's
Like I said, we buy 1 ticket every week. That's it. I ain't gonna. Your odds, you can buy 100 tickets, and your odds aren't much better than 1. You know, I mean, chances are you'll never win. That's the odds. But somebody wins pretty regular. You know, you never know. You can't win unless you play.
I got better luck on the scratchers than the lotto itself.
Yeah, I've done that. It's been years ago. We used to have to drive over to Louisiana to play the lottery because it wasn't legal in the state. Then we started our own lottery, 3 or 4 years ago, something like that. And we'll get a ticket, like I said, once a week.
Yeah.
probably right.
Or my wife does. I don't pay for them. She does. She works. So
My wife does some scratch offs.
my wife, when she'll probably leave me, screw you, son, bitch. You know, I'm out of here.
The only
Later,
time I
hussy.
gamble, the only time I
You
gamble
two
is
stay there.
right. The only time I gamble is when we go to Las Vegas. When we go to Las Vegas, I play craps. I play casino craps.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, I do all right. There's not really a skill to this, more of a luck thing, you know what I mean? But as long as you know how to play it, you can play it skilled. And
Yeah.
I can do pretty good on casino craps as long as I ain't close to a roulette wheel. Because as soon as I start making money, I start putting my money on fucking roulette and I lose it all.
Yeah.
I
Now,
feel
my
like this-
youngest, I can't tell you times. My youngest son, he's got good luck in these casinos around here. I don't go because I'll lose every dime I make, so I just stay out of them unless we go to eat or something. But he'll go, and man, he'll come back out of there with $2,000 or $3,000 just about every time. I'm like, God dang, you got good luck, man.
I got a buddy like that. I swear he step in
Yeah.
cow shit and smell like roses when he walks out. I just
Mhm.
blows my mind. He always wins. Always
Yeah.
wins.
I got
He
so
is.
fucking pissed off. I got so pissed off last time we was in Vegas, man, because you can look at the board and you can see they've hit black, 10 times in a row. So you bet on red and it'll be black, and then you bet on black and that motherfucker turn red. I feel like they have a pedal. They have some kind of a pedal with a magnet that stops that fucking ball on whatever they want it to be on.
I agree. I played.
What?
I lost a lot of money on that damn wheel before.
Your odds are better at a casino than a lottery, but still, man, my luck. One time we went in there and I had dropped $2 into a slot machine. I never played the tables. I just go in there and pull the handles. I turned that $2 in. I think it was $125. So I went over there and cashed out. It was tokens. It wasn't real quarters or anything. It was tokens. But I happened to max out the amount I put in there, and I had $125. And I was still married to my first wife. I said, "Here's $5. When that's gone, we're out of here." Man, she was up and down. She played a while on that $5 and eventually lost it all. I said, "That's it. Let's go eat." I walked in there. I walked out of there $125 richer. That's the most I've ever done at a casino. But we don't go. They're all around us, and we just don't go.
Yeah, on the craps table, I do okay. Like I place my bet on the pass line, whatever the number is, and then I can have my money on like 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. I can have money on there. So almost on every roll, I'm winning money as long as they don't crap out. So
Yeah,
I'm pretty good at craps, but
I crapped out this morning, boy. It felt good too.
Didn't burn, did it? Hey, Lance,
Sir.
I got something to show you.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you've seen all that shit talk me and nothing but love NBL was doing earlier.
I did sort of kind of see some of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, check out these rubs, Randy.
yeah, I seen it. I was on there. I was watching.
Oh, okay. Special shit.
shit.
I've seen that
bullshit,
before.
all shit, good shit, chicken shit, no shit.
No shit.
Bullshits for beef. The chicken shits for, fowl, poultry. And it's
Bullshit.
got a deal on here. The all shit. In fact, I used the all shit earlier in my stuff with rice and stuff, and it was good. No, it wasn't all shit. It was the, wait a minute. I think it was-
Bullshit's for beef, right?
Yeah, bullshits for beef, the chicken shits for poultry, and ducks, geese, birds. I think I used the all shit earlier. It was good. It was.
All right.
Just a sprinkle on it. It got big holes on it, so I put some in my hand, and then I took my fingers and just spread it around.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what burnt me on casinos, Dark Lord Minute, is when they first came here, I was, married to my first wife, and man, we live week to week, hell, I still do. But at any rate, we went in there and swear to God, I brought so much cash and spent it all. I'm like, golly, I got to get that money back. Where's the ATM? I went over there and got some more money out of the ATM, spent all that. And next thing I know, I spent everything in the bank. I mean, seriously. And it pissed me off so bad that I never gambled again after that. Now I went back and I set myself a $20 limit. So when that's gone, because I could afford that, when that's gone, I'm out of here. And I had enough gumption or whatever to actually do that, but I got burned on that first trip there. I'm like, holy crap. In my mind, I was going to walk out of there with thousands of dollars. They took every dime I had, man.
The house I was putting.
Yeah, I learned the hard way.
When I was living in Mississippi, I went to roulette table, and hell, I won every time I went. I came out with something,
Shit,
I mean,
not me,
besides
man.
my own money, I came out with extra, and sometimes a lot extra. But I
That
had
one
the
thing-
numbers that I played, like the basket, which is
Yeah.
the zeros, all 3 zeros. They call it the basket. And then I throw a chip on the drag line, and then 4, 7, split. I do a lot of splits. That's why, you got more chances of winning. You get less money, but you got more chances of winning. Then if you drag on that line, throw a chip on the drag line, hell, you just increase, you just 3 or 4 folded your win.
Yeah, no doubt. Dark
Yeah.
Lord.
I'm
Yeah, I
terrible.
learned my lesson. That was back in the early '90s, man, and that was it. The only time I go now, like I think one of the last times I went, Keith Jenkins was in the area and said, "Hey, y'all want to go to the casino and eat a buffet?" I'm like, "Okay." Went and ate buffet and left. Never played the first anything. You know, that's the way I do it nowadays. And they literally all around me. I got one in walking distance to me. I don't go in there.
Yeah, the only time I ever go into casinos is in Vegas. I don't actually make, you know, I can go to like Lake Charles and shit if I wanted to, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lake Charles is nice. They got the bars over there. I mean, they got a good buffet over there too. It's about $20, but man, they got a buffet.
John Travolta was just at the one right down the road I was just telling you about. In the month of May, he was there. I guess he's back, or it's done now. But I'm waiting for that movie to come out. I didn't realize that Joker is 69 years old, man. Like, holy crap!
Oh, is that right? No, I didn't realize that. Oh, I mean, I remember watching. He was a
Welcome back, Carter.
a young guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's 5 years older than I am. I'm like, dang.
They should feel good.
69 years old. Okay. Yeah, that's
Yep.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey Siri, how old is John Travolta?
John Travolta is 69 years old.
There you go.
There's a one.
I don't know how
Yeah.
to play. I don't know how to play cards, Kyle. I never learned how to play Texas Hold'em. I never learned how to play.
Now I used to be good at cards, poker. Oh yeah, I was pretty good at that. I won a lot, but casinos, screw it. A room full of men throwing their money on the table, I could take that.
I used to go with I used to go down there with my dad. Well, not my dad, my ex stepdad, and play fucking Blu-ray. But it was always a fist fight during that fucking game.
Blu-ray
always
is fun
said
now.
somebody's cheap.
Yeah, me and my buddy used to play Blu-ray all the time. We'd just play for pennies.
Well, yeah, you start playing for pennies, and then you start playing for dollars, and then it's a fist fight because everybody's drunk.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. If you win, like Dark Lordament just said, if you win, it's time to leave. You just go because it's not going to. You're not going to stay on top all night.
Yeah, I think the most I've ever won playing craps was like $500.
Abbeville was Blu-ray capital at one time.
Yeah. What? Slot machines in the 7-Eleven.
Yep, in Vegas, they're all over the place.
Jeez.
Yeah, we don't have that. We have scratch offs in the all the stores around here, even where Terrena works, and you can buy the lottery tickets there. That's all they do. You can't actually play in them, you know.
I'd agree, Kyle. You brought life to the world.
Every goddamn store here in Channelview has they call them ping machines. You can go in there and ping. It's like completely fucking illegal, but evidently, if you know on top of the machines, they got a little thing that has candy in it, and they say they play for candy. But if you hit, you can take it to the cash register, and they'll give you cash for it. I guess that's the way they get away from the,
Right.
you know, whatever.
Yeah, I forget to even in my area sometime. Like I said, we don't go. We buy one lottery ticket. What is it? $2. I think Terrena spend $3 because if you did happen to hit it, it doubles. You know.
Oh, you get the double multiplier or something.
Yeah, she buys them. I don't. You know. I have, but
When I
I don't ever think about it.
And so it's probably 4 times a year I buy a lottery ticket. That's about it.
Yeah, I don't think about it much, and we don't buy them if it you know, if somebody hits it and it's real low. We only do it when it's really up there, which means a lot more people's gonna be playing. But it don't matter if your number hits, it hits. odds are it won't. You know, I'll probably get struck by lightning before I'd ever win a lottery.
I forget which one it is, Mega Millions or Powerball. When
We
when
play
it's
the.
very high in the million. I mean, like
I've got an app.
600 million or so many billion.
I got an app.
They'll give you 2 million if you get 6 numbers.
Yeah, we normally play the Powerball. The Powerball right now is 650 million cash.
Cool.
The cash is worth 328.3 million. Don't ask again. And then let me switch over to Mega Millions. Mega Millions is up to 480 million. If you and if you take a cash out, it's 240.7 million. I might could make it on that.
Or would you
Yeah, I
rather
make that. I
cash
make
out
that a
or-
year, Russ. That's what I make
Uh-huh.
a year. I'm still not comfortable.
would you cash out, or would you take the weekly sum or the monthly sum?
That's what I said. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't take the annuity. I'm too old. I would just take a cash out. I'd give my kids X amount of money and have the rest, and they could all split it up. My children and Tarina's after we're dead and gone. But they'd probably all get $1 million tax. You know, I'd pay the taxes or whatever on that, and they could do with it what they want. Once we die, they could split it up, or we would have it split up among 2 girls and 2 boys. You know.
I would bury that shit all over my yard, and I'd give my kids treasure maps. And if they were smart enough to figure out where the fuck it is, they could do shit.
Make it good and hard to find.
Yeah,
Make
Troy,
it-
I was
make
thinking the same thing here.
I think I would turn a lot of it into gold because the day might come where that money is worthless, but that gold always hold value. If anything go up, you know, gold and silver.
I'd make math problems, and I'd have questions in Spanish where you had to learn Spanish, and you better know math, and you can go find that shit.
Yeah.
If you buried in your yard and you died, they're just gonna hire a backhoe or excavator to get in there and dig up the whole yard all at one time.
That's just
Yeah.
it, boo. Some of it's buried in your backyard. You don't even know.
You can bet one thing. I'd have a lot of cash on hand.
You're welcome. Come bury it. I don't care. Come on.
I don't trust these banks where they're collapsing, man. I would have I wouldn't have all of it in cash, but I'd have my share of it in there.
I'd give it
How
to
about it?
Christy. I'd give it to Christy, and then I would just die and let her take care of everything because that's what she does anyway. She's the she's the secretary.
I never wanted to be, being rich and all that never even appealed to me. I just want to not have to worry about money. That's all I've ever wanted. You know?
Amen. Amen. If I want to go out and buy something, I can go out and buy something, not
Yeah.
think about, how am I going to pay this off or how long I'm going to be in debt for this,
I've never wanted these expensive cars. I mean, a pickup truck does me just fine. I've never wanted these mansions. It's just more stuff you got to clean. And, it's just, I just wouldn't. The money itself would mean more to me, but just to have it for peace of mind, that's all I'd want,
Yep.
Yeah. The only thing luxury that I would buy is probably barbecue pits and maybe a vehicle and a boat.
There you go.
And that's all I really want to do anyways. As long as I can quit my job and have a nice truck to pull my nice boat and then come home and barbecue some nice fucking whatever.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'd live in the same house. I'd have the same yard. Don't get me wrong. Now my house will be fixed up a little bit more. I have a new roof and.
Oh, one thing I would have is one kick-ass outdoor kitchen. That I would have,
Yeah, same here.
The house would just be it'd be a nice home, but it wouldn't be huge because we got to clean it and I'm not hiring a maid,
You have the barn dominion.
Whatever.
You have your own business. First and foremost.
Okay.
If I won the lottery, you can kiss YouTube goodbye. I'd leave my channel up just because I've been doing it for so long. There's a lot of good recipes on it, but I'd never look back at it, man.
Nah, that's when you keep your channel going. You just film what you do every day. Just like those guys like Demolition Ranch. You know, he has that other channel called Off the Ranch where he just films what he does every day because he's a fucking millionaire.
Casey
he has
Neistat did that. I used to follow him, Casey Neistat, and that's
Yeah.
all he did. He blogged every day, him on a skateboard going through New York. He would just show what he's doing day to day. Man, he just got tons of views, you know.
Fucking 24 million views in 13 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
Damn.
No, I wouldn't even waste my time.
Oh, I believe it, Kyle. That's something I've really recently noticed. Like, you know, when you're coming up to years, man, I can't wait till I can retire. God, I can't wait till I can retire. Well, it'd be 1 year come September, 2 months from now, and I'm already catching myself. God, I wish I was young enough to be out there working again, making some more money, and you know, and not be this old and you know retired and you know into my life is near. I wish I could be young again, but it's crazy.
I wish I was young again, but no, I'm glad not to be working. Screw that. I gave it a lot of years, man. I worked since I was 15 years old. My dad had his own business, and that's what I come up in. And I started working full time. He told me this is how much my dad thought about my future. He goes, at 15, he goes, you ought to just quit school and come to work for me. I was in the 9th grade. I said, really? He goes, yeah, really. I went in there and cleared out, man. I said, let's do it. Then looking back at it, I'm like, man, he could care less about my future back then. You know, I should at least finish school. I did get a GED, but you know, it's like, dang, I'd never do my kids like that. But
Yeah. I wouldn't buy anything extravagant either. I mean, I might buy a house, and it would be a mansion, but buy a house with some property on it. And like Russ said, I would like an outdoor kitchen. I've never really been a swimming pool guy because I used to install them, and I know how much it takes to run them damn things and to keep them clean and everything. But and a nice truck, a nice boat, just not have to worry about money. You know, that's all. I wouldn't want to be filthy rich, where I got people calling me all the time and wanting me to give them money because I'm a soft heart. You know, they're gonna give me a sob story, and I'm gonna be writing checks.
I wouldn't even let nobody know, man. I wouldn't want to have to go through all that abuse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My family would be taken care of, and that's it. Nobody else.
A buddy of mine from Lake Charles, when I had my radio shop at Tiger Truck Stop, he was a truck driver. He drove for Crowley Marine with containers. And they pick up the Gulfport, all in bananas or whatever, pick up them containers at Gulfport, Mississippi, go to Lake Charles, Louisiana, drop the containers off at a shipyard over there. Why they were doing that, but anyway, that was his job. He won, I think it was $1 or $2 million when the Louisiana lotto started, and everybody. He stopped in at the truck stop. And he announced, "Man, I won the lottery, Louisiana lotto." And he was like, "Oh, when you gonna quit your job?" "Oh, I ain't quitting." He says, "My wife's got cancer, and if I quit, I ain't gonna have no insurance, and
What's up, Dave?
that'll eat up $1 million quick."
Oh yeah.
Especially when they know you got the money.
Tyler just texted me and told me that he just texted me and told me to tell all y'all hi because his fucking. All right, this is his words, not mine. I'm not even gonna say it. Never mind. But his internet's not working.
So Tyler.
What's up, Tyler?
Yeah. He said his internet's not working. He can't be in the chat or nothing. But I'm not gonna say exactly what he told me to tell y'all because.
Tell it.
Nah, I can't do that, Russ.
You use different words that won't get Lance banned.
Let's see. What's a good word? Isn't really, you're going to know what it means anyway, no matter what I say. It's a racially ethnic word throughout every kind of language.
Oh, okay. That's enough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's
So
no
that
good
guy,
way to say that.
a month later, he ended up
Dang.
leaving his job because his company said, "Look, you're about to retire anyway. You only got a year left for retirement. Go ahead and take all your sick leave, and we'll let you off with full benefits, and you can keep your insurance as long as you pay for it." So he was union too. He's paying union dues every month, driving for that one company. And as long as you pay insurance, your insurance is good. So he was like, "Oh, okay." So I think it was 2 months later he retired. He left his job.
But it's
But
a
he told us, he says, when you win that lottery, I don't know how your name and phone number and address gets out there.
It's public unless you tell them not to.
And he says,
You
man, we will get phone calls. Oh, please donate, $20,000. He said, man, we had 200 people call asking for at least that much, $20,000. He said, man, that's all the money right there.
If you're not in my contacts, I don't answer the phone. You have to leave me a voicemail.
They didn't have cell phones back then. They a few people back, this is 91.
Yeah.
1990, 91. That's when the Louisiana lottery I think he won like the 5th or 6th drawing.
Wow. Yeah, there's a thing in there where you can allow them to like put it out to the press who won and all this, or you can deny them to do that, and they're liable to do it anyway. Who knows? But that would be the only downside to it, because people know you got all this money. You'd have to be in a highly secure home at that point.
What is angel investments, Dave?
Angel investments. Angels are called angels because they invest money into things. They are the angels. They're the ones that put up the money for certain new inventions or new whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's referred to as an angel.
Okay. Kyle, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that pickle jar that you put up right now, the onions. Pickled onions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. They're onions from my garden. I've got pickling. I'm going to see how they taste. I thought he said something.
That big
Hey,
around.
I'll give you a super chat if you chug that bottle.
Yeah, you don't know who they are. They're like solid partners.
That's for sure.
Man, I'll do it for a super chat. Well, I'll give you a super chat if you just chug it. He's thinking about it. Look at him.
Shit, I would have opened that jar and freaking started swallowing that shit. I love
all those little seeds, man. I'd have was it diverticulitis by morning.
I was going to give you $1.99 super chat anyway, so.
Don't even say that. I don't ever want diverticulitis again. I thought I was bleeding out, man. I was bleeding out.
Yeah, my dad almost died of that.
I almost did, man. They had to give me blood. Two things of it, 2 pints.
Why? Because drinking too much vinegar or what?
No. Mom was taking NSAIDs, ibuprofen, and not muscle relaxers, but it was something for my back pain. I guess maybe it was muscle relaxers, but it was the NSAIDs. That's the worst thing you can put in your body. Aspirin, BC powders, ibuprofen, that stuff will eat your guts out, man.
I take a lot of Tylenol.
I'm living proof.
Those sodium.
That's acetaminophen, right? Acetaminophen.
Got 2 of you in there. What was that, Randy? Oh my God! Look who it is.
It can be anything, even these. Now I do take this every day. This is 82 milligram aspirin. See there where it says NSAID.
Yeah.
I really shouldn't be taking that, but it's so small of a dose, and I've been taking them for years until I had that incident. Doctor said quit taking them. He said, "Why are you on them?" I said, "My doctor put me on them years ago just to prevent heart attacks and stuff." Yeah. And I still take one a day, but I haven't had no issues. Knock on wood. It's when I was taking that crap from my lower back, and then I took like 800 milligrams of ibuprofen. A night I didn't feel good. I woke up hemorrhaging, man. I mean, it come on like that.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
how I found.
guess what's your opening line?
Hello, guys. How you been?
No,
Hey,
that's
hey,
not
Chuck.
God, that was boring. Let's try it again. One more time.
Hey, everybody!
Hey, everybody.
All right. Well, they got it for me. I kind of changed things up.
Chuck sounds drunk.
No,
Good
Sounds
to
good,
see you,
man.
Chuck.
He's down and depressed, sounds like to me.
It's been a minute,
how-
man.
how y'all been,
You're
George?
in a whole blood there.
You don't want my blood right now.
I haven't talked to you in a while, George.
I was just
Randy and
looking at
Russ.
the video yesterday when you made that bacon, those 2 types of bacon on your Traeger. It was about a year ago you made it, or maybe.
Oh yeah, it's his old one. Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, Russ and I have been talking on emails, and I gotta get some bacon cooked down. And let me ask you, Russ, should I use regular bacon or thick cut?
I think thin cut would render out better, but you could
Okay.
use either one. You just got to do
Okay.
it real low heat.
Right.
Let it.
Right.
If you ever made pork lard and just rendered it very low simmer, I mean very low, and just let it go and go and go, and next thing you know, you got a pot full of pork fat rendered. You want to do it kind of like that, and in the process, it will crisp up that bacon.
Right. Right.
You'll get rid of most of that fat.
Yeah. Well, see, you all know that I've kind of gotten into my own barbecue sauce.
Oh,
And-
first I heard of it.
Oh, yeah.
I talked to what? You was on Mike Brown's last night, wasn't you?
The other night, Friday night, yeah.
Friday night.
I don't know if I was on Mike's, but
No, you was on Meat Sticks last night, wasn't you?
Meat steak. It was somebody. It might have been.
yeah,
Meat
I was
Steak.
on meat. Dave's.
Yeah.
Dave.
He was getting ready to get off because nobody would talk to him, and I couldn't see that, so I hopped on.
And then I came on and kept on there a little bit longer.
Yeah, then you came on, and Randy, he was in the chat. But
I don't remember anything about any barbecue sauce.
yeah, I've been. I just did some crock pot ribs with my own barbecue sauce, and to be honest with you, that was so darn good that I actually strained the sauce and saved it for another cook.
Is that right?
Yeah, but
so
go ahead.
did you write anything down as you were creating the first batch?
oh yeah, I've got. See, I got 4 different recipes.
Okay.
But the thing is, Russ and I were talking. I'm thinking about doing a bacon and onion flavored barbecue sauce.
Nice.
And I was asking Russ how I can get the bacon down to like a powder. Because the onion, I could put that in a blender and just puree that.
Yeah, just slowly cook it until it's very crispy and render out as much fat as you can. You ain't gonna get it all. But
Right,
if it's just a homemade sauce, you'll be all right. And just run it through a food processor or coffee grinder to powder it,
right.
That's
So,
what I would do.
I'm playing with different flavors. I've got a regular, which is delicious. I've got a sweet, which is pretty good. I got a sweet and spicy, which I got a tweak on. And then I plan on doing a spicier.
Oh, better change the name of that.
Spicy.
Well, I
Rewrite it,
realize
please.
that because Uncle Steve has spicier, but
Yeah.
right now, that's what I plan on kind of doing, where it's more to like you all, since you all like spices, you would be able to eat it
Well, you
You
make
know.
mild version like my wife. I mean, she prefers mild. She prefers stubs over something really spicy. She loves stubs. Stubs is probably one of my favorite.
Well, see,
soft.
I boo booed. I really boo booed, and I think I went over this in Dave's live. I made a batch of sweet, and I made a batch of sweet and spicy, and I kind of overdid it with the spice. It makes almost a full quart of a sauce. Okay. And so I was putting them in the refrigerator, and I've got these mason jars. They come with the regular type lids, you know, the two-phase lid where you put the lid over and then you put the ring on.
Mm-hmm.
But it also has a plastic lid in different colors. So, like the regular will be in the original lid, and then like the sweet would be in the blue, the sweet and spicy be in the yellow, and then the green one, I wish they had a red, would be the spicier one.
You talking about the plastic lids?
Yeah, they just screw right on instead of the metal.
Right.
Well, it was hot because, you know, it wasn't too long after I made it. And I put the lid on, but I didn't put it on tight because, you know, it being hot. And it was a little warm to carry by the jar, so I was carrying it by the lid. Well, I got to the refrigerator, and just before I could open the door up, the lid popped off of it, and it went bloop down on the floor.
You know they got tongues, right? Those tongues.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I could have used my gloves also.
Right. But are there? Because I'm just getting into. I'm not second guessing you, Chuck, but because I'm asking a question for my own education. I'm just getting into the canning. So you got the seal ring or the sealing lid and the ring.
Right.
But the plastic lid, isn't that, Bailey? Isn't that sort of kind of a lid for after it's opened or something like that?
I would almost probably say yes.
Okay.
But I was doing it as they were made because, you know, that way I could tell what flavors what. But yeah, I had 3/4 plus of a jar all over the kitchen floor.
What happened? It just broke or what?
No, it just didn't have it on tight, and apparently it wasn't tight enough, and it just popped.
Some people can their stuff and don't even put a ring on it. They just
Right.
set it there until it pulls a vacuum,
Pull the vacuum on it. Yep.
Yeah.
and you can turn it upside down at that point. That's a regular lid, though. I've never used those plastic lids.
Right. Well, like I say, I bought 6 per box, and I bought 12 of them.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to buy some mason jars and a few things like them tongs that Lance just mentioned. I want to do a salsa here before long and can it.
Right.
Part of this
And
series, you know, just
looking,
just a water bath, not pressure canning. High
Yeah.
pH foods like tomatoes and stuff.
Right.
You don't want to pressure can that. Just water bath.
Look at Marketplace, Russ. So many people buy that stuff thinking they're going to get into it. And
Yeah.
look into it later.
That's a
And you
good
can get
idea.
a case of jars for half the price you can go to Walmart for.
Oh, that's good. That's a good idea. But I want to get a few of them tools. I want to get some ball, that makes the mason jars. They got citric acid, and you want to put a little bit of that citric acid, like 1/4 of a teaspoon in each jar, like on a salsa. If you're going to do a water bath or whatever to raise that pH up or lower the pH, raise the acidity, and just to make sure if the tomatoes isn't enough,
Right.
doesn't hurt anything.
But yeah, I'm venturing into that because, like I say, these sauces from other people are getting expensive,
Yeah.
and I can spend one large sum of money getting all the products I need. I mean, I've got humongous bottles of ketchup because basically it's ketchup base, and the different spices and all, and then I just keep making.
Are you adding any kind of smoky flavor to these sauces?
No, no.
I,
I
I was
was I was thinking about that, getting some liquid smoke.
Yeah, and I was gonna tell you, don't buy that stuff in a bottle. Buy the real liquid smoke, like real condensation, smoke. Go to Sausage Maker, thesausagemaker.com,
Right.
and they got these big bottles. I got a bottle of it. I did a barbecue sauce on video probably a year ago, and I bought a big bottle of it, and that has a really nice smoky flavor to it.
Now,
And
how much should I use? Like a teaspoon, tablespoon?
I
Less
think
than
I
that.
use it depends on how much sauce you're making, but in mine, I think I use 2
Well, like I
tablespoons.
say, we'll say a quart.
A quart? Oh shoot, no, you would probably do maybe a teaspoon,
Okay.
but you got to
Uh,
play with it. I've got that recipe down pat. I actually got a printed out recipe that I printed out after I did it, and it was really good. The whole. I was trying to duplicate what Brian Ducharme does with his Smokehouse Bayou sauce. It
Right.
wasn't the same. It was different, but it was really good. But I
Well,
bought.
now, I was gonna ask Chuck if you're gonna try. Are you gonna try to sell this like to the public? I mean,
no, I don't know
like for
how
friends or
how
what?
how shelf stable it is.
Well, that's what I was
So
gonna say. Is I've been to Uncle Steve's house and I've seen how he makes his rubs. You know, he's legit. He can sell that shit. You know, and Buc-ee's and all that stuff. And there's a lot of fucking rules you got to go through. You know,
Yeah.
as
yeah,
far as how you do everything. I've seen
Yeah,
his
you got
operation.
you got to be legal. You got if you're gonna sell it,
that
you
plus you got to make it in an industrial kitchen type
yeah.
atmosphere, and
It's
I
got to
just got
have
you know.
yeah. It's got to be the health department involved and all that. Now I used to do videos for this one guy. He was full blooded Mexican, and he had brain surgery, and I haven't heard from him since. But he used to send me. It's called golly, what was the name of that sauce? It was in a mason jar like type thing with a good label on it. Oh man, this has been too long ago. But his name was damn. It's just it escaped me. I can't even think of it. But the sauce is called you want it barbecue sauce. And man, that's some of the best sauce I ever eat. It's got a nice spice level. He had two, a regular and a spicy version, and I really liked his spicy version. That stuff was killer. But he wasn't legal. He made it in his kitchen, and he sold it. He
Right.
sold it off of Facebook, and I turned a lot of people onto that. He did it underground, but he was making his living with it.
Well, see, that's
I
just
helped
like
him.
I don't even know if I could send you all a jar of it to try.
Oh, I know what his name was, Manuel Rios, and
You know.
lived there in Texas somewhere. I don't even know what happened to him. Yeah, you could do that. That's the way Phil from Florence used to do. If y'all remember him, anybody in here remember Phil from Florence? He died a few years ago.
No.
Well, he sent me a bottle. It's up here somewhere, and I never opened it because he died shortly after that. I just saved it as a memory of him.
Right.
Totally
Right.
unopened. But Kent would know who he is.
That,
Well, that's
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off. Work is around the corner. I'll talk to you guys later.
all right,
Yeah, I'm not
buddy.
far behind you. I'm not far behind you, George.
Yeah. You guys take care, everybody in the chat. I gotta go to work
All
tomorrow.
right, George. Good to see you again, buddy.
All right, lover boy. Everybody else. Talk to you guys
All right,
later,
man.
man. Take
Yeah,
care.
George. TDO baby, TDO baby.
TDO, baby.
hey man,
Oh.
hey,
Also, everybody in the chat, hello. How you been?
Yeah, Phil in Florence. He died of a massive heart attack one day, man. That was a good guy. Just unexpected. And there was a bunch of YouTubers. I remember CJ. That's back when CJ used to do the hot seat. And they actually dedicated a whole thing just for him and all. Booger US 500, man. Him and her contacted each other a lot because they were into gardening and canning and all this stuff. They had a lot in common, and man, it really sent her for a loop when he passed away.
This is true, DDC. You can always do it as gifts, Chuck.
Yeah,
Non-profit. You know, I'm not making money on this. These are gifts.
I've done my own sauces with only the intention of showing people on YouTube how to recreate that same sauce. You know, it's the only reason I do it, because I don't want to get into business of doing rubs or sauces or any of that. It's too much, man. It just
Russ,
yeah.
Can you do me a favor and email me with that name so I can check out that smoke?
Oh, the sausage maker, yeah.
Yeah, because I'll forget it.
Russ, you ever tried Jack Miller barbecue sauce?
I have. I got a matter of fact, Boo, go back. I don't know, a year and a half, maybe a year. I did boudin. I did it 3 ways. I did a boudin ball, egg roll, and linked boudin out of that batch. And one of the scenes right towards the end is I had that Jack Miller's, and I just poured it on the table. We cleaned the table, of course. We're sitting there dredging that egg roll through that Jack Miller.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay.
Yeah. I have.
I got 2 bottles of Jack Miller's in the pantry right now.
Jack Miller?
Yeah, I keep a bottle of Jack. Yeah, I like to use Jack Miller's whenever I make like, I don't know, like chicken breast, and anytime I cook any kind of chicken, I use that Jack Miller's on it, especially like a sauce pecan, like a chicken sausage sauce pecan. I put that Jack Miller's in there.
I like it when grilled sausage, either fresh sausage, what we call green sausage, or smoked sausage, and make a full boil with that, or sandwiches. Man, I pour the Jack Miller on it. No mayonnaise, nothing else, just Jack Miller. Or maybe a little drip of mustard, maybe.
Well, that's just it. I use that Zatarain's Cajun mustard and then Jack Miller's when I make sandwiches.
All right,
I miss James come in.
Oh, I love Cajun mustard, the Creole mustard. I love it.
Yeah, Zatarain's makes that Creole mustard. It's kind of thick, got a lot of
you spoon it out or knife it out. It comes in a jar, smaller jar. I got some in the fridge and the icebox.
But you pair that with Jack Miller's, and you put some pork on there, like some tenderloin or something. You make a sandwich out of it. That shit's
that's killer.
Be right back, guys. Baby needs to go out.
All right, Chuck. Whatever about when I started buying some of this used barbecue stuff, because the guy went out of business because of COVID. He made a line of dipping sauces, barbecue dipping sauces.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't tried it. He gave me a bottle of each. I mean, is it just something that's not really popular, or?
Well,
I haven't really dug into it, but
McDonald's and Burger King gives it out in little containers when you buy chicken nuggets. That you got honey mustard or whatever sauce. That's barbecue sauce made for dipping. I mean, you can dip into it.
This was real thin, watery type thing. It wasn't like a thicker paste barbecue sauce. He called it dipping sauce.
Okay.
Because I made a mistake about calling it a barbecue sauce. No, Lance, this is something I actually made. It's called dipping sauce. And I could have bought the recipes, but I wasn't about to do that. But
I'm trying to find that email with me and Chuck. Man, I get 100 emails a day at least.
Speaking of which, I got another one this evening.
I guess I could just hit the search and do that. It'd save me some time.
But there is a federal college law and a state college law. Learn your state college laws, because your college laws, those are the ones that are going to do first. Okay.
Come on. All right, let me do the search. Screw it. Where's it at? Where's the search button? Oh, there it is. Chuck Nunner's Nation.
My township is giving me a hard time putting the college lab permit.
County law.
They want me to install grease traps
Oh, boy.
on my bar sink with the grease. Oh, really? Randy was saying something about his septic system's got a grease trap. Our septic systems don't have that, but I wonder if you could do that. Actually, put something before your system or something. I guess that'd be the same difference as placing
No,
one.
my grease trap goes out the backyard. My septic system goes out the front. It's completely different.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it. But Dave is saying that they're making him put grease traps on his bar
Better,
sink.
Chris. Well, yeah, because that's what you do. You put grease traps on like dishwashers and sinks and like basically like gray water systems. Septic is sewer.
Yeah, we don't. The only thing we have in here that's do with gray water is our campgrounds. That's it.
Nothing goes in my sink drain but water. All my plates are scraped out into a whole ice cream bucket, and that goes in a trash can.
There it is. Right. Well, Chuck's not in here, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, keep it, Russ, till he gets back. I'll just.
yeah, that's 32-ounce bottle. It's a big bottle, man. And if you buy that, what's it called, Calgon or whatever that stuff they sell in the stores, it's got extra ingredients. If you buy this, it's 100% concentrated liquid smoke. That's all it is. There is no other additives or color or anything added to it. It's the real deal, and it comes from the sausage maker. $20, but it'll last a very long time, especially if you're doing barbecue sauces with it. But let me stop the screen. I'll pull it back up when he gets in here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or I could just, if you left it up there or something, I could remove it.
It's still in the background. All I gotta do is
He's
just
somewhere. I just heard him hack up a lung.
yeah. But I'll send him a link to it.
Oh, okay.
He said, I just heard him hack up a lung. He's making
People-
barbecue sauce, Lance.
People snub their nose at liquid smoke as being something fake, but it's actually done through condensing the smoke into a liquid. It's actual smoke that's been condensed to a liquid. It's not some sort of, or at least that is. Hey Chuck,
Hey, Chuck.
I just sent you the link, but I'm also going to show you on here the page. Now it's $20, but that's a big bottle. It's 32 ounces.
Right, right.
And that will go a long way in barbecue sauces.
I was
that's-
actually,
Go
I
ahead.
thought it was more concentrated than that. I mean, I didn't know. I thought a
It's a
teaspoon.
liquid.
Yeah, I was thinking a teaspoon for a quart would probably be.
Well,
a
well,
lot.
it might would. You know, it depends
Okay.
on the amount you're making. But what I'm saying, this is real, natural hickory liquid smoke. It's not that.
Now, they have a smaller size than 32.
Yeah, they do. They do. But
Because
I gave.
if I'm only going to use a teaspoon,
Here's
what
what you do. Here's what you do, Chuck. You see this search bar up here?
right.
You go in there and you just type in liquid smoke, hit go, and it's going to show you all their different sizes.
Oh, okay, okay. I mean, if I get one about half that size, then to me that would probably be better. Where'd it go?
Oh, he take himself off.
He took,
Russ?
he took himself off.
Russ.
But yeah, I mean, the sauce I already made, I could add it to it and then reheat it and just let it simmer for a few, to incorporate. And then rejar it.
Hey man, Christy made the best fucking barbecue sauce I ever ate in my life, and I told her to go make some more of that shit, and she said, I don't know how I made it. She just put some shit together in a pot.
Well, to be honest with you, I went and Googled barbecue sauce, and believe me, I sat one night for a lot of hours watching different people make sauces. Hey,
Simone,
Brother Simon's strobing out on us. He's going disco.
Hold on, let me. Whoa, shit! Hold on.
yeah, that
There he
barbecue
is.
sauce, that
I
barbecue
had to-
sauce that Christy made. It was
I don't
weird too because she froze it. Like she took the leftovers and she froze it, and believe it or not, it never froze, even though it was in a deep freeze. Like the barbecue sauce, it got hard, but it was still like jelly. You know what I mean?
Right,
So I don't know what
right.
the fuck she put in there. I don't know what the fuck she put in there, but that was the best barbecue sauce. And we defrosted it, and my buddy Wesley ate some of it, and he was like, "Dude, that's the best barbecue sauce I ever had." And I told her to go make some more, and she don't even remember what she put in it.
Yeah, they say that if you're going to try and create something, just to write it down, whether it's
Exactly.
not going to be right or not. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. When I do videos, I go back to because I always say exactly what's going in it, unless I intend on putting the recipe in the description box. And at that point, I just say I'm putting some of this, some of that. Now I know, but I have referred back to my own videos a lot of times just to
Yeah.
remember. It's
Right.
like my own recipe book online, you know.
I would definitely have to go look at my recipe again for that Texas red chili that I made. I'd have to go look at that video again to make it because
I've recreated, and not only that, Tarina go in there and cook something that she really enjoyed, and she'll go back and watch my videos and write it down, go in there and cook it, you know.
Right. Well, see,
And-
usually that's what I do is if I'm going to go cook something,
Yeah.
I'll take the day before and I'll just sit there all day and watch different videos of how others made
Yep.
that protein.
Yep. We all do that, man. You know, and then from their videos, I can figure out how I can put a spin or a twist to it for my own videos sometimes.
Exactly.
If it's something I've never done, you know. I've been watching a few salsa videos. I'm like, okay, I know what I would do here. I would dry roast my tomatoes instead of just stewing tomatoes down like for a salsa. I would actually leave the skin on and I would char them all to give that extra flavor, like a salsa camada and stuff. Yeah, I've already know the differences. I'm gonna apply to that to make it my own. You know.
Right. I'm gonna tiptoe around this statement because the last time I made this statement, I got picked on for being against Mexicans, but I never understood because when you just said it again, if I roasted a poblano, I wanted that roasted skin
Yeah.
in my poblano. Why is it that they peel it off? I said they
Yeah.
peel it off.
man, fuck that, man. I'm so
They
offended right now.
They peel the outer skin off of the poblano, the real thin skin that's on the outside of it.
Yeah.
That's why they roast it. But the flavor of the actual flesh of it is the green part of it, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you can still. It's kind of like when you roast hatch chilies.
Yeah.
You don't want to get all that black off of there. You want to leave some of it because there's flavor in that, but you know it's still gonna pick up. It's still gonna pick up that flavor regardless. But when I do the tomatoes like that, like a salsa camada, I'll leave that skin alone. I'll do jalapenos. I'll roast them, and every bit of it gets pulverized, or at least part of it, and then the rest of it can just be done chunky, like
Hey,
if you
Russ,
want chunky
I
salsa.
mean, Lance, hasn't that been about a year ago?
What's
Pretty
that?
much. I see no one's forgetting anything.
No, we don't forget that shit.
Hey Lance, you got a problem with my people or what?
No.
Mexicans are like elephants; they don't forget.
I can learn from them.
Hey,
I
you
got
a problem
two. I got
with Rasa? Me and Simon gonna come over to your house, Lance. Don't fuck around.
I'll tell you straight up. One of my favorite things to eat on earth is Mexican food, man. It's so freaking good.
Lance, I got 2 boxes of Rosetta Stone up here. I can send you so you can learn it.
Hey, NBL, I know it was 10 months ago.
We probably
Hey,
average at least once or twice a month going to eat local Mexican. You know, that probably isn't nothing compared to authentic Mexican, but it's good. I like it.
Chuck, are you learning Spanish or what? You got Rosetta Stone?
I got it, but I never learned it. I'm
So
not a
let me
good
hear-
studier.
I mean, that's
Let me
just
hear
like
what you got.
yesterday. We ate Taco Bell. I mean, come on.
Taco Hell.
Yeah, really. That's my extent of Mexican. Go to Taco Bell and get a quesadilla.
There's one over in Long Beach called Juan Tequilas, and man, they got some good food. The moles and stuff like that. Holy shit. That's the best one on the coast, in my opinion.
Hey, Simon.
Hey, boo, what's up, man? How you doing?
I remember Derek went out to California when he was 18, took a Greyhound. He was going to North California and he ate some real deal. Well, I'll say real deal. He was in the States, but it was probably closer to real deal Mexican than what we got here. He's like, dude, he's like, you ain't had real Mexican yet. He goes, you already eat this stuff out here. It'll blow your mind. I'm like, I can imagine.
All I want to hear is Lance say fucking chile rellenos.
Chili Rianos.
Chili Relleno, man. I got on my flat pad letter tools, man. I'm eating my chili rellenos and everything is good, brother.
Answer your question there, East Winds. I don't know. I don't know if I could flash freeze that or not.
I love eating Mexican food. I used to work for people in the world.
Now, see, the thing up here is trying to find a decent Mexican restaurant to go.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. But I will say most of the ones around here are actually owned and operated by real Mexicans. That's who's running the place. So it's got to be somewhat authentic,
Yeah.
I would think. You
The
know,
only thing that would limit authentic would be the ingredients that they can source.
yeah. I've watched videos like from what's the guy found Sonny from what's the name? The world's best. Anyway, all he does is food blogs, going places, kind of like that Mark Weems or whatever. But he was in Mexico City and he was eating, and it looked a lot like what we buy here. You know, a lot of it. But I'd love to try it one day.
That Mark Weems, he's got to be anorexic.
Oh man, that guy eats up a storm. But
And look how skinny he is.
He's always been like that. I've been following him for freaking ever since I've been on YouTube.
I watch a guy now called Joel Hansen.
Never heard of him. Huh.
And he's another one that goes around and do the contest.
Yeah.
And the amount of food that boy can put down.
No, I know, man. He's got a good metabolism rate or something, but he's also very busy. He travels all around the world. I'm talking about Mark Weems, you know.
Well, so does Joe. He lives up in Canada, but yet he comes all over the U.S. and whatever.
He's so predictable, though. When he eats, it don't matter where he's at in the world. He's like, oh, God. He smiles and he laughs, and it's the same reaction every video, you know.
Yeah, I got tired of watching him.
Yeah.
Me too, Simon. Me
So,
too.
I don't watch when he's in these foreign countries because it don't interest me. But if he's in the U.S., like he just recently did some on the East Coast, like real, you know, Carolina barbecue and stuff, I watch the hell out of that stuff, you know. But
I mean, that's just like the barbecuers. You know, they go and talk about how juicy their cooks are. But yet they're squeezing the shit out of it.
They're squeezing the juice out of it, yeah.
You know, when I cut into it and I got juice running down my hand and my blade and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is juicy.
Yep. Don't squeeze your meat, guys.
Well, you know, sometimes it helps.
Yeah, sometimes it does. Flop it around a little bit. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. Heck yeah. Now we're talking. Woohoo.
NBL, no, I don't. I never heard of that channel, actually.
Let's go, baby. Hurry up. It ain't gonna last long. Oh crap. Hang on. Let me squeeze my meat again.
Yeah.
Randy, if you're gone for the night, brother, have a
clear my
good
throat.
night and a safe day at work tomorrow.
Yeah, he was talking about his battery died, but he was talking about getting off shortly anyway. He's got to
Hey
get up early.
Randy, it's called a charging cord. You're supposed to put that on there while you're going live.
Wow.
That's what I'm doing with this laptop right now.
Live streaming will eat up a battery.
It's 100% charged right now.
That's what I like about my tower. You plug it in and you just go for it.
My
You're on
laptop.
a PC, Chuck? You're a PC? You're on a PC?
Yeah.
Is that right?
My laptop. The first week we got it, I unplugged it. The first week or two, I'd unplug it, and the battery would go dead because live stream a lot.
Yeah.
So I said, heck with it. I just left it plugged in, and it's been plugged in for 3 years now.
Yep. This computer is designed. I got it plugged in. I can close it. I can stand it up and put it away and have a monitor up here and never have to unplug the power. It would be just like my big computer here at that point, just leave it plugged up.
Now, if I would add a keyboard to my laptop, then I could close my laptop because today I put a monitor on the wall. My neighbor hooked me up with a monitor. It didn't look good when he brought it to me.
Randy uses that excuse every time when he wants to leave. Oh, my battery died. Later, Randy. Have a good night.
Love you too, bro. See you. Who's taking over his live tomorrow?
Dang, it's
Will
still
that be
early.
live?
Don't know.
I don't know, man.
He
I
said
can't
he
come in.
plans on getting back into it. Last live he was on, but he didn't say when.
I hope that's Chris.
Well, I can go live tomorrow. I'll take his spot if y'all want to come in, do a panel like we're doing.
I get to where I'm like during the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Simon goes live. Monday, Randy's been kind of hit and miss here and there, but Joe, he hadn't been doing much on Wednesdays,
he's
and
hit
then
and miss
Thursday
on
and then Friday.
Wednesdays.
It's like I start having live withdrawals at that point. I could go live, but I ain't going live.
And then
again for a while.
Andrew, Grill Sergeant, he used to do Fridays, but now he's been hanging out with Rick.
Yeah.
So, I don't know who's
They're
on
moving to
when
Thursday.
anymore.
They're moving to I said they're moving to Thursday. Chris, he dropped out. Those are the ones I hate to authorize. You all black screen.
Yeah.
Wait for it to come up, and he's something you may not want to watch. It comes on.
What night does Real Meat Stick? I've been on his first and his second live, but I forget what night. Is that Thursday? Yeah, Thursdays.
Thursday.
I kind of talked to him last Thursday.
Yeah.
And since Thursdays kind of became open, I said you might as well stay here because he was thinking Wednesday or Thursday, but he wants to go earlier. That way he doesn't interfere like Rick or Joe, whoever.
You can join right now, Real Meat Stick, if you want to.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah.
You can come on now. Just scroll up, find the. That's what I did.
Chris is having a hard time getting in here for some reason.
It's probably on
Yeah,
his
he
phone.
was- he was
Is that
tearing
East? Is that Eastwind Farms?
Yeah.
Is that Chris? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be having problems.
He says he's here. Is he in the basement, Lance?
No,
Is Meat
he
Stick?
was in the basement, but he's dropped back out again.
I'm talking about Dave from Real Meat Stick.
Oh, he's in the chat. He's not he's not in the basement.
Well, no, okay, yeah. I meant he could come in here. I guess the link's still up there somewhere. It's not my live, so
I know Lance emailed me mine. There it is.
Chris gave up or what? The phone's going off at the same time.
Now, Lance, there's another question I was going to text you. But what the heck can I put on my plants to keep bugs from eating the leaves?
Man, you know what, Russ? I'm the worst, or Russ, Chuck. I'm the worst one to ask that question because I don't like putting anything on my veggies.
I kind of sprayed them with a couple drops of dish soap and water,
Yeah.
and it seems that they kind of perked up. So I don't know if that's going to help or not.
What kind of bugs are they?
I don't know. It's just
You
something.
can stop slugs by taking copper wire and just putting it in a circle and laying it. They will not.
They're not slugs or anything. It's just I go out.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the deer haven't made their way up and clean me out. You
Yeah.
know?
You just can't see them. They're probably under the leaves anyway.
I tell you what, man, Chuck, go to a channel. That's who I started following. He lives right here in Wiggins, Mississippi, about 30 miles from here. It's called Deep South Homestead. Him and his wife do the videos. They do a live every Saturday at 7 o'clock. Their names is Daniel and Wanda. And if you got questions like that, that man's got some knowledge when it comes to gardening.
Really?
Yes.
There's a lot of people got more knowledge than I do, Chuck, but I'm not a big fan of spraying anything, but other than planting like a plant that they don't like a garlic or some type of an aromatic herb that usually will irritate the insects is what I try to do naturally. Marigold plants was another one to do naturally.
Yeah.
That's the guy I was telling you. He gets in 1,600 people in his live feeds weekly. He's only got 10,000 more subscribers than I got. And man, he fills up a house on a live feed. And all it is questions. How do you about bugs and all kind of questions like that. And they're pretty good about finding the questions, especially if you highlight it. And they see mine every time. I'll make a few comments in there and they always see them. But that guy's got some knowledge. He looks like an old hillbilly, real tall and lanky, kind of humpback, and that's a working son of a gun right there. He's my age, and man, I admire them folks.
It seems the two best plants I have.
So, Chris.
Hey, Chris, you finally made it.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Chris.
But I figured I ask Lance because he and Kent were the two people that I know of that were doing, small plants, seedlings, or whatever.
I haven't had any bug issues, but I do have like basil growing in there. I've got a couple different onion plants growing in there, which is part of what this is. Some of the little onions, but
right.
Stuff like that. It's a natural deterrent against some of these bugs. You're still not going to win the battle all the time.
No, and the advice I'm getting ready to give is probably not good advice, but I'm not much of a gardener, but I have in the past, and we use Sevens dust, man. That stuff would stop them, just Sevens dust.
You rub underneath the leaves too, or you spray.
Yeah.
A lot, Yep. You spray underneath the leaves.
Mm-hmm. That's what we did, and I ain't dead yet.
Natural. Seven's all natural.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you said that last live, Dark.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he mentioned that in the last live he was on.
Yeah, I never knew that.
Like Christ.
Sometimes I do it just because I might be the way I'm sitting or something like that. I just don't do it purposely. Just do it because it's more comfortable at the moment.
So, all right, let me get this right. That's a peace sign. That's flipping Europeans off, right?
Right.
Did not know that. Did not know that.
I heard that too, but Churchill did, V for victory, and he did it like that.
Yeah.
You're supposed to do it like this, they say. Because I always
peace.
Always do love, peace, and crackling grease.
If I want to flip somebody off, I just do that.
Exactly. Said that's a bad thing in England, but Winston Churchill did it, like V for victory, unless he was flipping off Germany, with
Huh.
during World War II. But
Learn something every day. I never knew that about the peace symbol.
Now, my next question is, I'm getting ready to transplant so they can finally grow and give me some fruit. What's the biggest pot I should get for them?
Put them in the
They're,
ground.
they're in 20-ounce red cups right now.
get you some bags. The planting bag,
Right.
a lot better, a lot cheaper, and they got handles on it where you can move them around. You can get the 5-gallon planting bags, the
What is it, like
Burlap.
burlap? Like burlap or something?
kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those before. We used to buy trees and that had that burlap around them to hold the dirt and soil around them.
Now, how big's that bag, Boo? Because I've only got one little plant going in that bag.
Different sizes.
But
these bags, they for individual plants. Your super hot pepper growers on YouTube, most of those guys use those planting bags.
I have seen a lot about those planting bags, and there's something about the way that the air, because the air can get through the soil, that it's a benefits to plant. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and you put them anywhere you want. You can move them around, put them on the grass or on the concrete or whatever. Easy watering and all that stuff. So how many plants are you gonna plant? Just one.
I gotta hide my drink glass so my wife won't know I got into her vodka.
Uh-oh.
She's probably watching you right now, though.
Somebody, hold up.
No, she's at work. I better
We got
drink that
another
Coke and
round.
I better drink that Coke and get rid of the evidence.
There he is. What's up, Dave?
What's
How
up,
are you
Dave?
guys?
All right,
Doing
buddy.
good.
How in the world did that happen?
What?
Chris,
How are you guys? Yeah, I had
line.
What happened?
late night of work, so
You drop. There's when you have that many people in here, which I'm not complaining. You can get about that much of a screen if someone wanting to come in the basement.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, I guess because Dave came in that dropped both of y'all down there. I was wondering, like, I saw these two slivers. I was waiting for Dave to come up, but
Oh, you can scroll up on that in the basement. You can
yeah,
scroll up
yeah.
and-
But if I do that, I lose the ones that are already in the chat.
halfway, you get halfway to the top three and halfway to bottom three.
Hey, I just want to say something to Dark Lord. When I went this or this, and he commented, I think it was back with President Nixon. He went to Brazil and he came off the plane and he went like this, like,
I'm
"Hey,
not a
folks."
crook.
That means, well, this means asshole. So that's what I heard.
Yes.
When you go like this, I'm thinking it was Brazil. I can't recall, but he went to some country, went like this off the plane, off Air Force One, which is like, you're all fucking assholes. And he was like, so even, something fucking stupid as this or this, or this, people will take it a weird way.
This is sit on it, rotate, or shove it, or whatever.
Hey. Happy day.
Oh, Tricky Dicky.
Yeah,
Tricky dick, yeah.
So, Dave, what new meat we have coming in? What equipment?
well, I would love to get a 250 to 500 gallon smoker. That's what I would love to get. That's my dream. I have one in mind, and somebody earlier had mentioned, I don't remember who it was, that I should look at Lone Star Grills. I took a look at Lone Star Grills. They got some great financing on their items. If I wanted to go with a cabinet smoker, they have some. I think it's a 30 by 72 huge unit. I'd probably get that on a double wide trailer, or double axle rather.
I've owned their vertical their vertical IVS or vertical insulated smokers. That's good quality right there.
Yeah. So oh, God bless you. At some point here, I'm going to be in the market for a new toy. I do want. I've always wanted an offset. I've always wanted a stick burner, big stick burner.
Right.
Just be ready to be out there by it the whole time because that's what it requires.
That's my only.
Did you see Mojo's new round flat top? He was
I think-
doing. He did a quick video thanking Lance for the towels, but he also was putting a grill together, and it was round. It was a 4-burner setup. That thing looked pretty nice.
Hey, Meat Stick, I bought a swamp cooler, real cheap. If you want to buy one, just let me know. I got it from some Southern guy.
A swamp cooler?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I could use a swamp cooler down here. Derek sold mine. I talked about that earlier.
I was joking, Russ. I'm sorry. I was making.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No offense, Dark Lord. We understand what you're saying, buddy. So, you know.
No, thanks for the education. Appreciate it. I did see that, Chuck. Also, actually, I'd seen it just the day before because Ron cooking and barbecuing wanted me to forward a picture to George 805, and it was that same exact cooker.
Really?
Yeah.
How big is that top?
I don't.
He never said how big it was. He just showed it.
It's
Lance,
I don't know. This says it, sir.
I appreciate you sending me the link, bud. I'm gonna run out of here. I got an appointment I gotta make. Another buddy of mine's online.
Okay.
It was good seeing y'all.
See you later.
Yeah, and everybody in the chat, good seeing y'all again.
Be
You
careful.
asshole.
Be careful with them hand signs that you make.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm announcing it when I make it. Though.
I know. Love, peace, and chicken
And
grease. Crackling grease. Yeah.
All right, everybody, and y'all know the routine is good being north of the grass. Y'all stay safe, be that way. Be that
All
way,
right.
stay safe. And as always, love, peace, and crackling grease.
Uh-oh, he did it the wrong way.
Blue tie.
You're gonna lose
Later,
some
bud.
drivers right now.
See you, boo.
Dark for why does Dave have sweaty balls?
How does he know my balls are sweating?
I don't know.
Man, when I
That's a
first started,
great question.
when I first started YouTube, the Barbecue Pit Boys was all the rave, you know, and they always done this in their videos, you know.
Right, right.
And you don't dare do that on your video if you're not the Pit Boys because they call you out. Oh, quit trying to act like the Barbecue Pit. I never did, but I know people that
That's so
did.
annoying watching their videos, though.
I can't watch them. I unsubscribed to them years ago.
I
now.
love their videos.
I'm gonna do it in
but
my next video, just because.
Yeah.
Do it, Simon. Do it.
32 minutes.
But yeah, if any other channel did that, oh, you're just trying to act like the Barbecue Pit Boys because they was all the rave back then, you know.
And if they respond to you, Simon, just say, "Don't make me wheel down there and kick your ass."
I'm gonna tell them to subscribe.
It's amazing how much YouTube has changed. I can't believe I'm still here sometime doing it because I mentioned channels and nobody's ever heard of them. It's like,
Right.
dang, this is a whole new bunch of folks nowadays.
Well, see, I'm an old barbecuer. You know, I've watched a lot of the OGs like you and Malcolm and
yeah, Malcolm's
Heath
been doing
and
it
all-
longer
Heath
than
and
I
all.
have.
Joe. I mean, you all started me
What-
watching barbecue videos.
Well, Joe's only been doing YouTube half the time I have. He's not what I call an OG yet, but eventually he will be. But
Smoking
when
Joe,
I think of
you know,
OGs,
when-
I
when-
think of OGs, I think of Ballistic Barbecue, the guys I started with. Joe wasn't even nowhere around then.
He's still putting out videos. I watched 2 of his today.
Yeah, he put out 2 today. I watch him religiously because we're friends. We talk on the phone, and I don't always comment, but I watch. I watch every video. You know, he does me the same way.
He's not a fan of bubble burgers. We found that out.
I'm not either. I mean, think about it. Greg has done so many fantastic burgers over the years, why would he approve of a Bubba burger that's highly
Really?
processed? He said he cooked it to 140 degrees. I'm like shaking my head, like, oh hell no, that's too processed. That joker's going up to 160 if I'm gonna eat it. I
Well,
don't care.
they say on the package, what was it? 190?
Oh, I doubt that. It'd be like a hockey puck at 190. 160 beef is done. I mean, fully
Right.
cooked with no danger of catching anything, but it's so processed, I wouldn't trust. Matter of fact, if I grind meat for a hamburger, I'm doing a smash burger. You know why? Because it's fully cooked. I don't trust
Right.
ground meat. And
Right.
I'll tell you why. If you take a steak, there's bacteria all over the surface and the other surface and around the
Right.
edges. In the middle is sterile. There's no bacteria. It's all on the surface. When you grind it, guess what happens? You're incorporating all that bacteria into everything.
Yeah.
And you cook it medium rare, you're running a risk that if there was some bad bacteria, I mean, there's bacteria everywhere. That don't mean it's bad bacteria. Your body can handle that. But if you got a hold of something that's really bad, you're going to get sick, if not worse. You know, so I smash them. That way I know it's going to be fully cooked and it's still going to be juicy. It's going to be good. That's the way I do it. That's my personal preference, you know.
So there's a grocery store around here. They hired a new butcher, and I had to go in for myself because I saw the sales flyer. I was like, and it was a sales flyer on the like on the internet. It's like I can't believe what I'm seeing. I went into the store, and sure enough, yeah, they got those little metal tags with the prices on it per pound.
Right.
Two little spikes in it.
Yeah.
He was sticking those things directly into the meat.
Exactly. That's the reason I've seen people take forks and sit there and thinking they're tenderizing their steak. Man, you're driving bacteria into that steak. Don't do that. It don't mean it's bad bacteria, but you're running a risk is my point,
Right.
you know.
And you,
More
if
than
you
likely you'll be okay, but
yeah, if you look behind the counter, there's a pile of them sitting over there. So you know when they pull them out, they're just throwing them over there, and they just grab one again and just poke it into the meat through the cellophane and everything. I was like, man.
yeah, no.
Yeah, that's why I like going to the store, and if you see something at the counter, they've got the prices clipped to the tray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bacteria, man, that stuff's on every surface in your what you're looking at right now. It's everywhere. You're not going to get rid of it. But what kind of bacteria is it? You know, that's the thing you got to be concerned about.
So sushi pork.
You know, I've been watching a lot of videos about sushi, and I kind of want to go out and eat some.
Never had it before?
You know, it's something I've never had ever.
Never had
I just-
sushi. Wow.
I've never eaten it. Never really had a desire to try. I don't know why.
My
I'm Southern
son
boy.
my son don't like the raw. He likes the cooked.
Yeah, I've never had it.
But I've never really eaten sushi myself. So, you know, I've got my bucket list of different things I want to eat.
Yeah,
So,
we got them restaurants around here. I just never went. You know, it's just not. I like Chinese food sometimes, like the General Tso's chicken and
right.
beef lo mein. I like that. It's pretty good, but outside of that, I've never have tried nothing.
But I'm thinking about making a sushi date with my oldest since he likes it. And we're just going to go out, and I'll ask him, you know, we've got a couple different spots up around here, and I'm going to say, which one do you think is better and you want to go to?
Yeah.
And that'll be the one we go to.
The closest I've come to sushi, which is not rolled up, but it's like getting fresh yellowfin tuna here out of the Gulf,
Right.
and blackening the surface on each side, and the middle is still medium rare. You know, that's what you would do tuna, and I love that. But as far as like raw fish, however they do it in the rolls, never had it, man. Don't care if I do or don't. You know,
DDC's got a good comment there.
don't eat it from a buffet or gas station.
Well, they were
But
saying,
you know, I was never a big fan of a lot of rice, but that's one thing sushi is composed of is a lot of rice.
I'm
I
sorry to
love
interrupt.
rice,
Am I breaking
man.
up here? Because I have a.
You're kind of buffering a little bit,
There you
but
go. Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're buffering big time.
Spoke too soon, Chris.
I
I
was
do want
I
the
was raised on rice, man. I love it. We eat it a lot on just gravy over rice or tomato gravy and rice or
All right,
gumbo and
Lance. There's your
gumbo and
next.
rice.
There's your next Popeye.
No, dude, I ain't doing sushis. I couldn't stand my children brought that home.
I'm
sushi
still
is
waiting.
great. Sushi without the rice is just is sashimi.
Sashimi. Yep.
Then you're
Yeah.
just having the raw fish.
I'm
Yeah.
still waiting
Now,
for.
like I
What?
was saying, that guy I watched, Joe, he did a sushi challenge, which he beat. But they actually had the sushi raw, had a couple of them that were cooked, and then he had some of the like fish and stuff without the rice. The thing that you called it, Dave.
Sashimi.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you eat tuna fish, that's somewhat processed, but I don't know how it's cooked. But I wouldn't mind trying tuna fish raw.
Yeah,
That's what-
raw
that's
tuna is
what-
delicious.
That's what I say. If you get some good quality fresh tuna, not canned tuna,
Right.
you can eat it pretty much raw. But I like it black and add that seasoning to it, and then the inside could be a medium rare. It don't matter.
Right,
It's
right.
good- it's
So you
good
just want it
stuff.
seared. That's it.
Yeah.
It's seared on the outside, raw on the inside.
Well, it goes back to what I was saying. It's sterile on the inside. The surface, just the fact it's been cut, is going to have bacteria. So you sear it to kill that bacteria, and then you're just eating good fish. It's not going to hurt you.
Okay, Dark. That's what sushi means with rice.
I love rice, man. My wife can take it or leave it, but I've been putting away a lot of that stuff too. Buying it in 5-pound bags and vacuum packing 1 cup at a time and putting it up. Man, that stuff will last forever.
Is it just the long grain rice, or are you buying the jasmine rice?
I'm buying long grain converted rice that's
Okay.
parboiled. That's what I like because you can't screw it up. It don't stick. It ain't unless you want a sticky rice. But this is to go with other things, rice and gravy, rice and whatever. But that's the way I do it, or what I like.
That would be cool to be served fish to where you got to chase it across the table to eat it.
You get that with the squid and the octopus in certain countries, where you can actually feel the tentacles grabbing the inside of your throat as you swallow it.
Ugh, I've done squid or
No,
calamari.
that shit would have to be cooked for me.
Oh, I do cook it. I've got a video up that's old as crap, man. It's almost as old as my channel, but I cut it in rings and I get the beak out of it. I show how to clean squid, get the quill out of it. Then I fry the tentacles and I fry the rings that I cut off, then serve it with a marinara. That's good stuff, But you got to flash fry it. You can't cook it long. It'll get tough as shoe leather.
That's right. It becomes like rubber bands.
Yeah, you gotta fry it at very high temperature. Just fry it, get that outer part done, and it's tender. Or I learned this from Chef John. If you're cooking, and it wouldn't work in frying really, but it would work in other dishes. Like if you want to make, add squid to like a sauce or whatever, you cook it a long time, then it'll get tender again. It'll give up the ghost, kind of like meat does or brisket. You're cooking it for long periods of time.
Right.
And I say long periods of time. It ain't like a brisket. You got to go 16 hours. It'd be more like 40 minutes. Then that squid all of a sudden gets tender again. You can
DDC. I tell my ex, I said, yeah, I think about you a lot. She says, you do? I said, yeah, every time I open a can of tuna fish.
Yeah, that was a fun video. I went to a Asian market right there in Gulfport, and they had these long squid, man. I'm like, oh, man, I know what I'm doing. I did a video on it, and it looked like a mess there for a minute. Then I went in there and washed everything off, cleaned off the board and everything. Then it looked good, and I would just sit there and cut the squid itself into rings, Then I showed the tentacles, and also show how to remove the beak and everything. It's very simple. And I used it was corn flour and regular flour mixed together with seasonings, and that's what I fried it in.
Right.
I fried it like almost 400 degrees to where within a minute it was brown and ready to come out, and it was fantastic.
There's this one restaurant we go to. It's called Tony's up here. And my youngest, we were up there with his family, and he got the octopus fried. And he was sitting there hogging out on it. And I said, "You like that?" And he says, "Yeah."
Our local Rouse's sells octopus, and that's one thing I haven't tried yet, but I've been tempted to do. I ought to do it just on video, but I've never had it myself. But I can see
anybody eat that.
They're about yay big. I mean, little octopus.
Yep.
I'd try it.
Delicious. Grill that up.
Yeah. I've watched a lot of cooking shows on TV, like diners, drive-ins, and them serving up.
Oh yeah,
octopus.
guy.
It shows how they prepare it and everything. It's amazing if you really pay attention. That's how I did that Baltimore pit beef, man. I sit there and research the heck out of that because I've done pit beef sandwiches in the past,
Right.
but it wasn't done the way they did it in Baltimore. And so I just went binge watching, and if you read the comments on that video, I think I did it last fall. It was last year. I get a lot of comments from people in that Baltimore area, and they say, "Man, you freaking nailed that. That's exactly how it's done."
Thank you, sir.
It should be. I spent 2 months researching it.
We should be proud, Lance,
That's some good stuff too, man.
because we're not far from Baltimore, and Baltimore's put us on the map.
Yeah, buddy. It's good stuff.
Hey, Lance, I'm gonna tap out, dude. I'll see y'all on Tuesday or Monday.
All right, brother. We'll see you Tuesday.
All right, Simon.
Later, Simon.
Take care, buddy.
We boring Simon.
Yeah, we're talking about stuff he don't like.
Guggen likes octopussy.
Now, was that the movie or the
That-
animal?
That's the 007 movie.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on back, Chris. You want to try it again? He's got internet issues.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so happy to be on this fiber. Good Lord, it made a difference.
I'm on Xfinity, and knock on wood, I haven't had any problems.
Yeah. I might at some point. I don't see how though, unless there's some sort of problem at the place where they're sending this feed through. All this fiber's underground. I can't see nothing happening to it, other than a power outage.
No
Then I
problem,
wouldn't get it.
Chris. It was good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, I watched. He was on Randy's, or no, he was on Dickie's, or was it Randy's? For a while the other night. He's a good panel guest.
Yeah.
Does he raise cattle?
I've seen him on other lives before. It's been a while though.
Yeah, I was in the back. See, that's mainly what I've been doing. I've been in the background.
Yeah. I need to start doing that more often. I pop up too much in these lives.
And you all ask where I've been and stuff, and well, I figured I'd pop in and tell you hi. Show you I'm still alive.
Well, I saw you on Dave's the other night. I was like, there he is.
Yeah. I've been
Yeah.
on Dave's, I've been on Tom's.
If people are used to seeing you pretty often and all of a sudden you disappear, it makes you wonder. You're like, I hope they're all right,
Right. Today's world, you don't
You'll never know.
stranger things happen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, there was a couple things going on, and
Yeah. Life happens, man.
Dave and I talked a little bit, which
You saved the day.
I didn't talk to him much, but I enjoyed myself on his live. I enjoyed myself on Tom's live. Still waiting on my olive oil bottle, the last one of 2023.
Yeah, I saw, heard something about that. And then I saw someone make a comment about Mrs. G. Something, I guess I know she's like, well, I heard she was tired of making them. But now after I heard that something wrong with her health, that maybe she doesn't.
She
can't
was her arthritis. She's got arthritis, and it was really acting up bad. She was on Tom's last live. It was another fella and his wife, and then Tom and his wife. And I sat there and watched that. And she acted kind of, pretty good in spirits and all right and all. But we can understand about the if you got arthritis in your hands real bad.
Yeah.
Are you in the house now, closer to you?
I don't know. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I switched on.
My wife is help me with the list. I don't know.
Dave, who was that question to?
Well, it said Eastwind Farms, so I made the assumption that as a farm, that it was the type of farm that was raising hogs and cattle, and not the type of farm that was growing vegetables.
No,
but I don't know.
I have so I bought the property about a year ago, and it is what it is. But it's 57 acres, most of it's all hay. So I get place hay here. Then I have woods and trails, but no, there's no. The only hogs are me. That's it.
Okay.
And the name farms came from my last place, and it was a farm prior. When we had to eat, you could smell the fucking the horse or the cow manure that we had. So we just go. It's like, oh, it's the East Wind today. We smell the horse manure. And so it's called Farms. That was my last property. That's what.
No, I didn't see that one, NBL.
Yeah, I didn't see that one either.
You were breaking up a lot there, East.
Yeah, you were skipping a lot there, Chris.
Heard something about having horses.
Your video looks fine. It's just your audio is a little choppy.
Audio looks real clear.
Your video, yeah.
I'll get fixed. I'll come back one of these days.
Well, I heard that just fine.
Now, see, my modem's right on top of my tower, so it's not far.
That might be. Your video's looking good. You're not buffering, so I'm wondering if it's audio related.
Have a good night. Fuck her.
Cut off.
Get more camera. Yup. I wasn't much help for her. My wife was wanting me to help her with a grocery list. Get some food.
Get up, or you're not going to get any more beer.
Get the stick to beat the sound.
Yeah, I'm waiting on her to get back, so I got some beer. I'm out.
Well, she's probably got it for you, but if you don't help, you're not going to get it.
All right,
no, she wanted help on. She wanted help with the grocery list. What to buy?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I told her more canned goods. I want something to eat during the week while she's at work. I don't care if it's pot pies or frozen pizza. I don't care. I'll eat whatever, and then whatever she normally gets.
See, I want about 2 or 3 briskets, 2 finger steaks, a couple whole chickens that you can spatchcock.
She just ordered me some of them wheat berries yesterday.
Oh yeah, you
25
talked about those things.
Yeah, 25 pounds of wheat berries will make a lot of flour. For
Really?
I want to buy more like next month. I want to stock up on all that because I love bread. When the day comes you can't buy it, I'll be able to make it.
You didn't mess it
No,
up,
Chris, not
Chris.
at all. Not at all. I was hoping you could hang in there.
Yeah.
No, man. Yeah, me too. It
I
was
mean,
just
look at Dave. He had to run 5 miles just to get a beer.
Sorry about that. It's a big house. Yeah, and I didn't even grab a beer. I grabbed a Happy Daddy seltzer.
Here's how I grab a beer.
Yeah, you and me both, Russ. I got to reach down though to
Yeah,
get mine.
except you're using your meat fridge.
I sure am.
Yeah, I'm jealous of that thing because I want to put a short rib in there.
I'm getting ready to get another one from PS Seasoning. It ain't coming here. I'm gonna send it to Derek's house to where he can have it over there. And if I do any more dry aged or cured or whatever, I'll have it over there because this is my beer fridge now.
Did you see
Yeah.
that, Russ?
I need a dry aging fridge. So if you're just giving them away, hook a brother up.
Yeah. Yes, it will. I have wheat berries stocked up. Man, they last like forever. They'll outlive me. And I make some decent white bread. I can make French bread. I can do all kind of things. But yeah, I'm not taking no chances, man. Things fly off the shelves when something goes wrong. It's like I'm tired of that crap. Stock up now.
I'm lost in this conversation.
We got about 3 conversations going on at one time.
Berry is so cute.
What?
I'm
Yes,
lost.
I do have a hand grinder. I bought it like 7 or 8 years ago. And it's a kind with a hopper on it. It's got a big handle and you can adjust it in or out for the coarseness of the grind. That should do fine. I don't have an electric one. I don't want an electric one in case the grid goes down. I'll be able to sit there and just crank, and it cranks it out fast.
Right.
Yeah.
Kyle, to answer your question, a 2-finger steak. If you measure your 2 fingers, it's usually an inch and a half steak.
Thickness.
Yeah. So if you want a decent steak, you don't want nothing you buy from a grocery store, which is basically a 1 finger. You want at least a 2-finger steak.
Let me show it to you. The hopper is off of it, but I'll show you my grinder.
Anybody disagree with that, or?
I'm trying to figure out real life perspective show said someone threw a grill at his face. The attack made headlines.
Because it made lines on his head. The grill marks on his face. Headlines.
Uh-oh, Russ is breaking things.
Got me on that one. You're fine. We're on the tech issues are to the night. Might want to invest in one of those for the future. I guess this is another one between I'm sort of out of the loop on this one. I guess that what must be what Russ is digging out.
A hand grinder? Yep.
Yeah.
Because if there's no power, if the power grid goes down, you can still grind his meat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
This is for grains here. Haven't used it much, but there it is. That's what I'll be using. It's got a clamp. I've lost a little rubber piece. I'm going to have to get me a little piece of rubber and put here. Because if you don't, it sits there and wants to do that. You get a piece of rubber here when you clamp it down to a table, it'll grab,
Mud flaps work good for that.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I was trying to figure out where the berries and so cute came from.
Oh shit. But you can grind, I could grind my own cornmeal, corn flour, grits, whatever, with that thing.
Now, can you do different course types with that?
Yeah, it's got a screw on the front of it, and it brings the plates in closer for finer or further away for a coarser grind, like for grits, let's say, or polenta. My bad. Polenta really depends on type of corn. I think polenta is yellow corn, and grits is white corn, I think.
Yeah, they're saying they have the same one, Russ, same grinder.
Okay, yeah, I bought
I
that.
have a smaller one.
I bought that probably 7 years ago.
And that's a grain grinder. It's not a meat grinder.
Yeah, that's a grain grinder. I've got meat grinders too. They're over in Mobile, Alabama, at my son's house for sausage. Yeah, I've got all that stuff. That's what I do, man. Things I'm interested in. I get all that equipment, and then it's always there, little by little. It's
Right.
taken me 11 years to collect all this stuff, but I get it and I hang on to it. I want a hand meat grinder in case, there again, grid down, you got a hand meat grinder,
That's right.
I got a
mine
manual,
would be cool too, Russ.
I got a manual stuffer. 2 of them actually. Do what?
Masa, making masa.
Oh yeah, masa. Yeah, that's really corn flour. That's pretty much all that is.
Yeah, that's why I wish I was younger, a little wiser, a little bit more of a prepper into me.
Damn, Randy. I got a little rubber piece for us. It's used, but you can. I've got that. I actually found the piece to. I think it's up here on my top somewhere. I got so much clutter in here. I'll find it one day. But I think it's in this room somewhere. I just got to find it. Actually, that's what I was going to do instead of going on this live tonight. I was going to clean. I was going to take everything off these shelves and totally rearrange it. Get rid of the old. I'm talking about seasonings and things I know I'm not going to use. Just trash it.
There you go. There you go, Carl. That's a crusty one. I think that one will stick to the wall.
Real life perspectives came here and threw all his jokes. Now he's going to leave us.
I hadn't been reading the chat too much. I was kind of keeping up with Mud and Mascara there for a little bit.
Oh, that's part of the problem of being a host. That's why I hate it, because I'm trying to catch. There's a specific question for one of the panel guests.
Yeah.
So I hear y'all talking, but I'm reading here sometimes, and I can't do both at the same time. I fall on my face if I chew and try to walk. So
I could say something real dirty about a rubber, Randy, but I'm not, because I respect Lance. But never mind.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Zach, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I was a little clean on what I said.
Food extra flavor. Yeah.
I'll text it to you, Randy, since you're still up. All right, I will tell you not the punchline, but how do you reuse a condom? Here's the punchline. I'm going to send it to you.
Well, send it to all of us.
Yeah, I got you, Chris.
Hopefully he heard the initial question. How do you reuse a condom? Well, I can say it without saying the word. You shake the F out of it.
Okay.
I heard that years ago from a woman I used to date, and her brother told me that. How do you reuse a condom? Then he said the punchline. I fell out laughing.
Craziness.
Eastwood Farms. It was cherry flavor, but now it has a scent. Ugh. Trying to do that Jim Carrey look. I watched that movie Liar Liar again last night. It was on Netflix.
Yeah.
I said, I've got to watch it. And this one guy walks up with a big old pimple here with a big old white head. And he's just sitting there making them god awful faces. He's about to puke. Dude cracks me up. Or used to.
Who's Guggen? I figured Guggen would be in bed before long.
Ooh. Brisket medic. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I had a woman I used to see.
Don't read it out loud. boy, this chat just took a right
Yeah.
turn there.
Are we in after hours, Lance, or
I'm
what?
watching my view count just doop, 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 doop.
Oh Lordy.
Yeah, but you're going 3.5 hours strong, buddy.
Yep.
Yeah, we had 30 some at one point, and pretty much probably average 20.
Guggen, I painted 2,000 square feet of ceilings today. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Did you roll it or spray it or how did you do it? That's a lot. I own a 2,000 square foot home and that's a big house.
Oh man, great movie. Two people at Texas Talk. He probably rolled it because he's moved in now. God, I know I'd be hurting. Yep, rolled it. I'd
He
be
rolled
hurting.
it. Do you have texture like that popcorn texture? I would say not, because normally if that stuff starts getting wet, it'll start coming off if it ain't primed right.
I can imagine, Goog, and I've had roll ceilings all day long before. And I mean to tell you, you some kind of hurt by the end of the day.
Yeah, neck and all that. I can't even imagine, man. Not nowadays. Bro, you need a spray rig. That's too damn much. Yeah, it is.
He's moved in now, so he'd have to cover everything up, I guess. But
Smooth ceiling, okay. I used to do apartment maintenance in between layoffs at the shipyard, and every now and then the downstairs would get water damage from upstairs, and I had to go in there and cut out the sheetrock and put new sheetrock in, and then tape and bed it and get it all looking good. Then they had this texture you could buy at building supplies in a box. You mix it with water. They had these certain rollers. They were kind of brownish color with these little loops in them. And that was a roller made especially for that texture. I could make it look like it had never been there. But the problem is when you're rolling it, if you get that old stuff too wet, it would just start coming off, you know. So I finally got pretty good at it, but we didn't have a spray rig or nothing. If I could just spray it up there, that'd been a lot better.
Was that like a stucco, Russ?
It's a popcorn texture. I don't know. I don't know if it's popular up there or not, but it is down here.
Styrofoam balls, those styrofoam balls.
Now this isn't really that kind of texture I'm looking at here, but it is textured. It's not a popcorn. It's I don't know what you'd call that.
Got like stipples on it.
I don't know what you'd call that. It's not popcorn, but it's similar, but it's more spaced. I don't know what you'd call that.
Yeah. I used to do that stuff for a living when I was a teenager, drywall work. So I first got into construction work. And there used to be when you're talking about the styrofoam balls, I used to be able to get like a seed spreader and put this stuff in and crank it while the mud was still wet, and it would spray the texture onto the ceiling.
Yeah.
But some people would go to the next step and put glitter in it. So they're shooting glitter along with those little styrofoam balls into their ceiling. So it's crazy stuff back then. But that's way back in 1978, 79, when I first got into that stuff.
Yeah. I used to be pretty decent at drywall work because I had to do so much of it. I could finish it out to where you couldn't tell, man. By the time you put that texture on it, especially, you couldn't see any difference, you know.
Really?
Years ago, man. That was back in the 80s.
Yep. Then I used
kitty kitty litter doesn't get soggy because of the moisture?
Huh.
I don't know. They pee in it. They pee in it. My wife had cleaned the potty box out. She's got this little scooper with the grooves in it where, you know, this stuff falls back out and it never looks burnt. She can reuse it for a while, and then eventually she's got to dump it all and re-pour it in there, you know.
Yeah. Now we graduated into actually rolling the ceilings out. So you'd have a 1/2 or 3/4 inch nap roller, and you would roll the ceilings out, and then someone would come behind them with a 6-foot diameter brush, circular brush, on a stick, and boom, 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 boom. Start hitting it, and then you go back around real quick before it sets up and scrape your walls, cut your angles.
Yeah.
you know, where the roller mopped over onto the wall. Cut your angles out. Go to the next one.
The most amazing thing I ever seen, I'm echoing back on somebody, but it was it's called Colonial Bank in Mobile, Alabama, off of Interstate 65, and it was like a two or three story bank, and we was on the second floor, and here we are pipe fitting and pipe welding for the chill water system. We're on this level, and these guys come in on these stilts, and one would come in there and whoosh, you know, the next one coming there with the tape, the next one coming there. It's like, holy crap. I mean, they just walked around the room, then they walk out minutes, just mere minutes, and they got all that tape embedded, all those seams. I'm like, holy crap, these guys are good. It just amazed the fire out of me how fast they were.
It's called crow's foot texturing you up. Sorry, folks, got your sister to the ER.
That's
Sadly, kid inherited a whole.
That has to be the weirdest job I ever had, though, because here we are, pipe fitters, pipe welders, and here doing what we do normally in a commercial, or I'm sorry, industrial environment, and we're on a commercial project. You know, it's like, what are these guys? They were sheetrockers. You know, it's like, holy smokes. That was a fun job, though.
All right, Dark Lord, be safe, brother, and I hope all turns out.
Yeah.
Later, man.
Come on, Troy. Stay safe, Sainers. Hope you all best, Dark Lord.
What was going on with Dark Lord? I missed that. I was talking too much.
First child. She's got to go to the ER room. She gets nosebleeds.
Oh, I did that as a kid, man. I got bad ones.
Silly. My wife, God, she was freaking me out a couple months back.
Yeah.
Days.
They went and had me tested for leukemia. They said that was a symptom of it, and everything checked out. And we talked about this before, you know. But once I become an adult, that was the end of it. Never had no more. I don't know what the cause was.
Yeah, we had a family in the neighborhood, and their middle-aged son, he used to be big and kicking the hell out of my shins. Well, I threw his ass down, and I was sitting on him, and I had my knees on his shoulder. And he got so worked up to where his nose started bleeding.
Yes.
The doctor, after all them tests, he told me it was local. It was these little membranes. The veins was real close to the surface. And any kind, I could just sit there and rub my nose and create a nosebleed, you know. And but like I said, he gave me this cream I would put right there on them little membranes, and it was supposed to harden it. It must have worked, because when I got older, it freaking quit.
Baby blood clotter. They have to do that. That what do they call that? Cauterize.
Yeah,
cauterize the wife's nose.
Yeah, I hate paint, man, with a purple passion. That's
well. See, the thing about me is I'm on blood thinner, and I start blowing my nose, and if I get a small trace of blood, that starts scaring me, because if I get a nosebleed, that crap ain't gonna stop.
Yeah, that's like me. I'm taking that 81 milligram a day aspirin. My blood's pretty thin. You're right. Matter of fact, I was scratching my leg the other day. It's one of them little kittens of my wife's jumped up on me and clawed me. And the first thing I did was put some disinfectant on it, because I don't like the cats scratching their potty boxes and stuff.
Right.
So I kind of disinfected all that. And then a few days ago, I sit there and I felt like a little scab, and I picked it. And then when I looked back later, I had big, thick blood running down my leg. I'm like, God bless it. I say,
yeah,
thick.
I've got my arms get so bruised up, you know.
Yeah.
All I got to do is walk to the bathroom and bump the corner of the door jamb or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing I know, I've got a quarter-size bruise, just as deep purple as ever.
But you're on thinners, aren't you, Chuck?
Yeah, I'm on Xarelto.
Yeah, my dad used to be on them blood thinners. He had, I think, 2 or 3 heart attacks back when he was alive. And that ain't what killed him, believe it or not. It was a stroke. He was almost 90 years old and died of a stroke. He went to walking and stuff like that and got his heart healthy again and lost all kind of weight and never had no more issues with that. Yeah, I got a clue. We got 4 cats in the house. One of them's just a kitten. Outside, I think we got 4. Got too damn many, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
They're not
We-
mine.
We had a female. She was my kind of cat. She was silver with black stripes. Cute as hell little kitten or little cat. She wound up coming in heat and getting knocked up. She had 5 identical to the T boys. So
Yeah.
grandmom got her fixed and kept one of the boys, and then we gave the other 4 off to people at kids at school and all that wanted them.
Yeah.
But they to the T they were identical.
Well, these are not identical, but they have a lot of manx in them, which means they have no tail.
I had one of those.
Yeah, they're pretty cool cats. But the males are fixed.
She was
Female.
just as lovable.
Yeah, I like cats, all right. I didn't grow up around them.
This one I got now, I wish I could just open the back door and let her go, but she won't go outside.
Lance, did you email me?
Yeah, I got a follow up on that accountant.
I'm about to put the little boot to her butt. I asked her if she wants to go outside with her sister, but she just sits there and meows at me.
That's the truth, Chris.
Just email them back and say not interested.
Okay, will do.
I don't need that. That supposedly, I was talking with Mike Triple B the other day, and he said that company is owned by Mr. Beast.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I'm like, nope, I don't need your help. I've been doing this 11 years just fine. I don't need it. They're going to charge me something. No,
So, Dave, what's your next video?
Well, I got the video that was just finished up is the one that's on the Camp Chef XXL Pro Vertical Smoker. It's the unboxing. Right. Then after that is going to be the one that's on the, what did I make on there? Was the chuck roast. Then I have another one that's going to be on the chicken drumsticks that I just did. And the video that I need to make Tuesday is based upon what I'm going to feed the guys at the firehouse. So maybe you guys can throw some ideas at me. What do you think I should feed them Tuesday night?
Now, how are you doing your drumsticks? Are you just doing them regular, or are you just going to spatchcock them like these other people are starting to do?
No, well, they spatchcock the chicken. They're not the drumsticks. The drumsticks.
No, they actually spatchcock. They cut right down the side of the bone.
They did?
Yeah.
And flattened them out?
And flattened it out.
Why?
What's the purpose behind that, I wonder?
Yeah.
Just a gimmick or a trend, or?
I guess they're trying something different. And,
I was talking with Mike the other night on that live, and I'm trying to remember now what it was. I said, dude, you ought to do that. He ate it somewhere local to him. God, what was it he did? It sounded really good, though, but I can't remember now. Sorry.
There's been quite a few videos about that. I've watched.
Well, there's taking the chicken leg, and then pulling all the meat down from around the top of the bone.
Oh, a lollipop. Yeah.
No. They're actually taking the whole drumstick.
Yeah.
Taking a knife and scoring it right down either side of the bone.
Yeah.
And then they spread it open like a spatchcock and then that's how they cook it.
I have seen that, Chuck, before. It just looked to me like it was a whole lot of work, but I have seen that actually a couple
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
the point, man? I don't get it. But what was your question, Dave, about to feed the guys at the fire station?
So I gotta come up with because once a month on a Tuesday is our big dinner night. So I got to come up with something. It looks like the weather here is going to be holding at about 80 degrees. No rain on Tuesday. So before I leave for work, I can load the smoker up, and I'll do it on the Camp Chef. That way I can monitor everything on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to come up with some ideas. What should I feed these guys?
Oh,
Like a fancy
So-
meal,
so-
like a 3-course meal, like a sandwich and go, or
No. It's I cook with love. So we always have a salad. We have an entree. I have to have sides, and then I have to have a dessert.
jeez.
Okay, so what have you served them? Let's put it that way.
In the summertime, a lot like this type of weather, I'll start to do sausage and peppers, hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken. We'll do I could do racks of lamb, things like that. In the wintertime, a lot of the stuff is cooked indoors. So then,
Yeah.
a simple thing would be like a Taco Tuesday type of thing. But
Have you done a pulled pork?
That's
I
right.
did pulled pork for them. They loved it. They loved the pork butt.
Well, if they loved it, do another pulled pork. Make your own Carolina style coleslaw,
Right.
and then
Get the
make
sliders.
your own.
that's what it was. Somebody just posted it. Yeah, yeah. It was a pork belly cinnamon roll. It's rolled up. just
Yeah,
like the
yeah. I
cinnamon roll.
saw that too.
Yeah, that's what it was. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And then that could be your dessert. I mean, you could get a pork belly. I think what they did was they cut it in half, and then they sugar and cinnamoned it, and then rolled it up, and then they sliced it when it was cooked.
Man, I would just make them a big old pot of spaghetti and noodles and buy some honey
Or-
buns.
Yeah, it's the summertime. Pasta dinners right now aren't the
Okay.
thing. Yeah, that when we get back into the fall and stuff, like, and I usually try to do everything with a theme. So in September or October we'll do Oktoberfest. We'll have
Yeah.
all the different types of bratwurst, and we'll have the kielbasa and the sauerkrauts and all that, and fried chicken cutlets and fried pork cutlets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
I try to space the stuff out. November, obviously, I
Check-
do Thanksgiving
Check,
at the firehouse.
check Uncle Larry's out. Get
Uncle
two-
Larry.
Yeah, Uncle Larry's.
Okay.
Get 2 jars of his gumbo.
Well, he ain't got time for that. This has got to happen Tuesday.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I got to
Well,
go to
that's
work
true.
and come
That's
back
true.
from work, and if it's been cooking all day, it's one thing. If not, then I have to have everything go to the firehouse and cook it there because
Do
we have
you
we have a full kitchen.
Okay.
Well, see,
Man.
Uncle Larry's, if you watch Russ's video, Keith did that within a half hour.
Yeah, it's 30-minute gumbo, but really it's gumbo to me is good any time of year, but that's more of a fall and winter type thing.
Well,
for
true,
most
true,
people.
but you
Yeah.
know, we're trying to give the gentleman some ideas. You know,
Yeah. I don't know, man. There's so many possibilities there. I really can't come up with something.
I mean, you could do what Randy did and
Yeah.
cook up like 90 steaks.
90 steaks. Wow.
I remember John L.
That
Yeah.
was his first video.
Yeah, and believe me, I was sitting here drooling. I
Really?
actually had a napkin to where I was wiping the drool because those steaks look so dang delicious.
Yeah, he fed the whole crew there, and his Christy made some special type of compound butter.
Yeah,
Andy was flipping the whole time, and they were all ribeye steaks. I remember that. It was a good video.
yes, it was.
What do y'all take turns cooking?
No, there was somebody else that had the job for a while, and that individual retired, and I
Oh.
ended up inheriting the kitchen. And
Okay.
with the kitchen comes the responsibility of doing the cooking as well. I don't mind it. I have a walk-in box. I have a walk-in freezer, and I have a walk-in refrigerator. I have beautiful stainless steel kitchen.
How often do you have to do it?
Once a month.
Okay, once a month.
Yeah.
Well, that gives you time to check out Uncle Larry's, order some, and then that way, when it's your next
For
turn,
August. Yeah, August. We wanted to do either like a clam bake or a crab boil. We talked about it, but it comes and goes because we have to stay within a budget.
Okay.
well,
I
you
tend
can
to go over
watch
the budget every time.
Russ's last crawfish boil.
You can't get them this time of the year. Well, you can, but they're going to be expensive as hell and not very big.
Yeah, crawfish. When I get them here, they unfortunately I can't get them live. They come in frozen. Pennsylvania won't allow me to import them in. New
Really?
Jersey will. I'd have to ship them to Jersey by the sack, then pick them up in Jersey and drive them back in.
Man, I would do smash burgers, and I would do like buy some frozen fries and fry them up, and then some kind of dessert. I'd keep it simple. Smash burgers or an onion burger. Those
Oklahoma onion burger.
Man, I can smash 4 of them things back to back, no problem. They're just freaking awesome.
We have a flat top inside that I can do.
I got a video on it. If you've never done them, it's nothing to it. You just got to shave them onions really thin.
Okay.
Yeah.
With
Well,
a mandolin.
we have a meat slicer down there too. I think it's either a Globe or a Hobart meat slicer. that's
Ooh,
sitting
those
on
are
the
good ones.
Yep.
Big 12 inchers. Heck
big
yeah.
ones.
Yeah,
big
man.
belly slices.
Hot dollar slicers.
Yep, that'd be good. Even some potato salad,
I mean, I would make it easy on myself. Smash burgers are delicious and they're quick and easy to make. You can get a big bag of Orata crinkle fries and fry them with the burgers and any kind of dessert. Even if bought a store-bought cheesecake or whatever.
You've probably got a deep fryer down here, don't you, Dave?
We don't have a deep fryer. No, I've been using a pot that I just set up on the stove, or I go out back and I use the turkey fryer and use that as a deep fryer.
I've got a cast iron Dutch oven. A lot of times I've got an electric deep fryer, but most times I put that pot on a stove top and I got a thermometer, the old analog type. I'll put it in there. When it gets up to temp, I'll start frying,
Yep.
I keep it on high because just as soon as you throw all that in there, it's going to drop the temp, but they'll fry up good. That's what I would do.
Chris, you have any ideas?
I don't know I don't even know if you can see me right now.
Oh yeah, we see you.
You have a halo over you.
Your audio sounds good too, man. We got a cat looks just like that one.
Yeah,
I mean identical.
That's mine too. I got a black cat.
She adopted me in my last house. She was a stray cat.
Somebody asked me how many cats we had in the house. My wife is actually cat sitting 1, 2, 3 cats that belong to a guy that she works with, their family, and he's in the process of moving. They're having to stay with somebody now, so she volunteered to house sit these cats, and I think till August, and then they're moving. They'll get them back, but one of them is called Monster, and it's the black cat that looks just like that. His name is Monster, and then they got one called Mayhem, and then they got one called Mischief. Like, good kitties though, man. They're great. They do have tails.
Yeah.
Well, the one we got, my mom and her best friend. My best friend lived into a adult housing, for the older people, and she would come to the back door of the patio, which was only about a 3x6, and she would feed her every day. So we eventually got her into the house. I don't know why my mother wanted to do this, but we finally caught her, put her in a box, and brought her home. We didn't know if she was male or female. She was a young one. So it was Halloween when we got her. So
Oh shit! Zach.
Yeah, my mom and her Miss Abels, they went and they were talking and they said, well, if it's a female, we'll call her Holly. And if it's a boy, we'll call him Weenie. Well,
My wife is on her way home, so when she gets here, I've got to at least stop my cam to help her with these groceries. Just a heads up.
Chris, is that a crutch behind you?
Russ, you just want to carry the beer in. What are you talking about?
I will grab the beer first. Absolutely.
Oh, definitely. But yeah, so she wound up being a female, and now I'm stuck with Holly, waiting for the day she passes because she's up in age, and I'll be laying in bed, and she runs up and down the hallway crying and meowing, and I'll tell her, shut the heck up.
She says okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Chuck, you got to watch out because they will fucking chew your toe off when you're sleeping.
Oh, man. What I always hated, matter of fact, we got a spare bedroom, and I actually had to start sleeping in there because when these kittens were born, you just move your foot a little bit, boy, they're on top of it with their claws. You're like, ow! And then they would run around at night and they'd claw me on the face. I'm like, screw this. You can live with these little bastards. I'm going in here to sleep. I slept in there for almost a year because of that crap, you know?
That's not the worst part. The worst part is when they shit in your mouth when you're sleeping. You're like,
Oh, yeah. Well, the ones we got now are other than that one kitty, but they're all potty box trained, fixed. They don't spray, so we're good on that. But they do need to come get their 3 cats to where we can get down to 3 adults and 1 little kitty. And the bad part about him, he scratched his eye or something. It got infected and he lost that eye, but it's like he's got part of it still in there. You know, it's like, oh my God. And I'm sure it stinks. I don't even let him touch me. Every time he touches me, I have to use this sanitizer. I'm like, get away from me, you nasty little creature. Poor little kitty. It ain't his fault, you know, but I just don't want to be around him.
I can see you, Russ. You got a fucking spray bottle everywhere around your house. You're like,
well, when I was freeze drying, he kept coming in here and he's wanting to jump up. I got this couch behind me and he'd get him. Ooh, get away from me. You like that? And I'd pick him up. And every time I picked him up, I'd spray my hands because he's got that eyeball that's rotting. And I'm like, there ain't no telling what kind of shit's on him, you know? So, and finally, you know, I just closed the door and like, screw it, I'll deal with a little heat in here.
Well, that's just that's different than Holly. Holly, she was tortured when she was a kitten.
Oh.
Naturally, being a black cat Halloween, you know.
Yeah.
Chuck is a fucking Debbie Downer. Jesus Christ.
We got 2 of them black cats. Yeah, she's almost here. We got 2 of them black cats that live outside. We got Merlin and Shadow. And every Halloween, my wife will put them in the garage just so they don't get, you know, something bad happen to them from Halloweeners. We don't hardly ever get much traffic down this road. But all right, guys, I'm gonna check out of here.
Right.
I'm not leaving. I'm just gonna stop my cam and mute, and I'll be back if y'all still on.
Yeah, play your camera so we can watch you unload groceries.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see him bring the beer in. That's for sure.
Yeah, I was just kidding you, Russ. Chris, is that a crutch behind you?
Yes, it is.
Is it really?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I fucked up my left foot a few years ago. My left toe. My big toe on my left foot a few years ago, and it didn't heal correctly, so I had to get it fucking cut off about a month ago. So yeah. So as Simon says, with the nine toe, you know, there's TDO, and then there's the nine toe, and Simon and I are the nine toe. So yeah, I go back to the doctor tomorrow, and I get cleared, and I can take my fucking cast off. So yeah, it's just part of getting old, man. You know, it's one thing or another. I was
Yeah.
I was in the Marine Corps, fucking law enforcement all my fucking life, and then you know, I get one fucking thing in my foot, and boom, it's fucking it changes your life. You know, I can't breathe now. I'm all fucking stuffed up. So if I come off all stuffy, I apologize.
Is it the cat?
It's the fucking cat. She ate my toes.
Uh,
She ate my toes.
Simon's giving you a hard time for telling a secret or something.
Don't tell him, Chris.
Don't tell him, Chris. Damn.
I'm sorry, man. It's brothers, right? It's bros before hoes. Yeah, I thought it was a secret. I should have left it a secret. Yeah. But careful of those cats. They'll fucking chew on your toes, and then you get an infection, and you're fucking done. But yeah, no, I'm 6'5", 250 pounds, and I fucked my, like I said, I fucked my foot up there, you know, a few years ago, fucked my toe up, and it just it healed, but it didn't heal correctly, and just with my size, my weight, and what I do around the property here, like I say, I have 57 acres, and just working on it, it wouldn't fucking it went bad, and they're like, yeah, we gotta fucking cut it off. I'm like, and right now it's like it's no big deal. It's like I don't fucking need it, but I just want the cast to be done with, you know. And I don't know if you can hear me or if I'm freezing up or whatever, but who knows?
Hey, we can hear you. We can hear you good.
Yeah.
I didn't. Okay. All right.
I didn't catch what toe it was though.
The left toe.
Left toe. Left big,
Big
toe.
toe.
Left big toe.
Big toe.
Well, they call it the great toe. The left great toe.
Captain of the foot.
Yep. But it is what it is, you know. It's fucking stupid. I just want to be done with it. Thank God it's gone. Because it was one problem onto another. And that's what happens. You get old and stupid shit happens. And I'm a clean guy. I take fucking at least a shower a day. You know, sometimes 2 showers a day. But I'm outside working. You know, I'm cutting trees down, doing this, doing that. And it's just a fucking pain in the ass.
All right. I have a question for everybody on the panel plus the chat. I watched Chef's video today to where YouTube shut him down.
Okay.
And then he came with another video and semi kind of explained why. And it was because Little Chef was in the video. My question is, I'm watching other videos with their kids in it, but yet they're fine. But yet D-Chef, he gets shut down for it.
I didn't watch any of it, but what I heard hearsay was because I guess they didn't realize that Chef was behind the scenes the whole time. They thought it was just Little Chef, like running the show type thing.
He sits right next to her.
Out of camera or what? I don't know. I'm just repeating what someone told me.
Yeah, all the open mails or whatever the hell they call it.
Mail call.
All the ones they watch or do, he's sitting right next to her.
There you go, right there. MBL is a good friend of Chef.
So what was it? Was it?
Oh, so he wasn't really in the camera view?
That was what I was told.
So
see, I never even paid attention to that.
Go ahead,
Got
Chris.
my cold beer. Got everything unloaded. I'm good to go.
Was it the not child friendly or?
Well, I guess because it's alive. That's sort of already.
Okay, bud.
What did I miss? What are y'all talking about?
Drunken Chef's video today, where YouTube shut him down.
For what?
Well, that's what we're discussing.
Oh.
Well, we're thinking it was a live stream with a child in there, so they might have construed it as a.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
I had a video. It was a crawfish. Matter of fact, it was that one where I steamed the crawfish, and at the very end of it, oh, did you probably me pistachios?
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, look at there, look at there.
Hi, Mama.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Tarina.
But anyway, at the end of it, my two granddaughters, they were probably 12 and 14 at the time. They were in it, and it was a good ending, you know. And then YouTube come out with this child thing, you know, is this made for children, blah, blah, blah. So I had to go in there and re-edit that video, and I re-uploaded it.
Right.
And that video had a lot of views. I hated doing that, but I didn't want to take a chance, you know. Said no more kids in my videos.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, DDC. That's bull crap.
Yeah.
Dang,
as many videos as he's done with her.
Well, I don't think it's a complete ban right now. I think he still has a.
No, they said
Really?
he can't go live until they say he can.
Right. So it's a grievance process. He's not completely, totally banned forever yet.
No.
I got a copyright claim today.
Yay!
4 different songs on the same video that was done 8 or 9 years ago. Same thing happened to me last summer, and it went on for like 4 weeks in a row. Once a week they would hit me, and I have no way of proving now. Matter of fact, they changed that whole process up, so I just deleted the video. Only had like 2,000 views on it. I'm like, it's old. It was a very old video, and so I just dumped it. I'm like, I ain't going through all this crap. Just get rid of it. Nobody's watching it no more.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we were talking about blackened tuna earlier. It was blackened. It was blackened fresh. It was fresh yellowfin tuna blackened. Then on top of it, I had this crawfish sauce that I put on top of it. It's delicious, but didn't have enough views to sit there. And I'm like, screw it. I'll give up 2,000 views.
No
So I
wonder
did.
you didn't get banned for using the word blackened. No offense, anybody.
Leave it to Chuck to make this racist.
Right.
No, I'm just saying, you know.
Oh, I know the way things are nowadays.
YouTube, no offense, is getting to be a prick.
It's they get
About
butt hurt over everything, man.
A whole lot of different stuff.
Yep,
you know?
I agree. But anyway, I just said I ain't got time for this crap. I just delete it, pull the plug on it, screw y'all.
Well, it's nice when you can do that, Russ. It's like, go fuck yourself.
That ain't many views, dude.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you got a problem with this? Go fuck
I got a
yourself.
video right now that's just sitting at 2,000. I'm like, crap. Which I kind of expected because it's different from the videos I do, but I'm hoping to attract a whole nother audience in for those kind of videos. So I'll leave that.
2,000. I wish I could get 20.
20,000?
Attitude.
No, I wish I could get 20 views.
Oh.
They don't care if you leave or not because they know there's thousands upon
Oh, yeah. They don't care.
Yeah.
That video probably hadn't got a view since I posted it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it might have got a straggler, but it's not. I'm not screw it. I'm taking it down. It does knock 2,000 off my total view count.
Right.
I ain't worried about it. I'll make it up.
UPS was the same way. Go ahead, son. Quit. On my desk, I've got 1,000 applications just waiting for your job.
Yeah, really.
Man, I can't believe she bought me pistachios.
Is it true, Lance? UPS hires you just to fire you?
I never heard that.
Now, see, my ex-wife's brother worked for UPS, and he made that remark.
Did you get fired, Lance, or did you retire?
only thing I can think of, I retired. The only
Okay.
thing I can think of that he's talking about is if he was a Christmas helper.
He
Now,
was.
Christmas.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
He was Christmas help. He's only hired for a set amount of time. In the contract, they're allowed to hire non-union people that will never go through the initiation process for a certain amount of months of the year, and that's because they're hired as Christmas helpers. When that final day comes, yeah, they get fired at that point.
I want to hear about the initiation process. Do you have to like? What do you have to do for the initiation process? It's got to be fucking sexual.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to do everything that they want you to do. Do it in time that they want you to do.
Oh, okay.
All the code, all the stuff that they no mustaches below your lips, not getting written up. It's basically it's playing by the rules.
That was then. Nowadays, they can grow beards and everything, can't they?
Whatever they want now, they can talk driving down the road on their cell phones. You know.
They can go with their breasts hanging out if they're guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all get the views, man. Just hang in there. That crap didn't happen to me overnight. I promise you that. When I first started off, I probably got 1 or 2 views, and then it just had to grow. It had to grow out of nothing, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Russ, I don't know, take with a grain of salt, of course.
Yeah.
We all start out making videos, and it's like I was talking to Randy and Leprechaun earlier tonight on Lep's Live, after Lep's Live, and it's like we're like, oh, I could be a YouTube millionaire. It's like you do the videos and this and that, and you realize how you evolve. And I remember, and I actually watched one of your first videos. I think I watched your first video. At least it showed up as your first. And it's like, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it was horrible.
Yeah, it was. I'll leave them up there just to see how far I came,
Yeah. No. And you do fantastic. You do fantastic videos now. But we all change, we all evolve, and you get that thumbnail.
Yeah.
It's like, sometimes you get that thumbnail and it just looks like slop.
Yep.
There's no color differentiation between it. There's no, whatever you want to call it.
Right. You got to learn all that stuff as you go,
Yeah, it all takes time, but it's like, not everyone is going to be, I start, so sorry for hogging the time, Lance.
What's that?
I said I'm all stuffed up. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Just don't blow your nose.
I said I'm sorry for hogging the time.
Oh, you're good, man.
But it's like, just like you said, Russ, the Barbecue Pit Boys. When I first started watching barbecue shit or cooking shit, it was the Barbecue Pit Boys.
Yeah.
And that's what I watched. And then I watched Rye, Cooking with Rye, and all that stuff. And it's like, and then one of the guys got me turned on to CJ from CJ, CJ, California.
Yeah.
And I started going to live streams and watching them and commenting, and I did a video. We did a live stream with him, but it was it doesn't happen for everyone. It just
doesn't. I've said that.
Yeah.
Chris Lynch, he used to have Mother's Barbecue. Me and him started at the exact same time. I meant same time. Me and T-Roy started within 3 months of each other. And Chris never could grow his channel. Fantastic cook, but he didn't have much of a camera personality at all. And it killed him,
Yeah.
And people just start listening. They back out like, I can't watch this guy because he had no personality in front of a camera. None.
Right.
And it killed him. And he did it for years and years, wanting to be like the other guys. And he finally just gave up. He was like, okay, I understand. This ain't cut out for me. And he finally just, gave up.
Well, I think with CJ's channel, a lot of us did we did videos. You know, I did cooking videos, I did shooting videos, and game cam videos, and it is what it is. And you know, I didn't pick up. It wasn't what it is, but I did videos for the people that watched me off CJ's channel, and then it kind of changed. You know, it wasn't. You know, everyone that did CJ's live stream, you know, his interview or the second fucking hot seat, after Chris. It's like you expect. It's like, well, everyone that was there watched your shit, but no one else did, and it's just never. I don't know where I'm getting right now, but it's just.
Well,
like,
I understand exactly what you're saying, and people I used to watch, other than the ones I really started with, like T-Roy,
yeah,
Greg. If Chris Lynch was still doing videos, I'd watch him because all of us guys started together back in 2012. Greg Mervich with Ballistic Barbecue actually started his channel in 2009. We are OGs, and YouTube didn't have that many barbecue cooking creators back then.
right.
And there's some that started after me that just went. I mean, there was no stopping them. Like Binging with Babbage, they're very professional. They should have belonged on TV. Actually, that's when YouTube started. All your people that gets followed highly are people that really, in my opinion, don't belong on YouTube. They belong with their own TV show for the masses. They're just that good, you know. But the ones like me and Greg, we do okay. I mean, just to be guys that work normal jobs. Greg was a cop. He's retired, been retired. T-Roy, he was, who did he work for? He worked for a cable company, a big outfit. I don't even know what his job was, but
nice seeing him back.
Yeah, Warner. He worked for Warner, and they sold out, and he didn't like what they offered him or whatever. But he just ended up retiring early, and his wife kept working, making good money.
Right.
But point is, not everybody's going to make it on YouTube.
No, and
So
it is what it is. Yeah.
You do have to evolve, and you have to get good in front of that camera. Now, I'm not great, but I can sit
You
there.
did good.
And
You were one
I
of the
could,
first that I was watching.
yeah, I mean, I could sit there and make it watchable anyway. You know, I think I used to
funny.
could.
It's funny you say that. It's like, you know, I had. It's funny because, you know, I did the, you know, I watched CJ, and it wasn't to build my. It was fun. It was, you know, you chat in the comments. You make stupid comments and and this and that and Leprechaun and a whole bunch of us. You know, we all, whoever made stupid comments, we had fun doing it, and
Sure.
we made fun of TJ's fucking hat. You know, he wears. And I'm sorry, he had one of those fedora type hats that, you know, you wear. And
Oh,
we
yeah,
talked
yeah.
about his fucking chip and dip hats.
I remember that.
This and that, and we would get timed out, and it was fun. You know, it's like you get timed out, and you tried to get timed out, and it was fun. But anyway,
I was on one of his hot seats back when he did it.
Yeah.
Way back. I don't know if it's still on YouTube or not, but I was invited, so I joined it.
So I did game cam videos. You know, I had game cameras around my property, and I'm like, well, I might as well do fucking. I can upload these things, so I did, and I would literally spend up to 8 hours. I had like 5 game cameras. So, and on each game camera, depending on a windy day or if I didn't mow the grass or the lawn or whatever it was, you get all the game camera would take a 30-second video, however I said it.
Yeah.
And so I would literally spend up to 8 hours doing a video of 5 cameras, downloading all 5 cameras, erasing all the stupid fucking things I want, and I would show the deer and the fucking coyotes and whatever fucking showed up, and I do I try to get like an 8-minute video of a game cam from 5 cameras, and it's like there's an amazing amount of work that goes into making your video, and then you want to go into each clip, into each one to the other, and it's amazing.
If people really knew how much goes into making a video,
Yeah.
they wouldn't only watch it all the way through instead of just jumping around. They
Right.
would share it and really try to help you.
Yeah.
But most people, like, like the other day, I launched a video and I went in there and watched it myself again, just see how it was on YouTube after I released it to the public. And I wasn't 2 minutes in that video. Oh, great video. Looks delicious. I'm like, it's a freaking dry age video, you idiot. You know, I mean, I didn't say that, but I'm like, I'd rather you not even watch if you're not going to watch at least half of it.
Right.
You're hurting my channel. You know, just that's what I want to tell them, but I don't. I don't reply to their comments.
Yeah.
Powdered eggs, man. That's what life's about. I like the point behind the video.
Some people go in there
delicious.
first. That's fine. They might sit there and watch that video after they just want to be the first commenter, and that might be what these guys were. I don't know, but it rubs me raw when they comment and they haven't even watched the video yet. You know, but as long as I average 50% retention, I'm good with that. That's the average anyway for most people.
It really takes a lot.
That is a good average.
8 hours.
Yeah, 50% is.
Keeping a video
If you can do 50% or better, you're doing good.
So when you're in the 20s and 30s, you need to tweak.
Yeah, you're doing something wrong. People back out, and YouTube's not going to throw it out there. But
fair play.
And they get where they.
Well, I think then it's like, you know, you get to the point. It's like, and I never went to YouTube to be like, oh, I'm going to be a millionaire. And everyone said, first of all, everyone says, I'm not getting into YouTube to be a millionaire, but in their head, they're like, I'd love to be a fucking millionaire if I made YouTube videos. So
I mean, if you can, why not?
Yeah, that contradicts it. But
Yeah.
then when you make it, it's like, you know, it's like you put a lot of fucking time into it, you know, and you're like, how come I only have 200 views or this and that? It's like, it's crazy. But that's our own self-ego.
It is.
And
it's even my ego now because I don't do as good as I used to be, but I has been. There's new channels out there. If I didn't jump on these lives, a lot of y'all wouldn't even know who I am anymore. You know what I'm saying? But you do because I frequent this particular live all the time because I enjoy it. I don't work. You know, I'm not busy like I used to be, and therefore I hang out because I enjoy it.
Right.
But it ain't got nothing to do with the size of my channel or nothing like that. That size of my channel don't mean crap anymore because my views aren't what they once were, you know, but it's still good enough to where I keep doing it. But I just reading Troy's comment about Ricer has a good camera. Yes, he does. And he's an excellent editor. He will go the extra mile editing where I want.
Yeah.
I'm good enough. You know, it's like, he worries about this clip matching that clip and this clip. He just beats himself up for days trying to get this perfect video. Then he gets pissed off when he don't have the views. I said, quit doing that. I said, do like me, edit that thing in a few hours and get it out there. I said, you're not getting enough views to justify all that work. It ain't TV. It ain't a movie, you know.
Well,
just get it good enough.
It's like you said, you know, back in the day, you know, I watched Casey Neistat or whatever his fucking name is.
Neistat, yeah.
I watched that. Yeah, he's a freaky looking fucker. But back in this, I mean, we're talking back in 2010.
Yeah.
This motherfucker had millions of views.
Well, he was also a celebrity, you know, before he ever went on YouTube. He was pretty well known through TV and stuff, other things.
Yeah, I didn't know about him about that. I just saw his stuff on YouTube.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was making his videos, and we talked about Demolition Ranch and how he's got his channels. And it's like, yeah, it's like, you know, these guys, I don't think YouTube, unless you're something special, or if you want to say the algorithms made your channel, I don't want to say you can't, because you never can. You can't say can't or always or whatever, but these channels that were made 10, 15 years ago, you're not going to see channels like that nowadays that are going to grow up like that.
No, and that's kind of where I'm at. But there's new creators pop up. There's been a few that I can think of that I knew when I first watched them that they were going to freaking kill it. And one of them, he started off as it's called Weeds and Sardines. And I started watching that guy like, man, this guy's going to freaking make it. And I even said it. You can watch some of his first videos and see me commenting. And a year later, he done passed me up. you know, and but he changes when he hit 100,000, he changed his name to Brian Lagerstrom. That's his actual name. He changed the name from Weeds, and because when he first went to YouTube, he was wanting to do a little gardening and a little cooking, so he named it Weeds and Sardines. And he's actually a trained chef, and it shines, you know. And that guy's huge now. And Chud's Barbecue, with his experience, that guy grew very fast, not as fast as Brian did, and he might not ever reach that level, you know. But he's still popular because he's funny. He's got a good camera presence. He's got charisma, you know. Face it, the man, whether you like him or hate him, the guy's got charisma, you know. And 6 Gringos 0. That's funny right there. Now, I don't care who you are.
It just, Joe, it just is what it is.
It's the Alamo, Joe.
It's siesta time.
The only thing Mexicans bring to the table is a fucking appetite. Okay, come on now.
Joe keeping score.
It is what it is.
But anyway, man, I don't know. YouTube has changed so much since I started, man. It don't even look like the same platform. And I sit there and live through all these changes. And, you know, you got all these woke people out there that's pushing this and pushing that and putting people in places that they probably couldn't have earned on their own. I really, truly believe that. And it's just like, I just shake my head at it. What can you do? It's their platform, you know, when it all comes down to it. I'm glad I've gotten where I've gotten. They're keeping me afloat right now. That's my money. That's what I live on, you know. But it took me, well, let's say I left the yard almost 2 years ago. So for 9 years, I didn't depend on YouTube. I had a full-time job. But since November of 2021, you know, I've been dependent on YouTube. I do make money on Facebook too. Same videos. I'm repurposing content over there, and it makes a monthly check. So between the two, I'm making a living, you know. But if it all went away tomorrow, I'd be screwed, you know.
It's all about money for you, you know.
Yeah.
If you look at it, you know, and I'd say
it is now, but I had to work up to that. It took me, like I said, almost a decade to get to that point, you know.
Yeah.
But I never lost faith, and I posted religiously every week. And a buddy of mine called yesterday, why ain't you posting no videos lately, man? I ain't seen you. I said, dude, I post every week. I said, yeah, I did take last week off, but that's the first week in a while. I said, I post every week. Go to my channel page instead of waiting on a notification, because YouTube don't send out notifications when they're trying to like stifle certain channels and bump other channels. They got total control of that. But my videos are there.
I've been searching fucking pot pie videos, and I never see Lance's fucking videos. I have to fucking
I gotta tell y'all, I was playing around playing some catch up. You want to see a pot pie video? Panchuco put out a chicken pot pie video that, I mean to tell you, that thing was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
that thing was great.
I tell you what, it kind of freaked me out today. I'm sitting there and I pulled up YouTube. I see where Greg posted 2 videos, one on his ballistic barbecue and one on his ballistic burgers. 2 videos uploaded at the same time.
Right.
And I said, I'll come back and watch it. Never closed the browser out. And I was watching other stuff, and I come back to my subscriptions tab, and I couldn't see either one of them. I'm like, what the hell? Did he delete them? They just wasn't there.
Yeah.
And so finally I said, wait a minute. So I killed that browser, pulled up a new one, a new browser, went to YouTube, and there it was. I'm like, what? I was sitting there thinking maybe YouTube's got a new thing, you know, or whatever, but it was still there. It wasn't showing up on that particular browser at that particular time. It's strange. Never seen that before.
Yeah.
See what I do, Russ. If I do comment, I'll sit there and then I'll have the comments open and I'll write down different things that goes on in the video. And then when the video's over, that's when I submit the chat or the, message. So if you ever got a chat from me, I've watched the whole video.
Yeah, I do too. When I click on something, I'm going to watch it all the way through. Unless it's somebody I don't know and I'm searching for something. I'm searching like research a video that I'm going to do, and I'm just looking through other content that's already out there on that subject, then if it's not what I think, I'll back out and I'll just keep clicking until I find what I'm looking for. But if it's somebody like I know, like Lance, I'll sit there and watch it all the way through. Any of you guys, I'll watch it from start to finish.
Right.
Because I know what it does, that video, if you don't. You know, even if I have to get up and do something, that video is still playing. You're getting a full view from me, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I had said before when I had first come up and I got a shout out on Chud and pulled, it was like 220 subscribers in one day. And then I realized, and I lost all of them within the part of 2 weeks. But I noticed one of my clips, and I deleted it out of spite because I thought something was wrong with it. Then it dawned on me. People went to the clip that he mentioned. They all watched 5 seconds and left just to get the name in.
Yeah.
It totally. I still think some of my stuff is screwed up now because of that. No offense to him. I mean, he didn't have to do that. I'm not blowing shade.
He tried.
I'm going to earn it, and it's going to be a grind. Nothing in my life's ever come easy. I didn't expect this to either.
I don't hardly do shout outs no more. I used to. But when I did a shout out, like somebody mentioned Ra earlier, Ra started about 5 years after I did. And I started watching him, man. I'm like, this guy's got it going on. Yeah. And I really like him. I still like him, you know, and to find out he wrote books like Mercury Rising and The Knowing, and they made movies off of his books. Yeah. He's a novelist. Yeah, that's what he did for a living. Now he's a YouTuber. And I messaged him one day. I said, hey, Rock, can you send me a bunch of footage, money shots of your cooks? And I did a big shout out for him. Man, he freaking took off. And he'll still to this day give me, because his channel was worthy of it. He was that good. Yeah. And I wouldn't shout out just anybody. It had to be somebody that I really enjoyed watching myself, you know, because I used to do shout out. Somebody email, hey, man, can you give me a shout out? Like, well, who are you? You know, I mean, I don't even know you. Why are you asking me for a shout out? And this one guy, I ain't gonna say his name, but I told him, I said, dude, I said, you're only a couple hundred subs. I said, if you hit 1,000 subs and I know you're gonna stay in it, then I'll give you a shout out. I said, and the reason being, I have done shout outs in the past. Then the people they just move on to do something else. And here I am recommending this channel and you're nowhere to be found. I said, I'm not doing that no more. I said,
I do believe in that, building credibility. And I'm in
it for the long haul. I'm not going to shout you out just for you get a handful of subs or whatever. But I've done that on a few occasions. I did it for Mike at Everyday Barbecue. I got footage in. I gave him a really good shout out. And it was my idea. It wasn't somebody asked me to do it. I said, I'm going to do it.
Right, and you took that initiative.
And it really paid off for him, you know. But that's back when I had some clout. I don't have the clout I used to have. You know, I just don't. But
Rye, I think Rye is great.
Oh, I love Rye, you know, and he has thanked me so many times.
Yeah, I don't have the personality in front of the camera, and I know that. And that's okay. I try and work on it when it sort of like the bell goes off in my head. Hey, smile a little bit, say something funny. But
yeah, do that, man. Really get outside your comfort zone and just do it.
Yeah.
You know, once you start, you'll find it easier and easier, you know.
I think Rye's great. Don't get me wrong, but he's really serious when he's into his cooking.
Yep.
Maybe even to the point where, you know, that sense of humor that I was talking about, when a little bell rings off in my head, I need to show it. I don't think really Rye might show it, but his education, what he's doing, you're just locked in to him.
He presents very well. Plus, he has all these different camera angles. This man, he shoots like 15 cameras, you know. And he's got this angle, and all of a sudden, it just totally switching. Now, I know exactly how he does it because I do the same thing, but I don't use that many cameras. I ain't going to start. You know, I could, but I'm not going to pay that much money, you know, for all these camera angles. And and I ain't got a room for all these cameras. But he's got this rig set up, kind of like this shelf behind me, and he's got cameras up here. He's got some overhead. He's got some over here. He's got it permanently mounted to where all he's got to do is hit record on all these and just roll, you know, and they're capturing everything he does, overhead, this angle, this angle, this angle. Then he uses Final Cut Pro, I'm sure, which makes multicam editing super easy. Super easy. When you're watching, you go click. All right, there's that angle, click. There's that angle, click. And that's how you put it together. It makes it so simple and easy. But the better your production, the better your audio, and the better you can present it. I'm just an old Southern boy, and I come off as Southern because I have an accent, you know. I'm not highly educated. I told somewhere in this live that I only got a 9th grade education. I do have a GED, but that might have been on Boo's live earlier.
Oh, you said that here.
Okay, maybe it did. But at any rate, you know, it's really how much you're going to put into it. But I've got it down now. I've actually simplified things, and that might be why I'm kind of on the downhill slope now. But I don't care. You know, I still make decent money because I've built my library over the years, and them videos still get enough views across all of them to where it keeps my money up. You know, and that's really what you want to do. And every now and then you'll get one that really peaks. I don't have a ton of videos that went over 1 million. I've only got 2 videos. Now I've got some poised to hit over 1 million at some point, you know, but I don't care. I get enough views across all my videos where it's doing what I want it to do, you know.
All right, guys, I'm going to hop off here. It's good chatting with you all.
Yeah, I got to do the same. I got to be up at 5 in the morning. And it's 10 to 12 right now.
I done bored y'all to death. Everybody wanting to jump out of here. I'm sorry, guys.
No,
I'm over here
suddenly
trying to
it became
pick
a
your
great
brain.
learning experience about how to grow your channel and what to do in order to find other areas. No, you're speaking from the heart. These are the type of things that I need to know.
I'm speaking from my experience, and it could be different for other people. I don't know, but that's what I've experienced, you know.
I told you a while back, Russ, I was going to pick your brain off and on, and I'm not one to shoot a bunch of questions at the same time. I like to space things out because
Yeah.
you have a lot to offer our brains. Because, like in my situation, I don't want this to fail.
Yeah.
You know, and I've got a lot to overcome and a lot to learn with one camera, one computer, and a desire to eat and cook both indoor and outdoor.
Yeah,
So
if you're
I'm always gonna
cooking
wanna pick
anyway,
your brain.
might as well film it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
I hate to be a fucking asshole, but people can see someone that's trying to, like, I don't want to say people can see a fraud, but people can see someone that's trying to, like, do an act or to make an act.
Sure.
It's like, you don't want it to be an actor. You don't want to.
No, you don't want to be an actor. You want your true
Yeah.
self to come out. And also, if you're doing cooking videos, you better know how to cook. I mean, really cook, because people will see through that. All of a sudden, they're going to say, "Oh, you did this wrong. You should have done that. You don't know what you're doing." Blah 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 blah. You know.
Well,
So
you said your tri-tip earlier. You know, it's like that's not a fucking tri-tip. You know?
Yeah.
They'll fucking pick you out and they'll fucking tell you, you know, there's no worse audience than a YouTube audience.
Oh yeah, man, they're brutal.
There's no better audience than a YouTube audience.
They're
But
brutal.
When they see something, they call you out. They'll fucking call you out.
That's what I was saying earlier when I did that Baltimore pit beef.
Yeah.
And I've done pit beef. I never would call it Baltimore because I knew it wasn't the way they do it. So when I decided to do that video, you can ask Lance. I researched that for 2 months. That way, when I finally executed, I knew exactly how it's done. And the comments spoke for themselves. You know, they're like, "Man, you freaking nailed that. That's exactly how it's done." You know, instead of like, "You didn't do that right. You know, you don't know what you're doing." Blah 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 blah.
I mean,
just
you know,
one example.
I think
you know,
you can have a shtick. You can have a shtick or a way you approach your audience, but it's got to be where you attract the audience and keep the audience.
Yeah.
You can't just you know, pull this persona and, you know, it because it's just like any stupid movie, like Nicolas Cage. We talk about Rye.
Yeah.
So Rye wrote books, and some of those books were made to movies.
Yep.
And Nicolas Cage did some of those movies.
The Knowing.
But,
yeah.
And it's like, you know, it got to a point where Nick Cage was cool, and then it got to a point where Nick Cage was not cool.
Yeah.
Because he was he was what he was. Yeah,
Sure.
I guess I'm sliding on this.
Cat ass.
Cat ass. But it's like, yeah, you know, you got to be comfortable, and it's not about you know, throwing fluff and mirrors or smoke and mirrors or
Yeah.
doing these things to a channel. It's like, you just be who you are, and
Be yourself.
you either take it off or you don't. And
You
if
got to
don't-
look excited and like you're wanting to be there. You got to do that, but still be yourself. Be
yeah,
like, you know, you just got to pump yourself up to have a smile at the minimum. And sometimes I do videos, I just really am not in the mood, but I know I need to get content out for that week, and it shows on camera when I'm like that. And my son, he's my camera guy. He'll start saying, "Man, you need to put a little bit of enthusiasm." I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right," you know. And then I'll kick it up a notch or two and show enthusiasm. But you know, you've been doing this long, it gets hard sometimes, you know.
Yeah, well, that's a great point though, because having someone look at it through a lens,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like, wow, they're seeing it live. They're
Yep.
seeing the video before anybody else is, and they're like recommending these things, which is I never even thought about that. That is like absolutely fantastic.
Something he recognized years ago, and that's when I started getting multiple cameras. That camera be pointing at the food, and all you can see is maybe my hands. And sometimes you couldn't even see my hands. All you see is that food for 30 seconds, and I'm sitting there talking because I only shot one camera. I didn't want to take time to put it on my face. So nowadays, there's a face cam,
yeah,
and then there's two food cams. Then there's a fourth thing on the way of a cell phone that he'll walk around with a gimbal and he'll get moving views. Plus, I got one of them sliders that we use occasionally. And while I'm talking, I'm looking at the camera, but on the video, it wouldn't show me looking because we didn't have but one camera and too lazy to, you know. So we started shooting like that, been shooting like that ever since, to where know that it keeps people awake. If you're just sitting there staring at whatever it is you're cooking and I'm talking, oh, okay, let me go to something else. You know, they click out. Little things like that, you got to think. Look at videos and TV shows and just see how the really good channels do. Look at
They transition a lot.
I tell you what I did. You can ask my wife. I used to watch diners, drive-ins, and dives, and look at all the angles and the way it flowed and the way the music would come in at certain times. I was studying that. I wasn't even looking at what they were cooking. I'm watching how they shot it and edited it. You know, I would recommend anybody with a cooking channel to do that. Look at one of your favorite cooking shows and see how it flows and try to mimic that. That's what I did way back. You know.
I agree. You gotta have flow and editing. It's gotta be you know, I've done a ton of cooking videos and all that stuff, and I did a deep fried cheeseburger, and I deep fried the whole cheeseburger after I cooked it, and then I did like a deep fried meatball.
Yeah.
Oh man, heart attack special.
Oh, it was crazy. So I did the meatball.
My kind of food.
Well, I erased all my shit, but I did this deep fried meatball, and I'm sitting in front of my kitchen. I get the camera set up, and I'm like, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, here's me, you know, taking a bite out of my meatball, and I take a bite out of the meatball, and I'm like, oh, that's fucking good, you know. And this, and then I look at it, and it's like, you know, I had pork in the meatball, and it's like it wasn't even fucking cooked all the way through, and you know, of course, I spit it out into the fucking sink. But I edited that shit out. You know, it's everything is editing. It's like nothing's true. Everything's a fucking edit. It's like I ate it like, oh yeah, that's good. And then
Best thing I ever had.
That's fucking poisoning. And I'm like, and of course I didn't show that in the video, but it's like
that was kind of like the video I just did when I'm sitting there eating this egg sandwich of all things. It was those free-dried eggs. You know, I'm like, I'm like, all of a sudden I thought, like, I can't really do like I normally do. Like, you know, it's just a freaking egg sandwich. We all know what it tastes like. Right. And so I was just honest. I'm like, looked at the camera. I said, I can't tell the difference. And I couldn't. And so I didn't like, oh my God, it's the best egg sandwich I ever had in my life. You know, no, it was more natural and really the way I felt. Like, holy smokes, man, that it tastes just like a regular egg would taste, and it is. It's just freeze dry. Troy was talking about. I thought your Chicago Tavern Pizza was pretty authentic. Russ could tell. Yeah, I researched it. I did that Taco Bell Mexican pizza back last winter or whenever it was, and I researched the fire out of that. And buddy, out of all the things I've done, that one really was spectacular in my mind. The way it tasted, it was just like freaking nailed it. You know, I mean, I'm looking at ingredients, and they've got certain emulsifiers and things with chemical names, and I would use other things that would do the same thing. You know, like citric acid. I'd use lemon juice. You know, and I totally replicated that recipe, and but I don't do that all the time. That's, you know, when I get some on my mind I want to do, it might be 2 or 3 months before I execute because I'm researching. Even though I might be shooting things in between that, I'm still falling back on that. You know, I research pretty much, you know, a lot of things if I've never done it, you know.
Well, right, because you want to be the authority.
All right,
Well, it's copycat videos, but I'm showing people how, hey, if you want a Mexican pizza, you can make them at home. It's this easy. They use their tortillas is not corn tortillas. It's actually a mixture of flour and corn at a certain percentage. And I broke all that down. I started a video by going to Taco Bell. My wife takes it and hands it to me. I open the lid and there it is. There was a Taco Bell Mexican pizza. Then I went home and made it, you know. I already knew how I was going to do it, and that turned out really good. Didn't get the views I wanted, but you know, it could eventually.
Hey,
but yeah,
Lance.
Yeah.
I started watching let's say the Barbecue Pit Boys, and then CJ's live stream and all this stuff, and all that stuff, and then I took like a year and a half break, or at least a year break from YouTube, and then I caught on with you guys probably about 5-6 months ago. You know, Randy and you guys doing live streams, and you know, from Leprechaun.
Yeah.
How long have you been on YouTube?
I think it's 2 years, maybe.
Okay, so you probably came on when I was off.
Yeah, close to 2 years, something like that. I think this November might be 2 years. I'd have to look it up, but for some reason I'm saying this November will be 2 years.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I ask these things. You know, I don't want to be a dick. I'm just asking these things because you know I took that break, and I see you guys on, and I came back onto YouTube, and I see you, like say Randy and Simon and all those guys, and so it's kind of like you're like a newer generation. It's like, so what got you started, Lance, with doing videos?
I just thought I could do it. I didn't want to listen to what everybody was saying as far as, you know, how hard it was. I thought it was just a way for them to discourage me. You know, I've done a lot of things that people say that I couldn't do, and I did it. And this was just going to be one more thing that I could do. And to be honest with you, I mean, checking out Russ's videos and stuff like that, I started getting a little bit more. I could cook, but I didn't know how to manage and operate a steel outdoor cooking utensil. You know, that was just something that I struggled with, you know, as far as burning things, drying out things, not really burning things, but drying out stuff to where it was just, you had to choke it down with a glass of water.
Right.
But I mean, I cooked, and, you know, for years I've caught myself watching people do something. I was like, wow, if I would tweak this a little bit more this way, and I would implement it into things, you know. And my mother-in-law was a big cooker. I just learned a lot of stuff from my mother-in-law. My mom cooked good, but my mom had meals that she cooked better than other meals.
Yeah.
But, yeah, my mom too. My dad never owned a smoker ever. But I remember Lance was, I know him from like live feeds back when Ricer used to do live feeds every week. That's how I got to know Lance before he made videos. He was just a subscriber to everybody and watching. And then one day he pulled the trigger and started doing it, you know, and he had hiccups when it first started. His audio was so low you couldn't understand him. The videos were a day long, you know.
I had one that came out. It was just the speed, the recording speed. It sounded like I was from another country, but and I'll say it. I mean, I think Ricer was the one, and I respect Rice for being honest with me. But
oh, he's brutal, man. Yeah, he'll tell you.
Ricer's very brutal. If you ask for Ricer's opinion, get ready to get slapped in the face because he's going to lay it out for you. But
So-
he's the one that told me. I'm sorry, Chris. He's the one that told me that, you know, it's so very hard. Don't think it's easy. And again, I was like, yeah, I got this. You know.
Yeah, well,
do you think either Ricer, because you brought up Ricer, do you bring up Jeff? Do you think either Jeff's comments or watching videos and make your videos, do you think you're a better cook today than you were 2 years ago?
Yeah, and I mean that goes back further, and I'll show love for Alton. When we first started going live as the Goodfellas, CJ, Mom and Papa Joe, Joe, or Smoking Joe, Alton, they were probably some of the first ones that started coming in and giving us, you know, hints and stuff like that. Obviously, Russ has been almost like a fixture to our lives, and we're very grateful for that. So we pick up more tips from them. But I mean, there's a lot of behind the scene criticisms that people just don't know about because you sort of kind of got, you know, a little bit of pride, you know, and
yeah, it's done just to spill the truth to you to where you can correct it. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like your pot pie thumbnail. And Ricer's seen it. You know, he's like, it looked like you dropped it on the floor and scraped it up and put it on a plate.
Yeah.
You know, and and he was right. That's exactly what it looked like. What the heck
exactly
is
right.
that?
Who's Ricer? I keep hearing that name, and I'm not not connecting the dots.
Dead Broke Barbecue. He don't post that much anymore, man. I wish you would. There's not a better video editor that I know that can beat Ricer in the editing booth. Nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, he just hand down the best.
Yeah.
And he's taught me a lot. He's been sitting right here in this chair before on this big computer showing me how to multicam edit, because I used to take the long way around it. I would do multiple angles, but I would just match everything up. I didn't realize how easy it was until he showed me. That was only February. It's been about a year and a half. And buddy, ever since then, it's Katie barred the door. I got this, brother. You know,
Right.
but I have been multicam editing for years, but I wasn't using the multicam function inside of my editing software to make it easier on me and faster. You know, he taught me all that.
Yeah. No, it's definitely, and then even like Ricer, I mean, when he used to have those photo challenges, I mean, that sort of tweaked
That made people rise above what they were able to do with their photographs of food to really up their game. He was instrumental in doing that, man. It was amazing watching people's transitioning from just crappy photos to like, oh wow, look, you know, and there'd be a winner at the end of it. People would judge in the chat. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Russ, you said transitioning, so I'm thinking Bud Light.
Oh no, it's the different transitioning.
So I'm sorry. So yeah, Lance, so you've grown on how you because I've seen people that I've gotten alerts for a video, not your channel, and I'll see a thumbnail and then I go click on that and like it won't be available, and they'll go and change their thumbnail because it just doesn't look appealing. So you've grown as like I'm fucking babbling right now.
No,
I have ADHD. This works.
Creator, you've grown as a creator, and you know, just it's like I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm sorry.
I hate thumbnails. It's kind of like the video I just did. I'm like, how in the hell do I make a thumbnail over freeze dried eggs that would make people click on it? And I don't love it. I don't love it. I've changed it. I also changed
what-
the title because I wasn't getting the views that I want. So I said, I don't care. If it kills the video, it kills it. It's already dead in the water. So I'm gonna go ahead and change the title. I'm gonna change the thumbnail, and I did. And to me, it looks a little bit better, but it might not be worth a crap. I don't know. But I hate thumbnails. I hate dealing with them.
I
You
had a
stuff the whole damn chicken in your freeze dryer and taking a picture of that. It's got a glass window.
I
Yeah.
had a thumbnail that got released this week, and it never should have went out. But
Yeah.
I deleted a lot of footage and a lot of extra pictures before I thought about what happens. I wanted to make a short. I edited it down to 59 seconds, where you can't select a video, a thumbnail,
Right.
shorts.
Yeah.
So thumbnail, yeah. So, but I forgot to change the format of the picture. So it uploaded as a long form, and it stuck with this piece of toast with a couple pieces of bacon on it, and I couldn't change it out. So I was like, that was so frustrating to me. It killed me.
Right.
Sometimes we forget to take, not very often, but sometimes we on a cook like barbecue where it's looking really good, we forget to take a thumbnail. Next thing you know, we done tore into it, like crap. So I have to go into the video footage and find my
Still
best. I'll do a still cat. You can save just one frame in my editing software. I'll save that as an image, and then from there I'll pull it into my photo editing and try to make something out of it. It don't look as good as taking it with a good camera, just a picture, but it's good enough for a thumbnail. I mean, they're so small, it doesn't matter. But
Well, it's just like you said, Lance. Yeah, it's like I use iMovie. Well, I used to use iMovie. I turned a video into a 30-second video or a 29-second video the other day, a week or so ago. But at least with iMovie, it would pick initially. It would pick a fucking picture for your thumbnail, and then afterwards you can go in and fucking change it. But it's like, but yeah, after the fact, it's like, okay, it doesn't show right or whatever it is. But yeah, it's like, I don't know if everyone has a problem with iMovie or it is what it is. I mean, that's all I have. I have iPad and my iPhone.
11, yeah.
But
I'll tell you something. I'm sorry, Chris.
No, it's just is what it is. I'm sorry.
I had a typo, and I don't know what it is. I mean, how many pork butt videos have you seen? I had a typo. I fat fingered the 1 and the 2 where we're supposed to have been 15.5 hours.
Right.
And it came out for about an hour at 25.5 hours on a slow cook for a pork butt. That video before we went live is over 300 views. And I corrected it hours and hours ago.
it's already got momentum. The algorithms picked it up.
I told one of the comments, I said, I think I need to make typos more often if I can. But
Yeah.
I put a question mark in with it to justify it.
I think I would have left it and let them figure out it was a typo. If it's gaining.
Yeah, Kevin from Man Kitchen, he caught on to it. He said, wait a minute, this thing said 25. And then I think Panchuco said the same thing. 25, but your video says 15. And,
Yeah, that's how long it took you to film it.
Yeah.
And everything. Like I said, as long as there's a legitimacy to it, then it becomes controversy. And for some reason or another, controversy works on YouTube. I haven't delved into it yet myself, but
people use clickbait all the time. I try not to clickbait. It's kind of like that one. I hate to keep referring back to that egg video, but how to make eggs last 25 years. I didn't put freeze dried in there because nobody's going to click on it, because hardly anybody's got a freeze dryer. But my point is to get them in there, and then they can see how you can make eggs last 25 years. But that video is not doing good, and it's not going to do good with the audience I got. There are people out there that would love it. It's just, and YouTube supposedly over the next 2 or 3 months will find somebody to send that to. I've got one video that I did a Weber kettle how-to video, like how to barbecue on a Weber kettle. That video stunk up the room for 3 whole months. Then all of a sudden, man, something caught it and it took off. That video is shit. I don't even know what it's got now. It's constantly getting comments even now, but that's one of them that it took a while, but they found the audience for it. And that's what most people start with. They don't know crap about low and slow, how to smoke or anything. And so they go buy a $150 Weber kettle, and I'm showing them exactly how to set it up in this video. I even cook on it to show them. And that video is done really well for me. Let me go to videos.
Supposed to be filming a brisket on the Weber Kettle 101 as we speak, but I'm holding off till tomorrow because we're supposed to get 3 inches of rain.
That's we're getting rain. We got 21 days of rain in June. We have 5 days of rain this month. It's rain.
We're getting our asses kicked here in Connecticut right now.
Yeah. Well,
2 years ago, 689,000.
Man, that's a lot of views.
And then the one I just did is the one right below it. Chicken eggs, that I renamed it. That last 25 years. It's the first one of the series. Yeah, 2,000. And like I said, somewhere down the line, it might, if they can feed it to the right audience, it'll actually start growing. I've got a lot of videos that, matter of fact, Jeff Rice, Dead Broke Barbecue, I did that series, the same one that Weber's on. I was taking each one of my smokers, and it was a beginner series, how to use these type of smokers. Well, he is the pellet grill guy. So I asked him, I said, would you like to do the video for this series all about pellet grills, how a pellet grill works? And he did. And he sent it to me, and I uploaded it. I started the video, and I introduced him. Then at the end, I closed it. He did the entire video. It started off really crappy, and he was kind of disappointed. But that video's got over 40,000 now. It might have more than that. Hell, I don't know. But it eventually turned around, and people started watching it, is what I'm saying, you know.
Are you saying my pork belly Wellington might not be dead after all?
No,
I'll never lose faith. Some of that shit will happen one of these days.
No, there
at least some one-offs.
There are plenty of English people that want to see that pork belly Wellington.
It was wicked good, man. I'm not gonna lie, it was stupid good.
There's nothing like, I love a beef Wellington. I've had that in England for years. And
I've never had one. I mean, I know
Try
what it is.
pork belly. Holy shit, dude! It'll blow your mind.
But I did a prime rib video that Low Bells of New York sent me that prime rib, and I did it in late September. And I'm talking about holidays, upcoming holidays in the video. And it started off here, you know, and then it didn't, not long. By the time November got here, that sucker took off like a rocket. And within like a month or two, it had over 1 million views. Before the year ended, it had another 1 million. I'm like, that's my most viewed video, 2.1 million, which is nothing compared to a lot of channels. But for me, I'm like, hell yeah.
Well,
well, my highest one for long format is about to break 600, and I'm excited about that.
Yeah. This is nice to know, Lewis, because I've always wondered about that, if I should click that to change that up, allowing people to, for embedding in the settings. When you upload a video, you got to check that box off. And I also often wondered about changing that because I allow it.
I do too. Is that a problem?
Well, like he's saying, and Russ touched base on this. We found out who it was actually probably 2 months back about someone that was actually taking videos and putting them in playing them in another country. I mean, if they're making money on it, I mean, if it's TikTok, they're making money on it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
If they've got your video and they're making money on it, then that shouldn't be right.
No, it's not. I've actually shut channels down. If you go into your studio, you hit copyright, and copyright will show you anybody that's using your content. It'll say if they're using 100% or what percentage they're using. And then I go in there, and there was this one channel, they had every video I've ever done. Now, they wouldn't get no views, but they had all of my content, every bit of it, and it was crappy. It didn't look near as good as it does on my channel. It was like real hard to watch. And so I started doing copyright claims against them. And after 2 days of doing it, they shut the channel down.
Yeah.
They only let you do like 10 a day. and I do 10. The next day I do another 10, another 10. But 2 days later they shut that channel down, non-existent. But that's not the only one. I've done other ones. You know.
You're an angry YouTuber, man.
Yeah.
You're a fucking angry YouTuber, man. This is your business.
Survival of the fittest.
You're damn right, man. That's my hard work and money and
that's it.
everything. You know.
It's not about friends. It's not about this and that. That's your fucking business.
Yeah, it was some foreigner. You know, these other countries do this crap thinking they can take my videos, they see how many views, they're just going to steal it and try to put it on a channel. Eventually, they wouldn't even monetize, so they wouldn't make it, but they was trying to get monetized, playing off to be me. I'm like, I'll be damned.
So then, I just riddle me this, because occasionally I see opportunity for comparison videos. For instance, what is it? Pitmaster X, that Dutch dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know, Ro.
He seems like a super nice guy. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he just a little while back released a video with an easy bake oven, one that was about almost $2,000. And he kind of put offset smokers on blast. Now I watched it again just to understand. He was very smart about how he did it. He put little waivers along the way. So he was basically indicating that, you know, it's more of the higher end offsets that I wouldn't really encourage and all that. And that's why I was going to do the brisket on a Weber come tomorrow. Almost kind of picking on him, but without picking on him. But, you know, but you can't share any of their material, though, unless you have actually their permission, correct?
You can embed it. Every video's got an embed link if I say embedding's okay, and they can actually put it on their website. They're embedding my video into their website, but it's going back to YouTube on my channel, so I get credit for it. I don't mind that.
Right. And like I said, it's not to slam them, it's to poke fun at them because as I've started, I'm putting more of me into my videos. I'm waking up. I'm becoming alive. I've learned how to actually talk in front of a camera more than 5 minutes without swearing. It's absolutely fucking absurd. But occasionally trying to unriddle somebody else's thoughts.
Yeah.
You know, you don't necessarily need an $1,800 platform, or you could be creative with what you got. I just picked up a Charbroil, that XD 1200. It's not a world-class smoker. It's a 250-pound smoker. It's nothing amazing.
Sure.
I'm going to convert it over to a pellet stove, and now I've got an XD that'll be a stick burner, and one that'll be another. Trying to more or less dabble with the people that are discouraged about that world because they think they're going to spend too much to kind of keep their eyes open, to improvise, use cheaper things at first to develop the love lust for it. You don't have to go spending $3,000 right through the rip unless you can afford it. You know, fuck, by all means.
Sure.
But that's kind of the angle that I'm doing. And then, like I said, it's indoor, outdoor. You know, I mean, I seem to do better with my outdoor stuff comically, but.
Well, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. If it wouldn't have been for YouTube, I could never paid for all the pits I got. They were given to me, you know, so therefore I'm going to use them. And I have sold many a pit on behalf of these companies because of that, you know. Now, this freeze dryer, they did not give me that.
No, you told me about that.
They gave me a huge break. I only paid $500 for a $3,000 machine, which is pretty good. And I was all for it. Yeah, I'll send you $500, you know, because I wanted it. And some companies like Pits and Spits, they want to send me a smoker. I'm like, well, I'm going to have to charge you per video. And I do. Every video you see of Pits and Spits, because I didn't care if I had it or not. They're wanting me. I'm not wanting you. So therefore, you're going to pay me, you know, and they do. I just got a check last week for 3 videos. Yeah.
12 years.
Take it or leave it. I don't,
Your word's got a lot more than, let's say, me, Lance, Simon, you know, I mean, respectively so. You know what I mean? You're an OG, legitimately.
You said me, I'd have a fucking problem.
I liked her pits. I really do, but I wouldn't worried about if I had it or not because I already had all these good smokers. I just didn't care. But now that I got it, I told Derek, I said, we're not getting rid of this. Even if they say, okay, we're done with you, I'm going to keep it. It's a good pit, you know?
Yeah, I'd love to have that pit. Coogan's got a pit and spit. It's the stainless steel offset stick burner.
Yeah. But anyway, man, it's you'll figure it out. The longer you do it, it all comes. You'll know. You know, that's all I can say about it.
Like I said, I'm stupid and stubborn. I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I started off doing it for fun. I was 6 months into it and didn't know you could make money with YouTube. Had no idea. I kept reading this on YouTube. It's like, you can monetize your channel. You can, I mean, what are they talking about? Monetize. So I'm sitting there starting to read on, oh shit, I can make money with this. I was just doing it for kicks and grins, shooting it with my little iPhone 4. That's how long ago it was, you know? And it sucked, but I didn't care. I was having fun. And that's how it all, once I got serious about it, I started, as I could afford it, and I let YouTube pay for it. I started buying new cameras and doing this and doing that, but I let YouTube pay for all that. I didn't pay. I didn't see any profit for probably the first 4 years because I kept reinvesting what I was making, you know.
You out of here, sleeper?
What's that?
Oh, I thought you were out of here. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm good right now. I was looking at the clock here. I'm like 5 hours and 20 minutes, and it's 12:24. But
we can call it, man. Anytime you get ready, it don't matter to me. I'm up anyway. I'm up usually to 12:30 to 1:30. It don't matter.
I would get on at like 1:30 at night, or 12 o'clock at night, or 10. Yeah, it's like back in the day, and I hate saying this because I'm not an OG, but I was there. I was there when the OGs were. You know, Joe had a certain night, Ken had a certain night, CJ had a certain night, and they all had their certain hours. And I was like, okay, I'm drunk enough now. So, and that's what it was. I would get drunk enough, and I'm like, all right, I'll fucking play music in the background, and I'll just fucking have me. And I would do live streams, and I would have people just chatting on the chat or making fun of me. It was just all fun. And I forget the point where I was getting at because I've had a few beers. Natty Ice. I'm sponsored by Natty Ice. I actually did this month. I said I'm sponsored by Natty Ice. And people are like, dude, that's awesome. You're sponsored by Natty Ice. I'm like, no, I'm just drinking it. I was just fucking around. But no, it's, I guess back in the day, like I say, you know, you would at least on the channel. I'm sorry for babbling, but at least on the live streams and the chats that I was on, it's like you had a certain time slot that was not taken. It's just like you know, like Randy said, you know, Christy's taking care of my live streams, but it's like no, you have a little spot where no one's doing a live stream. You get in there, you do a live stream, and you get drunk and you play music, and or at least that's what I did. But no, it was fun. It was so much fun back in the day, and then it didn't get fun.
Yeah.
And it was like
it's changed a lot, man.
Yeah.
A lot.
But why? I mean,
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
It turned commercialized.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's like, and I'm not saying anything bad about CJ from California, but it's like, you know, he had people on his channel. And it's like, oh, you know, we had the two girls from Canada. I forget the sisters' names or whatever they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, we got Maddie and Kiki, and they're gonna be on every night, and they weren't. You know, they just did their show on CJ's live stream, and then you never saw them again. And there were so many channels like that came on at the end of CJ's hot seat. It's like they came on and did their hot seat presentation and show, but you never saw them after that. And it's like you thought they were going to be part of the family.
Yeah.
And that's it. Just
I'm guilty, man, because the reason I can't watch CJ, or at least that channel, he's got two channels, is because he used that ninja.
Yeah.
It's like I'm done with that crap. You know, I just quit watching him.
Right.
But Honor, I get it. He represents him and all that, but that's fine. That's fine for people that's into it, but I'm just not one of them people, you know.
Well, yeah, you know, Russ, your YouTube thing is a moneymaker. CJ's Woodfire or CJ's Ninja thing is a moneymaker.
Sure.
And it's about making money for you. You know, I understand that, but at the time, I'm like, I was a novice fucking YouTuber. I was, you know, ignorant or whatever you want to call it, and I'm like, you know, you felt bad. It's like these motherfuckers, they're not following us. You know, they're not watching us. We're doing this every Thursday. You're
Yeah.
doing this every, and they just didn't. You just didn't see that love. You didn't see the love.
Yeah.
It kind of got old, and it's like, okay, I'm fucking out of this, and it was too bad. And,
Yeah.
and that's what I hope it doesn't turn into this. It's like, it's like Lance. It's great watching your channels, and it's great watching Simon when he comes on Tuesday, and Russ, not Russ. I'm sorry, I want to say Russ. I'm saying
I'm on here almost every week too. So
Randy.
Randy?
Yeah, Randy. Randy on Monday night. It's just like, it's a fucking hangout. It's like you were all here as buds and hanging out, and then it got to money-ish, and it just like it fucking sucked after that. It's like, fuck.
Yeah, that's the downside of it. And I've been called out in comments, and this wasn't no time recently. I think everybody's gotten used to it. But 5-6 years ago, people that had been following me for 4 or 5 years, like, man, you're doing way too many commercials. Like, I'm out of here, dude. And I get it, but I wouldn't even comment back. I went, whatever, But
Commercials will pay you, but
and really, it bothered me because it's like, man, I'm gonna quit doing any kind of thing for companies. I'm like tired of it, but I've never stopped. I still do it, because it's income, and to me, it became a business. Unfortunately. But like things like this, when I join in, I'm not making money. This is Lance's channel. I'm just having a good time. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, but you also stayed humble too along the way. So, I had been tinkering about doing my adventure for years, but it just never financially worked out. And even now, it's financially stupid. But we went ahead and did it anyways.
Yeah.
But I mean, I figured when I first started watching, you've already named everybody that I started watching through the group. It was you, the Pit Boys. It was T-Roy, and you'd send your comments. But even then, if I sent a good enough comment to you, I heard back from you. If I said, hey, T-Roy, if I ever plan on starting, would you throw me some tips? It would, absolutely. You guys stayed humble. And maybe that's the key in the equation.
Yeah, you can't never.
The other feeds and mention, hey, I'm new and up and coming. Could you give me some tips? Nothing. You won't hear anything. And that's because they outgrow themselves.
Yeah. And one thing is for certain, I don't care how big a channel gets, and I've seen it. Channel's way bigger than I ever could imagine being, that they reached a pinnacle and then it just started going downhill. There's one in particular. This guy he talks with a British accent, but he's from Australia or somewhere like that. I can't even remember the channel name, but he was on top of the world. A few years later, he can't buy his stuff a view. It just new people popped in on the scene. All of a sudden he started, and that's what's happening to me, which I'm cool with that. As long as I can still scratch out enough views to live, I'm good.
Right. You already built your investment viewers.
I'm never going to get rich on YouTube. I knew that from the get go. It's not in the cards, and everything I have been able to do, I've worked my ass off for it, and spent a lot of money in the process.
You can't say you're not making good money, Russ. I mean, you're talking about making $1,500 off Facebook, and so you were able to leave your job to quit your job.
Yeah. But it takes so much to live. I'm making decent money. But there's channels out there. Smoking Joe's probably making more money than I am because he gets more views than I do now. But one day he won't. That's what I'm saying. You'll do it, and then all of a sudden, Chud, all them guys that's on top of the world right now, there's a day coming they're going to start sliding downward.
It's not.
It's just going to happen. That's just the nature of it,
That's where them having their second thing, like Chud's got his pits and all that. That's something the wife even talked to me about. She was like, at some point down the road, when you gain traction, you might want to put some thought into branding an object, something that you can sell, because it'll continue some of your momentum. Like 4 years from now, Chud probably won't be on as much. His live streams will probably just be him, and his communications will be between him and his guest. Like a couple weeks ago when we were, I don't know if you guys seen his chat. He was with his short fellow there, the Asian guy, nice fellow, Mike or something like that, or Kim, or I forget his name.
Joe Kim. No, Joe.
Yeah, it's in that effect. But their communication and the atmosphere they created was very awesome. Don't get me wrong. They really, really communicate good with each other. But at that moment, during almost that whole entire feed, nobody was getting communicated with. And you could tell it was kind of bugging the people that was there, because I watched him drop 200 viewers out of the 600 or 700 he started with in 35 minutes time.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's like this couple that I just found, because I've been getting in all this prepping and stuff and waiting for the apocalypse. I mean, not really. I'm just saying I am preparing and prepping more than I ever have in my life because of world events. But through that, I found this channel, and they're only 30 miles from me. It's that man, that woman I talked about earlier. They pack in 1,500 people in their live feed. That's way more than Chud gets.
That's and this a lot of people.
This channel's only got 280,000 subs, 10,000 more than I got. And they just an old country couple, man, but they're real people, and he's full of knowledge, and man, he is popular, you know, with that people that are into that like most of us probably wouldn't be into that. You know what I'm saying? It really depends on what you're into. But it's like, holy crap. I watched him last night. He went live, him and her, and they got a 1 hour show. At the end of 1 hour, he says a prayer right there where everybody's in the chat. And I actually lowered my head and closed my eyes. I mean, he's that powerful with it, you know. He's just an old country boy. You know, he's my age, but he sat there and said a prayer right there on his live feed, and that's the kind of people he attracts, you know. And I'm one of them people. I might not show it, but I actually am, you know. I mean,
I'm got the cult following
I'm God fearing and all that. And I regret a lot of times I get on here and act a fool. It's like, man, I shouldn't have done that. You know, I drink too much, I cuss too much, but at any rate, he really attracts these people. You know, it's like, man, you got it going on.
Jason with Elite, he says a prayer at the end of his live, his cooks.
Deer Meat for Dinner used to do it just about every video. He would be sitting at the table with his family, finally cooked whatever it was he killed or whatever, and he would say a prayer on the videos. And at first, I didn't know how to take that, but man, he just freaking blew up. I said, there's still a lot of good people in this world that, you know, we think everything's went to hell, but really it hadn't. You know, there's still, you can't believe everything you see on the news and just think everybody's bad and evil. It's just not that way, you know.
But yeah, it is 10 good things can happen and one bad thing, and people's going to focus on that one bad. That's no different than the way you're conditioned to be judged in a working force.
Sure.
I mean, I've been promoted for a year and a half now. If you put all my mistakes together in that year and a half, even though I got double promoted into my spot, it was supposed to not even be able to happen. It still doesn't equal one bad day with some of the other leadership that has since come and gone. And still, that one screw up, it follows you quite a bit. So it's a tough mentality. But I like that channel you're talking about. That's wholesome.
It's called Down South Homestead. That's the channel name. And he also does another thing. I think he does like a video showing his fields and this, that, and the other. And he talks about electroculture. And then he's got one where he's just sitting on the swing, and it's called Porch Time. And it's just him talking in front of the camera. He's got an American flag flying behind him, and he's just talking about things going on, you know, in the world and stuff like that. And then they actually do a live feed it's like, I really like these guys, you know. So
did y'all see that?
Yeah.
What is that?
You see this, Lewis? You see that, Lewis? Huh? Yeah, you see that, Lewis?
Oh, okay.
I am.
Is that Trumpet?
No, it's Lewis.
Oh.
South Texas Cattle and Hay. He said the people that follow me.
Danny and Wanda. She knows who they are. She knows exactly who they are. But I love watching that couple, man. That guy is so full of knowledge when it comes to that. I have no knowledge really when it comes to farming or any of that. You know, not really. I mean, I do a little bit because my father and mother taught me a lot, but I done forgot a lot of it because I haven't been doing it all these years, you know. But yeah, he's definitely got it going on.
I agree with you with Russ. I'm not. This isn't a fucking suck Russ's dick show tonight, because there are things that, you know, whatever. But I agree that a lot of, and I'm not saying all or anything like that, but I say a lot of the barbecue community, they're like the real, if you want to say the real barbecue community, that they just want to go and cook good food and make, you know, good cuts and this and that. I agree with you. It's like, I agree with not agreeing with the government and stuff like that. And you have to provide for yourself.
Sure.
Because they are not going to. They want to huddle you into a. It used to be called Agenda 21, and now they're calling it a 15-minute city. And instead of calling it Agenda 21, which is supposed to happen in 21, they want to call it a 15-minute city. Where if you live in the city in 15 minutes, you can get to work, you can get to a grocery store, you can get to everything you want in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
They want to hurdle everyone to these self-contained little cities. And once you get into a self-contained little city, they control everything about you. It's like energy. It's like, they want to do it. They want to do it. I apologize, Lance, for getting on this rant.
No, please.
No, go with it. We're listening, man.
But they want to get you into where you rely on one source of energy. If you rely on one source of energy, whether it be electric, let's say electric, then once they shut the electric off, you have no source of anything.
That's right.
They do away with gas cooking. They do away with propane heating or propane gas cooking. If you only have one source of anything, then they could shut you down in an instant, and then you're fucking done. And I forget where I was going with this, but once again, it's like
you got to be to where you're self-sufficient. You got to get, if you're not now, you got to get that way, because like when Hurricane Katrina hit us, yeah, the military come and throwing MREs off the back of a truck, and we're carrying all we could carry because that's all we had to eat for the first week.
I'll tell you what, Russ. I was down there. I work for the government. I'm a retired federal employee, and I work for Homeland Security. I'm retired, and I went to the Louis Armstrong fucking airport, and I lived on a fucking cot for 5 days because I was getting people out of there after Katrina.
Yep.
And I was there. I went outside. I watched the lines. They were a mile long. I was actually fucking scared to go outside, and I had a gun on. And I was there, and we fucking got people through. We got people on airplanes. We got them sent to Texas and this and that. And I'm like, Jesus, God knows what the fucking crime rate was when we shipped these people off to these other fucking states, because they were the fucking scum of the scum that we.
Yeah,
we
you was in New Orleans then, wasn't you?
Yep. Like I said,
yeah, I'm on the Mississippi coast. It wasn't that bad here. We were kind of like under martial law, but not really. There were guys that lived right down the road from me with ARs, and that was the law around me, Yeah. And I didn't have a gun at that time, and I was having to sleep out in the parking lot because the mold was growing in my apartment that got flooded, and everything was piled up out there in the parking lot. My Jeep wouldn't run. It went completely underwater. And so we got lounge chairs, and we didn't depend on any of that. My son that was in Gaucher, they didn't take on water. So he comes the next day in his little truck. We went to Alabama and went inland until somebody had power, and there was a Walmart there. It was up and running. It was a long way from here. And we went and bought everything we needed right there, But
so I had a mental fucking memory. So if they do away with gasoline, with diesel, you can't run your generators, you can't power your house, you don't have self-sufficiency.
Right.
They want to do away. And I'm sorry, Lance, like I say, to make this a fucking prepper thing. No. But they want to do away. They want to make sure that you have no self-sufficiency.
Yep.
So if you can't fucking live without diesel, gas, whatever, propane, you can't. Like California, they want to do it with fucking gas stoves. Are you kidding me? It's like, if you can't have these things, you cannot live. You cannot cook food for your family or yourself, and that is it's a huge thing. It's like I totally believe that the government wants to get to a point. It's just like any communist, whether it be China or whatever. And chat, I'm sorry, chat, I can't see the chat, so I don't know what's fucking going on.
No, you're
But
good.
if they do away with all your options, you have no options. And if
Well, somewhat. What it
no,
does
well,
is,
but how long can you live, Russ? Russ, I, I have a couple guns, and you can only shoot 2 guns at a time because you have 2 hands. Okay.
yeah.
And how accurate can you shoot those guns if you're
Well, that's the problem. It's not that you can't take care of yourself. I can build a fire in the backyard and cook. That's one reason I bought that fire starter. It's not to use on YouTube. It's for maybe future use. I got magnesium. I got fire starters. I got all kind of stuff if I ever need it. But the worst thing you do is start cooking outside and people smelling it. They know you got food. They're going to try to come. That's the problem, is people trying to take what you got.
I think the government, like I say, when they're doing away with all these different fuel sources to heat your home. I live in New Hampshire. Okay, so I would not survive in New Hampshire in the winter unless I had fucking wood and a fucking stove. You guys in Louisiana, Mississippi, wherever we from are now. Let's talk about Phoenix. They're $110 to $115 for the next fucking week and a half. Without electricity and air conditioning, all these things. They're saying 90% of the fucking country would die within a year.
Yeah,
or at least 30 days, because you get the elderly, you get the crack dealers, the crackheads, whatever, the people on fucking medicinal fucking whatever, they're gonna fucking die, and then what are you left with? You're left with marauders. It's a scary thing. If they shut the fucking lights down in the U.S., it'll be a scary fucking thing, because we're not used to this. We are fucking so
dependent
as United States citizens. We are so fucking dependent and fucking jacked off to, we have this, we have that, we always have power. Well, we'll be a fucking third world country in fucking 30 days.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be done.
As long as nobody comes in here and kills me and steals everything, I can survive even without air conditioning, because I've done it before through hurricanes. I mean, we Hurricane Frederick, it knocked us out of power for a month. And I lived in a house that had low ceilings. It gets hot as fire. We'd open all the windows and we'd sleep. It wasn't comfortable, but we did it. And this house has gas stove, natural gas. I've yet to have anything come through here, like when the power goes out for days and days. My gas is still working, and the water's still working. They say don't drink the water unless you boil it. So I've never had to run across that issue, but I've got plans if I had to. Matter of fact, my next video is going to be about the water situation. But at any rate, I could survive as long as thugs don't come in here and try to take what I got. I'll shoot as many as I can, but if you're overran, what are you going to do?
Well, that's it. I've had a few beers, so I'm fucking drunk. So don't say everything I say with a grain of salt. Well, take everything I say with a grain of salt.
I've got solar generators too.
Just like you said on one of, I think, a live stream, whether it be Randy's or whatever, a week or so ago.
Yeah.
Strength in numbers. You have to be with your kids. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't provide for your family for food and nourishment and water alone, and then provide security.
That's where I would go. I would go to my youngest son's house, because he's up in Van Cleve. They don't have a big population, and there's a long distance between houses. Not that people wouldn't come in there anyway, but there would be enough people with guns to run security around the place 24/7. And we would give it our all. I just hope that never comes to that. But if SHTF situation ever arises, that's all you can do is just try. But you really need to be preparing now for them situations.
And I'll say this, you want to prepare, and I appreciate what you're doing with your new series.
Yeah.
But medical is the biggest fucking thing.
It is.
If you have a fucking wound, you don't know how much medical gauze, fucking tape, alcohol,
medicine even.
Medical is one of the biggest things that you need to worry about.
Yeah.
Even
agree.
you scrape your fucking foot on something, you get an infection.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. You know, people say, "Oh, take fish fucking."
You can't even do that now. They outlawed that in June. You got to, I forget what the deal is, but you can't just go into a pet store and buy those antibiotics anymore.
Right.
The end of June, I think, stopped all that because so many people were stocking up on it for
Right.
future use or what I wish I would have actually. But all you can do is try, you know.
Yeah, it's but on the same token, you can't get so wound up into the end of the world. That's all you think about. You have to enjoy everything, but also be prepared. But you can't always fucking be prepared for everything.
No way. And that's what I try to stress in my last video was my immediate threat is hurricanes this time of the year. And that's what I prepare and prep for. If something worse comes along, like let's say the Russians did send a nuke or an EMP and knocks out the whole grid, it's going to be total chaos.
Right.
And millions will die from something like that, you know? And we very well could be some of them. But if you haven't prepared and backed up some supplies, you definitely ain't going to make it because you ain't going to go buy it. You're just shit out of luck, you know?
I moved to Florida on the job, and I was down there. I bought a house in 2004, and I think we had 4 storms. We had 4 hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. We had 4 hurricanes in like 1 month in 2004, and this is my first year in Florida, you know, owning a house.
I remember that year.
I'm like, I'm gonna fucking stay. I'm staying. I'm not leaving. I'm that type where I'm not leaving. And I lucked out, but you know, I lost a few shingles on the roof. Luckily, I was in good shape. But
the thing about hurricanes is it's isolated to that area, and everything else is running just fine every day like it should be. So the government does come into these places, but if there was ever a national event, the government ain't gonna help you. That's what you got to really prepare for. Is if you got to be self-reliant with your food, your water, your security, everything about it. You better be thinking about it now, just in case. I don't mean dwell on it to the point you can't do nothing else and get hyper focused. I'm talking about
I agree.
Be prepared, you know.
I totally agree. You can't be hyper focused because
you can't enjoy life being scared all the time, you know.
Once you get down that rabbit hole, it could overwhelm you. It's like
it does. It can.
I don't have enough fucking 12 gauge ammo. I don't have enough MREs. I don't have enough fucking stored water. I don't have this. Yeah, it can get to your fucking head. And you don't want that. But no, I totally agree. You want to be able to fucking because the first thing you don't want to do is be in a fucking shelter.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you want to do is be in a shelter.
Yeah.
You want to be able to fucking get in your house, and if you got a few hot days, you know, without power, it is what it is. But yeah, the last thing you want to do is be in a fucking cot in a fucking shelter, and be with fucking, you know, those fucking whoever else you want to be
like
around.
the Superdome when Katrina hit, you know, that
I was there. Man.
That got crazy. Us folks over here in Mississippi, we had no issues like that. There was a little looting and stuff like that going on. Those cats had to go to jail without air conditioning and get thrown in these cells. That's what happened to them then. They locked them up. But point being, who knows, man? Things just go totally chaotic. Then there's no telling, you know. Nobody, like Mud and Mascara said, no, you can't be prepared for everything. But, you know, we got a little system here. My wife gets paid every 2 weeks, and she buys groceries. As earlier, I brought them in, and she brought me some canned goods. I guess that's the ones already had. I got to clean the shelf off. But she buys so many canned goods every time she goes to the store. I'm freeze drying. I buy ammo once a month. When I get paid from YouTube, I just got back from Academy of the Day, and I bought some 12 gauge shotgun shells, 10 of them from Hornady. These are the really kick-ass ones, 1,600 feet per square, you know. And you know, then I also bought ammo for that, you know, and that's only 2 guns I got. My wife's got one, and all you can do is you want to be stocked up, and you don't want to kill yourself, break your bank. Do it as you can, You know, at least, you know, we got enough food for just me and her. And I told my son, I said, y'all need to start putting back. If you want something freeze dried, let me know. I said, because you can't live off the food I'm preparing. You need to prep for your families.
Right.
You know, you ain't got to go crazy with it. Just every time you go to the store, pick up. If you buy a can of corn, buy 3 of them. Put 2 to put up. If you buy a can of tuna fish, buy 3 of them instead of 1. Whatever, you know. It ain't going to break your bank.
I'm huge with doing that. You know, I totally believe in buying, you know, the canned potatoes or vegetables or you know, whatever. Because,
Yeah.
you know, well, and the thing is, you know, it's like to say, only buy what you eat. Don't buy shit you don't eat. Buy shit you eat.
Exactly. I was
Yeah.
reading this about the rice and beans. I got rice and beans too. I've
Yeah.
got 5 pounds in the freezer. I freeze my rice before I vacuum pack it to kill any larvae that might be there. And if I vacuum pack it, there's no oxygen in there. Nothing can survive. And plus it's going to last a lot longer,
Yeah.
which rice has a long shelf life anyway. We got dry beans, plus we got canned beans. And point being, you would get tired of certain things. So buy a variety, man. I've got canned meats up here. I mean, there's even sardines, there's canned mackerel, there's all kind of stuff, you know. Plus freezer meat. Now that I got this freeze dry, I can freeze dry that. We can actually eat pretty good, as long as nobody comes in here and tries to take it all.
Well, once they find out what you got, then they're going to be in there. But
Well,
yeah,
that's good about that power unit he has, though, and that's why I was going to get back to Mud and Mascara. But that's one good thing about that power unit Russ has; it don't make noise.
No noise.
Well,
And
how do they know you're running a freezer? You know,
they don't know. Yeah, they'd have to break in here. But I reinforced all my doors. I showed you that at one night, Lance, where your deadbolt and your doorknob is. Amazon. I got them off Amazon. It looks like a hinge, like for your door hinge, but it folds over and it locks in, and it will each one will withstand 800 pounds of force. So if somebody try to kick in my front door, these are going through the 2x4s, not the door case. And doors cases, I could still bust that in at my age, but they're going to be hard pressed to knock that in. But if they did get in, I'm going to be right there ready to blow them out the other side, you know.
Make enough noise at that point. You're well aware of the fact.
But they come in gangs is a problem, you know. You'd have to make an example out of 1 or 2, and then hopefully they hot sell it, you know. Depends on how bad they want it.
Mud and Mascara, I'm curious about, because you know I'm ignorant when it comes to solar panels. I mean, I realize I know what they do and all that, but so your solar panels, she said something, but they went from no poles in their yard. They went from $500 a month to $35 a month. And I believe she said that they actually got their meter. So is there a way that you can harvest that solar power for later use? Because later on they have to watch what they do on cloudy days. So do those not have some type of storage unit?
They got battery banks.
Yeah, you need batteries.
You could have extra batteries you charge up and put them off to the side, but that stuff's expensive, man. That kind of setup, you know. But I wouldn't mind
Those
having
battery banks ran off of a bunch of, man, I still haven't figured it out. There you go. They ran off of these. Same stuff we use for the vape box.
Right.
But the ones they use are even higher capacity, and they're like $20 per battery. And they'll have a bank of like 200 of these.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, just not those batteries.
They don't last forever either.
Yeah, I'm
They've
sorry.
got 30 of them, they said.
I'm sorry. That's good.
I just hope if that crap ever did happen, it would happen in the cooler months, and then by the time summer rolled around, I'd be kind of used to getting too old for all that heat. But you know,
Well,
it
see,
is what it is. What you gonna do about it?
There's no glory. There's gonna be no glory if shit hit the fan. There's gonna be no glory to that. It's like,
nope.
You know, if it hit here in New Hampshire in fucking January or February, we're fucking done.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If it hit you, Lance.
Oh, I'd be fine down here. But,
Well, yeah, not the opposite year though. What if it happened in fucking August down there? You're fucking done.
yeah.
You know, Lance, you're in the middle in Maryland. You know, it don't fucking matter. You're like us up here.
Right.
Right now, you know, you're probably hitting the 80s, 90s every day. I don't know. I'm just saying that, but it's like, yeah, it's like if you don't have AC, you don't have
Yep.
fucking power, you're fucking done.
Do y'all have fireplaces or no?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got two stoves.
That would get you through worst case scenario, but you got to have a lot of wood stocked up, you know.
Yeah. And then, like you say, they smell it. It doesn't matter whether you're cooking food
Yeah.
or you're burning wood, they're gonna fucking smell it. And you know, I'm saying worst case scenario,
Yeah.
finger quotes. You get a horde that wants to take over your shit. And how many? Unless you have people manning guns,
You got to have a group of people, man. That's all there is to it. A couple like me and my wife ourselves, we couldn't do squat.
Nope.
But if I got my whole clan together, if everybody agreed to meet up or whatever, and even some of their friends, trusting friends, and everybody just holds down the fort, so to speak,
yeah,
you stand a lot better chance, you know.
no doubt.
Yeah.
Or
It is
even
a-
neighbors. If you get to know your neighbors and know which ones you could really rely on,
I
you know,
agree.
that could be a force to reckon with right there. Just
Yep.
we ain't gonna take it, you know.
I agree.
In the
But
area I live in, there's one way in and one way out. And it's dead end. So unless you can swim awfully long ways, if you come in here to do something like that, there's only a few little houses you're going to be able to get into before you're going to get caught up. Because I mean, this neighborhood's only, I don't even know if it's 400 houses.
the
Maybe.
reality of it is the big cities are the ones that's going to be hit the hardest. But eventually, if they survive, they're going to be moving out in the rural areas. I'm in a suburban area. I'm in a subdivision, even though I'm in the county. We're still suburban, you know,
Yeah.
and so, but you know,
Yeah.
that's where
So-
I'm not gonna bug out. I'm too old to. But where would I bug out to? You know.
Mud Mascara brought up a good point. I live and work with a lot of Amish people, and you're exactly right. I've asked these guys so much about, how they endure this heat, in their homes, because a lot of their homes aren't really all that well insulated. Now, the ones that are building like newer homes or remodeling their homes, yes, they are going with insulation. But it's like, Leonard, man, how do y'all do it? I just don't.
Yeah.
I
They're
don't get
used
it.
to it. Think about living in the 1800s. Think about that. Those people didn't have electricity. They didn't have this, but that was just a way of life. Everybody was used to it. You had to grow what you ate, but that ain't the case. Everybody is totally spoilt in this country, and that's the problem. Everything, I mean, you have to work and pay for it, but you don't have to grow your own food if you don't want to. You're living in cities, you got all these luxuries. And when people all of a sudden wake up one day and their cell phones don't work and their TVs don't, man, they're just going to go freaking ballistic.
Yeah.
They're not going to know how to cope with that, you know?
I have two things to say, and like I say, I apologize. I'm fucking drunk right now.
No,
Oh, you're good, man. You're good.
This is, I like these kind of lives. It's educational for me. But
Russ, I agree with you. We're spoiled. I'm spoiled. I'm spoiled.
Yeah, we all are. If you're hooked to power and paying power bill and water bill and all that.
I'm spoiled, and we're spoiled, and this and that. And you brought that up, Lance. Because you talk about that often with you being hooked up with the Amish people. It's like, do you feel that you might have? I'm talking about world chaos or something like that. Do you feel that you could go hook up with the Amish? Because you have that relationship, and say, hey, I can bring this specialty to your group, or I can bring this support to your group. Will you take me in?
Yeah. No, I think there's several families that they would take me in. I mean, I obviously don't know that for a fact until you knock on a door and ask them, but I'm pretty certain. I mean, when you've been asked to sit at the dinner table with them, you're pretty much,
you're in.
You're like a family member. I mean, and not everybody gets a family or gets a dinner offer, but it does happen.
The Amish, outside of being able to get diesel and things, they probably wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. That's the beauty of their lifestyle.
Well, it's sort of kind of weird you said that, Russ, because I had to use the restroom earlier. My pier is a little further away from my computer right here, but it's sort of weird you were saying it, because when I was sitting out there, I was thinking, and it almost plays on what Chris just said. Could I run to the Amish? Could I rely on the Amish? And I do know that they'll help me with the canning and all that. There's some of the ladies in there that, because again, the men don't do that kind of stuff. This is a woman's job. So, they would help me, no doubt. I've already asked a couple of them. But I was thinking, so a lot of the Amish have sort of kind of gotten a little bit more comfortable with like using 12-volt batteries. Hey, Marcel, like 12-volt batteries for lights, stuff like that. But they have solar panels that are rigged up to cigarette lighter adapters so that they can use those. Now, as far as some of the homes, their water is compressed air, so it's forced by air in their shallow wells. But they have a diesel generator that powers up the compressor that fills the 2,000-gallon tanks on their property, the two 1,000-gallon tanks on their property, and that's what pressurizes their water lines in their homes. So
Amish probably know how to make their own diesel, I mean, really,
Well, they buy it by the truckload. I mean, they'll have so they got.
I just have a feeling they would come out of it unscathed unless somebody like masses come in there and just took from them. That's all, because they can't shoot people, or they won't shoot people.
Well, if it came down to that, they would.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And that's something else I sort of kind of have a little
insight
on. Yeah. And also I have helped them in that matter. I used to do a lot of Second Amendment protesting and all that. And I actually went to bat for them. And I was dealing with some of the, what they call their, the bishops' sons were passing information for me on my behalf, because I was trying to get, I've been with the Amish so long. I mean, you get sort of close to them and you see what they use and their children use for hunting. And I'm like, man, I would just be scared petrified. And I thought I was trying to help to endorse legislation that would allow them, because they can't buy guns because they weren't allowed. You had to present a picture ID. Well, the Amish don't have pictures taken of themselves. Some places were allowing them to do birth certificates, but then that went away. But I'd like to think, and I'm not claiming I was the one that did it, but I'm the one that raised enough fuss about it and got involved with some of the bishops and Jack Bailey. And I just found out very recently, because again, I'm not involved in it like I used to be, but they actually have easier rights to get guns now than I do. So they buy guns without a picture permit or a picture taken, and they can buy guns where if I was to sell Chris a gun now, Chris would have that cool-off period or have to provide that picture thing.
Yeah.
For long guns. So handguns have always had that 10-day cool-off period.
But we ain't got it here, man. You go in and
rifles up till this year or last year rather, you could just do this back and forth, shotgun. Yeah. And but now I just found out about a month ago that it's the complete opposite, and I would just love to have someone say that was of course you. I'm like one of those people that want to hang something on a hook, for myself before I leave this world, and say he did it,
Yeah, hell yeah. I was reading Mud Mascara. She goes, when you only have limited amount of hot water, you learn how to shower, wash your hair. And no, that ain't the one I read. It was something about brushing your teeth. And I understand that because I got a plumbing issue in this bathroom. And I know where it's at. but I've tried to blow it out and it come out the vent pipe. So I'm gonna have to get one of those bladders on that vent pipe and then do it again and force it out of that drain pipe. But so we got a bucket under it, and so when I brush my teeth or shave or anything, it's like just long enough and turn it off. Used to be we'd let the water run the whole time, not no more, because I don't want to have to reach down there and empty that bucket that often. So yeah, I totally get that.
Why is there a bucket? I missed that part.
No, they don't have a bucket. They just have unlimited water or whatever. They.
Oh, I thought you were saying you had a bucket you had to use.
Oh, I do, because my drain line where it goes through the wall, there's two sinks, and there for a while both of them were backing up. I'm like, crap. And so I bought a snake. I couldn't get it out. I never could get it to go where the clog is at. So I ended up buying one of these Drain Kings. I bought they're right over here. I bought a plug for the one, plugged it off with a wing nut real tight. Then I put a Drain King in this one. I had the wife turn the water on it. I'm like, okay, maybe we're doing something. So go outside and see what's happening. She come back and turn it off. It's coming off the roof. It was coming off the vent line. I'm like, crap. So I'm gonna have to get another bladder or something big enough for that vent pipe, get somebody up on the roof to monitor that, then try it again, and it should blow that clog out.
I think the clog is your fucking pubic hairs, man. You're shaving your pubes, trying to be fucking.
I don't know what it is. We've had an issue with it ever since we lived here. We've had it unstopped a time or two, but this time it's like I know what to do. I just haven't done it yet. I'll have to get one of my sons over here to get up on the roof. I'm like, I ain't doing that crap no more. I'm too old and fat for that. But
so it's funny. It's like Russ. You said you've been with. So you've had ex-wives, and you talk about your last ex-wife or your first, whatever, took your house. And it's like, I own this house.
She didn't take it. I actually signed it over to her.
I'm not trying to be a dick. But it's like, is it really, I was thinking of that. It's like, because I own this house, and it's just like owning a car. If you own a car or a truck that's fucking 10 years old or fucking older, it's like, okay, I don't have a payment, but now I got to pay to fucking keep the truck or car running.
Repairs,
it's like a truck. It's just like a house. It's like, then you said that the other night. It's like, I own this house and I've owned my last house and house before, but I'm like thinking, it's like, should I just fucking rent the house? And
I am renting. I'm renting this house, and I could call the landlord to take care of it, but they can't seem to get anybody that knows how to fix it. I know what's going on. I used to do this kind of work. I just can't do it until I get somebody over here to help me,
I guess what I was getting at, I understand what you're saying, but I guess what I was getting at is like, should I not just fucking rent the house and not even bother owning a house? Because what is the benefit of owning a house? You're still gonna pay fucking property
tax, insurance, and all that crap. Renting, you don't have to pay either one of them. We maintain the house. I take care of it. Now, when we first moved in here, and we still do. Like last year, the AC went out, and so we called. Man, we were about to die in here, and we were without an AC for like 2 or 3 days. And finally, they come, determined it needed a brand new unit outside, a condensing unit. So they come out here and put a brand new one in. Man, that air has never worked as good. Electric bill went way down. It's like, oh, thank you, Lord. But some things I just fixed them on. We had a tub spout. It just broke off. You know how a tub spout will corrode and you have to replace it? Well, the threads on there was so clogged up with all that crap that come off the other thing, and it's just like, I'll fix it. So I ordered a threader, and I re-threaded that 1/2-inch pipe, bought a new spout, fixed that myself, and I also put a lot of grease on it to where it's not as likely to be corroding out. Because that's the second time that's happened since we've been here in 10 years, But I'm never buying another house. I'm too old, first off. And after owning a house, and like you said, paying property tax and insurance and all that crap, it's just like, I'm renting again. I ain't got no problem with it, none whatsoever. I'll never own it, but I don't care, Can't take it with me when I die anyway.
Well, that's it. It's like I'm 54 right now. It's like, I might get another 15, 20 years if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
And it gets to the point. I don't have kids, and it's like, oh, ooh, and I'm thinking about this in the last few weeks. It's like, what are the benefits of me owning my fucking house?
Yeah.
57 acres and this and that. It's like there are really no benefits right now.
Well, the only benefit, I don't know how long you've been there, but if you sold it, you would have all that equity built up, which could be a lot of cash. But outside of that, nothing really.
Yeah, the money's not an issue, So
yeah,
that's not a thing. It's like I'm not talking about the equity. I don't need the equity.
Yeah.
It's like I can go buy a fucking $200,000 condo in fucking Florida and fucking wherever. It doesn't matter. And I'm not bragging. I'm not trying to be braggadocious or anything like that. But it's like, what for me? Yeah, I have no kids. I have my mom living with me because she's 89, and I love her. I love her to death, and I fucking take care of her. That's my job.
Yeah,
is to take care of my mom. But it's like, what good does it do me? It's like, it doesn't do me any good. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know. Me being drunk.
I spent most of my adult life living in apartments, and the only thing I ever worried about in an apartment was some fool next door starting a fire, a grease fire, and burning everybody down. That worried me. But renting a house, I ain't got no problem with that. And we do the yard work here in an apartment. You ain't got to do nothing but just pay the rent every month. And if something go wrong, they come fix it. No, it's good in a way. It takes all that off of you when something goes wrong. Water heater goes out, AC goes out, some big expensive thing. You ain't got to worry about it. They got to take care of it. That's advantages, but you never own anything. That's the downside of it,
True. And I guess the biggest thing for me is I hate fucking people.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear people. I don't want to hear the music. I don't want to hear the fucking footsteps. I don't want to hear anything.
There you go, Quint. He just paid $10,000 for a new furnace and AC. When something goes wrong, it's on you to pay for it,
Yeah.
But there's pros and cons of both of them. But I ain't never worried about it. I probably spent so much money on rent not to own anything. It's not even funny, I did buy a house. I stayed in it for 5 years, and I ultimately ended up selling, or not selling it, but signing over to one of my ex-wives, and that was that. She's paid, let's say, 12 years on it now. It's a 25-year loan, and I paid on it 5 years. So that house, there, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But she wanted it, and I was over it. Now I just didn't care. I'm like, I'm going back to an apartment, and that's what I did for the first few years. And then ultimately ended up here. Once I started this channel, I needed a garage to put all these smokers in. So we rented this. Been here ever since. 10 years now. Right at it.
Yeah.
I think there's pros and cons about it, but I guess I'm sitting there thinking as y'all are talking. So if you did rent and shit did hit the fan, and let's say your owner, I need this house.
Yeah.
See ya.
Well, I'm actually dealing to a realtor company, but they could at any time come in here and say, look, we're going to sell the house, but I'm under a lease. They can't do it till my lease is up. But when my lease is up, I would be forced to move. No problem. I just rent another one.
That's what sounded like Marcel was saying up here further. That they had a non-renew, and they were very unhappy once they finally got him out of there. I was trying to think what she was talking about, a house in Florida that collapsed like a pancake, and then she says, I'm still traumatized over that crazy event.
Wow.
The house collapsing, or are you trying to get renters out of your home?
Well, she's in Texas, I believe. Yeah.
It's hard to evict people. I mean, you can evict them, but you got to go through the legal process and all that. They wouldn't have to do that with me. Now, if my lease wasn't up, they probably would. I'd have to be, they'd have to give me a little bit of time to make the move, because I'd have to get help over here to help me move. I mean, we got some heavy items. I couldn't do it on my own, But I got 2 young sons. I say young, they're in their 40s. They're a lot more able-bodied than I am. But I'll just deal with it if they ever happen, So far, so far, no problem.
I think there's going to be a whole lot of bartering going on too, because cash will
Well,
probably
by
be
the way,
you have
yeah.
or you're going to have a hole somewhere in your yard buried in a waterproof container, all your cash and stuff that could be sold for cash, gold, silver. But
Gold and silver, yeah.
I think-
Cash might not be worth anything at that
Yeah.
point, but gold and silver will always hold value.
Right.
Can't eat it, but you can barter with it for sure.
I believe in lead. Lead is more powerful than fucking gold or silver.
Yeah.
And if you know what I'm saying.
Hopefully, this country's still big and powerful enough, to where we could overcome any of that from ever happening. But it's other countries, man, that's a big threat right now, or at least it seems to be if you're watching the news. But they got as much to lose as we do, because we got the same crap they got. I mean, think about it. If they send nukes, we know it the second they launch. Here we go. And China, it don't matter who they're. Nobody's going to win in a situation like that. It's just going to be. I hope I never see it. Just let me put it like that.
I don't think it's a feasible thing for anyone to launch nukes, because that destroys the whole world.
Yeah, I was going to say, radioactive property has no value.
Even though I don't go to church, I still believe. Even scriptures say that the earth is not going to teeter to time. It's not always going to be like this. This is God's planet, and we're His people. He's not going to allow total annihilation. No way. I think that's when you'll see the actual hand of God intervene. And let's say Russians all of a sudden send all these nukes up. Wouldn't it be amazing if God, all of a sudden they just don't blow
a lot
up?
of believers at that point, Russ. I got pretty much guarantee you that.
Well, the Bible says
the
that
hand of God could very well be a metaphor.
the Bible says, like in Revelation, that before the end, because He will actually show His powers, that every God will know that that's who's doing it, who's responsible. That I am God. And so we'll see. I think we're living in them days, but
I have to say that God would let us destroy ourselves, because then, and I don't know anything about religion and things.
Yeah.
But I'm saying God would let us destroy ourselves, and after us would be a reborn fucking humanity or whatever.
yeah, I believe that too.
He would allow, and I'm not saying.
Well,
Yeah, people gonna do. If you have the power to punch a button to turn a key, they will launch nuclear missiles.
They're-
But nothing good will come of that. Nothing will benefit China or Russia or us or anything like that if we turn a nuclear missile.
It would
Nothing
have
good.
to be dire situation for them to ever actually do that, or just some crazed maniac, to actually launch those kind of missiles. But with that said, if you're going to get biblical about it, and I'm not trying to get religious, but it talks about great tribulation, and that if God didn't cut those days short, no flesh would survive. And because of that, He cuts the days short. Then it talks about them, the ones that are alive, adorned in white robes, waving palm branches. Well, who are these? These are the ones that made it through great tribulation. And from there, that's like the rebirth. Not the rebirth, but that's when things kind of get back to the way God intended them to be. That's my belief anyway. But I'm not going to get off on that tangent. Don't get me started. But I do believe it. That's yet to happen. None of that's happened yet, so we'll see.
Mr. Jones, you know more. You can recite that Bible just about as good as anybody else I know.
Oh, I was raised in it, man. I know it better than what you would never know it looking at me, or the way I behave sometimes, but I know it. Yeah, you just never know, Lance. Full of surprises.
Well, the reason why I say that because I'm sitting here right beside me. Every time I sit there and think I could be watching another video,
You'd be reading that,
and I need to start reading it.
Mark, Luke, Matthew, Revelations, all them books talk about our future that's not even here yet. It talks about things that's going to happen. That's the reason I think I don't know what's going to set us in that pattern, but it's happening. Great tribulation that no flesh could survive. That's got to be pretty bad. It could be in the way of nuclear bombs. That could be what sets it off. But it all leads up to the great day of God Almighty, which is Armageddon. That's when He actually comes in here and takes care of business. But the wicked will wither away, and the meek will inherit the earth and reside upon it forever and ever. I mean, that's what it says. So take it, believe it, don't believe it. Makes me no difference. We all got our own beliefs, but that's what it says.
I'll tell you what, I will never fucking blaspheme. I will never say there's no God. Yeah, I would never say that. But
I know Randy says that. It's like, oh, dude, I ain't got enough gumption to even let them words roll off my lips.
No way.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. But people will do what people do, and governments will do what governments do.
Yeah.
And it is what it is.
Well, the Bible says that I will bring to ruin and he called them kingdoms in the Bible, but kingdom is the government. So I'm going to put it in layman terms. I will bring to ruin every kingdom in the world and set up a kingdom that will never be brought to ruin. That's God's promise. It hadn't happened yet. So that's still in our future. I think about them things every day. You wouldn't know it, me running a YouTube channel. That's my business. That's how I make my living. That's the side of me you see, but it runs a lot deeper than that,
I think we all have things that go through our fucking heads every day, and I'm fucking crazy.
It does, man. You can't help but notice it nowadays. Things are just getting so crazy to people. All this woke left-wing crap, it's like, what is wrong with these mentally ill people? It's like a contagious disease, It's like, holy crap.
What in your mind makes, the Bud Light girl, who's a guy, what in your mind? What in your mind makes that normal? I see guys with fucking goatees, and they have the blue and the yellow, and they're doing so. That's their Ukraine thing. Whatever you want to believe about Ukraine and Russia, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's it's unbelievable.
When I was growing up, I didn't even know what a queer or gay person was. When I was a little boy, gay meant happy. Seriously, I did not know the term gay or what it meant or anything until I was like a later teenager. Then you were starting to hear about it more and more. Then through the 80s, you had shows like, I think Billy Crystal, he played the first gay guy ever on TV. Can't remember, what was it called, that TV series? And then it just kept getting worse and worse. The Andy Griffin days were over with. Everything was changing. And it's just been getting worse ever since. And now it's so much of it out there. They try to push it down your throat to accept it. You got to accept me. No, I don't. I ain't got to like it. I ain't got to love it. You can't make me ever. It's wrong. God made male. He made female. That's just the way it is. Period.
I think God made males and females. God made sex feel good, so guys would have sex with girls.
Exactly right. Reproduction.
And it is what it is. Whether you want to take it to the point or not. But I think, and I don't care if you're gay or whatever, whatever it is. A guy having sex with another guy, it feels good, but I think it's fucked up in the head.
It's evil, man. It's perverted. Yeah. It's anti everything. The way most people was raised, and you're going to try to make me accept that, and then actually dedicate a month to it.
Yeah.
No, ain't gonna happen. That's why so much division is in this country. That's just one of the reasons.
Yeah. Cats and dogs. They or any animal. They reproduce because God made it feel good for them.
Yeah.
And God feel good for them because it enhanced their fucking life.
That, and it's in their instinct. They just naturally crave that. It's just an order of things. Anything outside of that, you'll never get me to go along with it. I don't care how you think you was born or whatever. You're just a twisted pervert in my mind, So you ain't got to like what I say or not. If there's anybody there listening, it's just the way I feel.
Sorry, Meryl.
It's condemned,
Yeah. It's strange.
Yeah. Well, the scripture definitely tells you how God feels about it, you know. So there again, not trying to get religious. I don't even go to church, but I do know, I do believe in God. I pray to God, you know, and stuff like that. It's a one-on-one type thing. I don't think you got to belong to a organized church. You know, I did growing up, but I'll never will again. And if that's not good enough for God, then I don't know what to say, you know. But I don't think that. I think he hears everybody for now anyway. That Danny guy, Daniel said that is at some point God will turn his ear to you because it's too late. He's giving you all these years and chances to do his will and stuff like that. And eventually you can pray to your blue, kind of like the people when the ark and the rain started coming in, there was people clawing at the ark trying to get on board, and he turned them away, man. Like, you had your chance, you know, too late. Too late.
So anyway, Russ, about your shotgun, I think your shotgun is a Turkish shotgun. It's made in Turkey. And,
yeah, I've heard people say that, but according to the gun Academy, it's Academy brand. It says made in Texas, Houston, Texas, I think, but it is a Turkish style gun. It could be, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not getting on you. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I think your gun is based off a Remington 870.
it is. It is.
And those safeties, those are only a trigger safety. They're not a hammer safety.
Right.
So yes, you could have the possibility of having a hammer strike.
Yeah.
On the thing, and my first fucking pump shotgun was a Remington 870. I think I have 4 of them right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not bashing that design. I'm just saying, yes, that what you have is a Turkish shotgun based off of Remington.
It is
design.
Yeah.
So I think the Winchesters or the Mossbergs that have the tang safety, which is on top of the receiver, that might have a different effect on whether the hammer might fall.
Yeah.
On the round, but yeah, you know, it is what it is.
That is a self-defense shotgun that I bought, and I paid under $300 for it. That's the reason I got it, and it's built on the 870, which is a reliable gun, you know, and it's got the penny rails on it, so I've got a laser mounted, even though it's a shotgun, not a rifle, but I got it zeroed in at like 25 to 28 yards. If I put that beam on you, you're getting blasted. You know, it's going to hit.
So I know guns like, you know, barbecue. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's put it that way. And, you know, so, you know, like I said, I've heard of what you said, and I know my things about guns and all that stuff. But, yeah, there's, you know, I would not buy. Okay. At this stage of my life, I would never buy a Turkish shotgun, even though there are some cool things out there.
Yeah.
But the same thing being said, you know, I haven't shot 1,000 rounds through all of my shotguns either. You know, so it's like, yeah, you know, it's going to do its job.
Yeah,
it's going to do its job.
Yeah, it's going to do it. That sucker kicks like a mule, man.
Until your wife takes the fucking flashlight off the motherfucker.
Yeah, she got it back. I checked it earlier. I said, yeah, she put it back on right. It just snaps on. But that's all that is.
Well, that's it. It's like, you know, do you need to, okay, do you buy a gun that's going to last 1,000 rounds, or do you buy a gun that's going to last where you need it? And that gun will last you what you need it. It's like you're not shooting that thing every weekend.
No, I'm not going hunting with it. It's strictly for home defense. It's built on the 870, like I said. Those have been around forever.
So it's going to last for what you need it for.
It's going to last for what I need it for. You know, it's in my budget too. That gun right there, $480. That costs more than that shotgun. You know.
Yeah.
I want an AER. I'm thinking about contacting a few people and see if they want to do a trade on one that's got multiple ARs. But we'll see. I'll trade my Pete 7 to Mike. He's got a bunch of them. He's built ghost guns. That's what I want. These are fully registered here. So
yeah. Russ, Lance, sorry. What do you have to do for guns in Maryland? I heard they're pretty strict.
For what?
Like, if you buy a gun in Maryland or a handgun, do you have to go? Does it have to go through the state police, or do they do?
They go through what they call the NICS program, where it has to be. So, even to own a gun, you have to have what they call HQL, a handgun qualification license.
Right.
So you take that class. I can't remember how many hours it is, but it's hours, like 12-hour class, something like that, and it's broken down. Then you take a test. Then you have to have your fingerprints taken. So your fingerprints are sent in.
Right.
So if you buy a handgun, you have to fill out paperwork, submit it to the state police. You get a number that you turn in to the FFL, the firearms dealer. So that says that you're approved for this purchase. So once you're approved to purchase a handgun through a FFL dealer, there's what they call a cool-off period. Right. So you have to wait 10 days before you can pick that gun up, because Chris may have went there and bought that handgun because he was pissed off. You know, someone took his last Little Debbie cupcake. You know, he's going to protect that Little Debbie next time. But I'm being silly. But it's like that. So they don't want anybody to buy a handgun in haste. So that's what they did. So what they did with long barrels, this is the first full year of it. It's not a 10-day waiting period anymore, but you have to go through a quick background check to buy a shotgun or long rifle, or to even sell it between two parties.
Wow.
So it's sort of kind of like making sure everything is registered, because to be honest with you, the state of Maryland, and there's a lot of states, they just have no idea of who has what when it comes to long barrel guns.
Yeah.
And then personally, I think that it's none of their business. You know, it's my right to own a gun.
So
you got to register it, you know.
So you can't sell your buddy. You can't go to your neighbor Joe. I'm making this up. You can't go to your neighbor Joe and he says, "Hey, I like that fucking shotgun, or I like that pistol." You can't just sell it to him and like.
You would have to go to, nowadays, to make it legal, you would have to go to FFL, and that way, so they can start, so that the Maryland State Police can start a paper trail for that gun now, because up to 5, that gun may have been purchased 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They have no idea who owned that, because before this year, I could have just, like you said, said, Chris, I got this for sale. You want to buy it? Or Chris, I'll trade you this for that.
Yeah.
But you can't do that anymore. They want paper trails for everything. So.
Wow.
Yeah, I was ready to pull the trigger on that AR I was telling you about, Lance, and I actually went in there and had it in my shopping cart. Then it's like, you have to have this shipped to a FL. They won't ship it directly to me. Okay, we got a place called Cook's Gun Shop. And I asked Derek, because I've never done that. He goes, yeah, just go ahead and order it, and they'll ship it to Cook's. Then Cook's will notify you when it's arrived. You'll go in there and fill out your thing like I had to do at Academy. It only takes 5 minutes to fill out this form, and they run it, and then here you go, sir. It's just that quick and fast.
And this is exactly true, this statement. I'm sorry, Chris. It doesn't stop crime. All it does is that it's registering the gun for the honest person. It's another hoop that the honest person has to take in order to protect themselves and their families. Do you think the criminals are going to an FFL and buying guns? If you think so, you're sadly mistaken.
No, that's when they come in your house and steal yours, and then you have to get a police report, and hopefully they keep records to prove that somebody stole your gun. But they acquire them all kind of ways. But I really wouldn't mind. Now my wife's little 380, a little automatic, it's not registered, so no trace in that one. But I wouldn't mind having an AR that's was made, like by people that actually put them together and build them or whatever, with no
Yeah.
serial number. That's what I would love to have, but maybe in time.
Yeah, knowing what you have, I would probably, me personally, I would want to expand my collection. You have a lot of close-up protection, semi-close-up protection. I
Yeah.
would want that got out a little bit and is probably a little bit more accurate. Let's just say if you had to take a wild game down,
Yeah.
that's my 2 cents on it.
Well, I
would want-
bought a whole box of like small game shot the other day, just if I ever need it, hell, I got raccoons, possums, squirrels, I got all that right here in the backyard.
Right.
If I ever need it, you do whatever you got to do. I don't want to shoot them with buckshot. There wouldn't be nothing left.
Yeah.
Well, I was talking to Randy the other night, and I don't know what night it was, but it's like we all know he had his circumstance where he used his judge or his Taurus, and just like similar to what Russ has. And I'll tell you what, it's like when I was because I was a cop. Well, I was federal, local, county, and federal. And I'm not a fucking, right now I'm drunk because I'm sitting behind my desk and having a beer.
I think we all are, man. I know I am.
Yeah, but it's like,
I'm sitting there talking about God and everything. I know I'm drunk. I don't ever do that, not in public,
Yeah, but it's like, when I was on the job, I never had a problem. If I had to use deadly force, there would not be a problem because, I had the mental capacity of being straight and this and that and using the gun in the line of duty. But as a civilian, which I am right now, I'm a civilian. I'm not a cop anymore. I don't have an agency. I don't have the U.S. government backing me like I did before. The last thing I want to do right now would be ever having to fucking shoot someone in my self-defense.
Oh, me too, man.
That
That's the reason I reinforce my doors and everything, just to discourage people. I've got security cameras, just things to say, oh, we got the wrong house. I don't want them to come in here and me have to do that, That's the last thing I want.
Because, it wouldn't cost me a cent. When I was a cop, it wouldn't cost me a cent. And I'm sure Quint is still here. And he, if he is here, he'll agree. It does not cost you a cent as a fucking law enforcement officer to fucking go through the court fucking battle. As long as you do it the right way, it doesn't cost you a cent. As a civilian, you got to hire a lawyer. You have to go through the whole fucking thing. It all depends on where you live too, and I guess in your jurisdiction.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, Glenn. But still, it's like if I were to do something right now, if I were to shoot someone, I'd be like, I need a fucking lawyer. It's like because you don't want to talk to cops. Because if you get a fucking idiot AUSA or district attorney that from California or some shit like that, and they want to prove a point, you gotta watch your ass.
Yeah,
it's scary. I would not want to have to use a gun as a civilian.
I got these guns for the reasons we were talking about earlier, in case everything just hits the fan. You can forget about cops and military and everything at that point. You do that to defend your own. That's why I got them.
Sure.
I'm not saying that somebody couldn't break in here tonight, but they'd be stupid. They would literally have to take one of them, whatever them cops or SWAT team uses to bust your door in. It would be hard to get in one of my doors. They could come through the glass, but I'm gonna need them.
Even Russ, I'm not trying to make a point. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything like that. You showed your shotgun, and what if you had to use deadly force on someone, and you said, and they replayed a video of you on this live stream, and you said, I'm ready for them, and they saw your shotgun and you doing, racking it.
Yeah.
And they prove that's all they have to do to make you look like a fucking predator.
Oh, I know. Sure.
It's horrible. And and I'm not saying this to say anything. I'm just saying they could show you the defense attorney or the AUSA, depending if they were assholes or whatever, they could say, "Oh, this guy was looking for a fight."
Yeah.
You know, and it's like you really have to be careful.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
What
I
the
really
sad
shouldn't even be showing it online at all, but you brought it up, so I figured I'd pull it out.
Sorry,
the,
Nick.
the sad
sorry.
part about it is being a trained, knowledgeable owner of a weapon can actually be used against you these days. And that's the sad part.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm trained to know how to operate that gun safely and properly, but because of that, that could be used against me for taking someone's life that is threatening my life or my family's life.
Yeah.
The only way I'm going to shoot anybody is somebody broke in here and didn't have a weapon. I'm not shooting him. You know, I'm going to force him down. I got handcuffs. I mean, that's my approach. But if he's got a gun in his hand, he's getting shot. Win, lose, or
I'm
draw.
not saying
You know?
that, and I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. What I'm saying is the chance is that if you get an asshole in AUSA is federal, but if you have a district,
I do live in Mississippi. That helps too. So anyway, go ahead.
you get capital law and all that stuff and all that stuff. But yeah, you say, oh, you go to the range every week, you shoot all the time. So do you
Yeah.
like shooting guns?
See, I never do. I've shot
that-
that gun one time, and I have not shot this one. My oldest son and my younger son is the only one shot it. I know it'll fire. That's all I need to know. I know how to shoot a gun.
Right.
You know. So I don't practice.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
not gonna waste the ammo. You know.
Yeah. Well, I know you're fucking tight with the money, so I understand that.
Oh, I know what you're saying. But yeah, I know better. It's just like, you don't show your weapons, and you definitely don't show your preps.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't advertise. I really need to just quit talking about all that stuff on these lives, but you never know who's watching. You know?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like I said, I'm sorry for bringing it up.
No, you good.
No, it's good. But Russ is right. I mean, you just never know, anymore. It's crazy. I mean, they had just last week, wasn't there? Someone came in here and says, "You people are ignorant." Basically, the same topic. Someone came in the chat and said, "You people are ignorant," and it's like, whatever. Move on.
So one of the reasons I deleted all my videos, and it doesn't matter now because I'm off the job, but one of the reasons I deleted my videos was because every 4 or 5 years, so I had a top secret clearance, and every 4 or 5 years you had to redo your top secret clearance, and it's like, they're asking, do you have social media? No, I really don't. Meaning that TikTok or anything like that. But it's like, I didn't want any shooting videos. I didn't want any gun videos, any alcohol videos, or anything. So I just deleted everything. And, I retired, and I'm fine. But before I retired, the scariest thing with when you want to retire with the government is you go through the years. It's like the first 5-10 years, you don't give a fuck. But the last 10, 15 years, you're like, how can they fire me and not give me my fucking retirement? And that is the easiest thing, is by not giving you your top secret or your clearance, whether it be top secret, fucking secret, or whatever. And that was the last thing I wanted. Just like, I got 5 years left. I've done some fucking questionable videos, this and that.
Yeah.
It's like, nope, everything's fucking gone.
You got rid of all your videos?
I get rid of, I probably had between live streams and videos. I just did one a couple weeks ago, but between all my videos and live streams, probably had about 200 to 300.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Just got rid of them, but just because it's like I didn't want any questions.
Yeah.
And then 5 months before I retired, they're like, okay, I got an official email from headquarters. Yeah, you're up for your security clearance and this and that. Please fill out the forms, which is like 30 pages. And I'm like, I'm retiring in 5 months. Do you want me to go through this? They're like, no, you're good. Just don't, they're like, no, you're good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like the last thing you want. Well, the last thing I wanted was, to not make my retirement. And they can do that in a heartbeat if you made something stupid or said
Oh,
something.
yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
drinking, so that happens,
That is a fact.
Anyway.
But there's a lot of most Americans, I would venture to say, in this country, not most, but at least half have guns. There's more guns in this country than there is people, and most of them are there for protection. Some are for hunting and whatever, sportsmen, but that's what the government knows. I guess it worries them that so many people do have firearms, but it's our right as an American, to own them. I've always had guns.
And it doesn't matter what we have them for. It doesn't matter in
Yeah.
America. It doesn't matter what we have them for.
Sure.
We're allowed that right as American citizens to have that. And who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
If we're scared about this and that, that's our fucking right.
Yeah. As long as we don't go out and get stupid with it and use it for what it's intended, whether you're hunting or if you like to shoot at the ranges or if you just got home defense or defense anywhere you go. If I go somewhere, that gun's at least in my vehicle. A lot of places I can't carry it into, but it's with me,
That's what they're doing. I'm sorry, Russ. I thought you were finished.
No, yeah, I am.
That's what they're trying to do in Maryland. I mean, so I have a concealed carry license permit, but they're starting to adding more. We got a new Maryland governor, and he is like really loving the idea of making more and more areas illegal for you to carry a gun in. So before
we're just the opposite. We're getting more laxed on that.
Yeah, before, I mean, no schools, no colleges, no government buildings, no courthouses.
Right.
And okay, I get that, but it's still a shame, but I get it. But
Sure.
now they're opening it up to a whole lot more stuff where it's just unbelievable.
And all I do is just carry it in my vehicle. Like when I go to shoot videos, it's in my vehicle. It's where I can get to it. And the law is exactly the same in Alabama as in Mississippi. When I cross that line, it's completely legal that I have that gun. It's the same laws. And it even says that, if my laws are like Alabama's, which they are now. In January, Alabama adopted that permitless carry, concealed. Before, it used to be you had to have a permit to concealed carry here, which I don't really carry. I just put it in my vehicle. You know what I'm saying? It's not on, maybe sometimes it is, but most of the time it's just near me. I don't actually carry it. But for the most part, it just stays in this house because I'm here all the time. It's just here for home protection. That's why I bought it, And it's not my first. I used to own all kind of guns and end up selling them over the years. And I regret them. Like, why did you sell them, man? It's like, dadgum, I had some pretty good guns back then,
It's like up here we have constitutional carry. Yeah, I think it's Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont.
Yeah.
And so without a permit, you can carry a gun in any of these three states.
Yeah.
You can't in Massachusetts or New York.
Or Connecticut.
It's the same thing here. We have that castle doctrine, stand your ground, whatever it's called,
That's a different thing. That's
yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's using a gun for your defense. But without a permit, we can carry in New Hampshire, Maine, and Vermont without a permit. They do sell permits, and with the permit, you can carry in other states because they'll consider that. I forget the word. I don't forget the word. I just can't fucking pronounce it.
Just certain
grandfathered.
No,
it's just certain states. So it's not any state. Some states don't recognize if you have a permit.
Damn it.
I don't ever go out of state other than Alabama, so that don't concern me.
Yeah, it's another term. It's like it's when they allow your permit. I forget the word. Quentin would probably know if he's here.
Dag it.
It's a $3 word. That's for sure.
Yes.
Quint says, remember, if stores say no guns, it doesn't mean nothing. It's a civil thing.
That yeah, if a store says no guns, you can fucking carry a gun in there and use it. All they can do is fucking trespass you.
Yeah.
You know, that's all it is.
Right.
You know,
I got you.
that's not a law.
The white
Is that
line?
it? Reciprocity or something like that?
Reciprocity.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I say, in Massachusetts, you can have a permit there, and through that permit, you can have reciprocity through certain other states that hold to that same
Right.
threshold.
Kind of like Mississippi and Alabama. It's the exact same. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a threshold thing. That's all it is. Yeah.
I'm not sure about Louisiana. I've never looked into it because I hardly ever go over there, you know.
Yeah.
Every state's different.
Yeah, it is. It's so, and then you get states that are pissed off at each other, and Virginia stops recognizing Maryland.
Exactly.
So now I'm screwed. You
The
know, I
TG
can't-
River. We don't have crime here because they know they will be killed. For real.
Well, you know, I asked Randy that question months back because I mean I didn't realize how lenient other states were, like Mississippi, Texas,
Mhm.
Nevada, as I'm seeing Dark Ornament talk about. You know, about being allowed. It was actually legal for you to carry. You didn't like Maryland until the Supreme Court just shot down New York last year. Maryland used to be a may issue state,
right,
instead of a shall issue state. And I asked Randy a few months back to, you know, whether there's actually some reports, studies that say that, you know, the states that are shall issue, you know, open carry, concealed carry, whatever, without permits, is their crime rate actually down versus DC and Maryland? You know,
No, that's some of the worst places. The more gun laws the state has, the worse the crime is. Like Illinois,
In Chicago.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Then look
right.
at Michigan. Michigan's kind of a bad example.
yeah. Well, you're saying what I'm thinking. I'm saying because they're more lenient on having guns, the crime should be down. But what I'm wondering is there like a study that proves that? And if there is a study, then why is it that states like New York and DC is not a state, but Maryland, you know, why aren't they following this? You know,
it's all
what are they gaining from it?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
It's they're Democrats and they hold the politicians.
This state is full of a bunch of good old boy rednecks that deer hunt and hunt, period. And I don't think we'll ever have gun laws like that in this state. I don't foresee it anyway, but you never know.
Yeah, Quint. Yeah, so they have a thing for us in law enforcement. After you've been so many years or retired, you have the law enforcement. It's another that. It's what's it called? So anyway, after you're retired, Leo, I'm not going to pull it out. As long as you show an ID and you get qualified, you can have a permit that covers all the 50 states. But you have to find a place in your state that will give you that qualification. And this is Quint and I talking to get.
I would think if you're federal, like a FBI or whatever, you can carry any state.
You can, as you know, I was federal, so yeah, I can carry on planes everywhere in the United States.
Yeah,
but not when I retired. After you retire.
Oh, well, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's the law enforcement. Let me pull this up.
Yeah.
It's some sort of fucking thing. Anyway, they give you a fucking card. I'm not going to show it all, but it's the law enforcement identification card, which you show and you qualify with, and that gives you the right to carry around the whole 50 United States. But you have to get qualified every year with it. You know, it's not just like you retire and you qualify, or you retire and you're good to go. You have to qualify every year. And in certain states, and I think in California, you have to qualify with a specific handgun and they write down the serial number and the model number and all that stuff. So it's not just as easy as, and I'm not saying shit against Quint,
Yeah.
but it's not just as easy as that, depending on what state you live in.
Yeah.
It's the LEOSA Act, the Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, and they made that because law enforcement officers might be in jeopardy after they're retired because they were cops and they busted bad guys in their past, and because those bad guys might remember that and they have to fucking protect themselves. That's what it was. LEOSA. I'm sorry, Quinn. Yeah, I didn't mean to step on it. But it's the LEOSA.
The average person ain't gonna worry about that no way, because we'll never get that kind of liberty.
No.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm drunk. Sorry.
Well, we solved all the world's problems tonight.
I was just going to say something similar to that. I hope we all walked away with a little bit of education this evening, because
It's been fun, guys.
It's so eye-opening. I mean, and I have to be, I'll be perfectly honest with you. There's a buddy of mine that owns a sporting goods shop just up the road from me. I can be there in less than 10 minutes. And he has all this prepper foods in these storage containers and everything like that. And when he stocked up on it, I honestly asked him, I said, man, are you really going to sell this stuff? And he was like, Lance, you have no idea how much of this stuff, we have that we move out of here. And I was like, really? So, I mean, I haven't really had my eyes opened to it, because I guess I'm one of those people that, believe things will get better. I always believe in the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I believe there's good in everybody. But I probably, or not probably, but I should take some things and, a little bit more seriously. And I'm trying to start canning stuff and stuff like that. But
yeah, worst case scenario, you just eat it later. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But be a little prepared anyway, at least 6 months.
Yeah.
I want to do a lot more than that. And I do want to stock up enough for my sons if need be, because I know they're not going to take it as serious as me. To them, it's just but if you're watching the news and watching what's going on, it's just a smart thing to do. Worst case scenario, it's not going to go to waste. Even this stuff I say can last 25 years. If I die, I've got relatives, that could just take it and like, okay, now we got a stash pile for a rainy day or a whatever, but it's just, and I wouldn't take it, even after Katrina, man, having to live off MREs, I didn't start really stocking up like I should. We do a little bit. We always do around hurricane season, but I'm stocking up for real this time, and I have been for the last few months, and it can grow in a hurry and it can disappear in a hurry, like once you really depend on it, but why not? A few bucks every time, it ain't gonna break the bank or nothing. Don't go crazy with it. Just do it as you can. A little bit of ammo here, a little bit of food here, a little bit of whatever, figure out ways you could actually get a hold of water if you had to, That's what my next video is gonna be about. We're surrounded by salt water. I'm going to show how to convert that to fresh drinking water. Not that I would. I'm collecting rainwater too. I would actually distill rainwater. But, still, if you had to live off salt water, you can, if you know how to distill it, which is easy. It's just a matter of condensing it. That's all you got to do. Yeah, astronaut food.
You get some views on that, I bet. I guarantee that.
I want to do freeze-dried ice cream sandwiches. We were talking to somebody the other night about
You'll
that.
smash the shit out of the views on that, because I want to see that. Now, granted, I don't represent everybody, but I'm fat. I like food.
It probably won't come for a while because I got other ideas. But if nothing else, I just want to do it for us to try, But I might do it.
I saw something on your live that last night we went. I say it was your show, but we went 11 hours, I think it was, that night.
Oh, God.
And there's a viewer that's normally hangs around with us. He actually asked you about those Skittles. So I mean, if you actually pulled the trigger because someone else in the comments said, "Oh, I can go here and buy those. I can go there and buy those."
There's
So if you
people.
actually pulled the trigger on one of those freeze-dried machines, I mean,
It's
could you
instant
sell
business.
Skittles? Could you sell
Instant.
Skittles and pay it? You know,
Yeah, man. Instant business.
yeah.
There's people on YouTube that have freeze dried businesses, and that's all they got. They got a couple of these things, and they're making candy and warehousing it, and they're shipping this stuff left and right. They got their logos on these little. They're like made out of paper with a see-through thing, which I wouldn't do that. I'd vacuum pack them with a label. That way, I'm sucking the air out of it because supposedly I haven't put it to the test, but this freeze-dried candy, if it's exposed to air, it just goes to crap. The shelf life isn't that long. So you get it and you just have small portions, for X amount of dollars, and then they eat it, consume it. But I don't know. I don't want to do it, man. I ain't got time for all that. I'm too busy figuring out my next video and getting ready for that, this, that, and the other. But it's pretty cool that you can invest in that for a few $1,000s and turn around and make a business out of it, recoup all your money and just keep making money with it. The life expectancy on that thing is 25 years, if it's maintained. And really the only thing you got to maintain is just clean it every 2 or 3 uses, and you can get 30 cycles on this particular pump. And then they gave me a oil where you drain oil in it, it filters any moisture out of it. Plus this pump, that big black thing on top, is a demister, and that's why you can get 30 cycles. But occasionally you will want to change oil in it. It's Robin Air not refrigerant oil, but vacuum oil. And just 5 minutes, man, that's done. The maintenance on it's nothing, What's up, Papa Tech? Wow, he's up there.
Yeah, Marcel, you went from naughty desserts to Mediterranean diet dishes. That don't seem very fair.
Marcel, she's a dirty girl, Marcel. I love
This company, they got a website or a YouTube channel, and they furnish me, or they furnish on their website the links. Like if you get an error code, you can go in there and watch that video, and it tells you what the problem is. This relay needs replacing, or things that could happen in time, and you just order the part from them and replace it. It's simple. It's very easy to work on. But I won't have to worry about that for a while. Knock on wood.
You talked about you have some. I'm gonna use the proper words. I think it was sinful desserts coming up, and then your next post was the next post? Yeah, naughty summer desserts coming up, and then her next post said that she also has in this fall Mediterranean diet dishes. So, are we getting fat from your dessert dishes? Do we need to go on a diet?
Who are you talking about?
Marcel.
Is that Little Fish?
Little Fish, yeah.
Okay.
Chris and I have been friends for like 4 years. No, I didn't know that, but
Thousands of subscribers.
I know he's not I've heard, I think that he's not a cilantro person. Neither am I. I can take very little cilantro.
Oh, I love cilantro.
I keep hearing it tastes like soap. I gotta try it.
Some people, I've Googled that, and some people, just a natural chemical thing in their body makes it taste like soap. It doesn't with me. To me, if I eat salsa without cilantro, I'm missing something. I love cilantro.
Does it have to be dried to understand it or fresh to understand it? Because I'm curious. I really don't use cilantro.
No, it tastes like soap to me. I can't.
No, to you, but dried or raw?
Raw, just fresh, like you buy in a grocery store.
Okay, so
yeah, a lot of
buy a jar
people.
of the raw shit, and we'll give it
A
a
lot
shot.
of people can't eat it. I love it. It just depends on you,
No, very, very little of it. I mean,
No, I agree with that. I can't stand a lot. I just want to, I want to balance it out with the tomato and like in a salsa and all that stuff. Just a touch of it, just enough to know it's there. I can tolerate that all day,
I don't even want a touch of it.
Yeah, you're not alone, man. There's a lot of people like that. A lot of people.
Oh yeah, you could fill a whole entire comment list on that. I read it all the time, and
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've had it in things, I'm sure, but I haven't specifically utilized it. So
Yeah.
it could be incognito with everything else. I got to try it by itself.
Oh, you'll know it if it's there. It's got a distinct flavor to it.
When I was sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say there actually has been a time or two that I was eating something with it in there, and I could almost detect that soap flavor that y'all described, but most of the time not. You know, most of the time it just tastes like cilantro.
Yeah. I went to when I was doing videos. I like fuck cilantro because people were talking about, and everyone gives me shit. If you watch any of the old guys, they're like, oh, how's the cilantro, this and that, because they're fucking with me, because I fucking hate it. So I went to Walmart and I bought all their fucking cilantro. I think it was like 3 pounds of cilantro. And I wrapped. I had a quarter pound of not thermite. What's that explosive?
Azonite, tannerite.
So I had like a quarter pound of tannerite, and I wrapped this whole thing around fucking this quarter pound of tannerite, and I wrapped it around with elastic, like it was like a Christmas wreath. It was fucking beautiful. And I put it out in my fucking field, and I got my fucking 308 bolt action Remington and fucking shot it. And it was during the winter, so there's snow everywhere. And I had 3 cameras. I had 3 iPads set up, or 2 iPads on my iPhone. So I got different angles and this and that. And I blew the fuck out of the cilantro, and it turned all the snow fucking green. So it looked like a fucking snow cone. And so anyway, yeah, like I say, that's long deleted. But no, I fucking hate cilantro. I hate the taste of it. And if anything, it's like, it's brutal. It's like people think, and I think it's fucking Bobby Flay. Bobby fucking Flay, because he's Tex-Mex, Mr. fucking Cook fucking 10 years ago. Oh yeah, you put cilantro on it. You do this, it's cilantro. It's like cilantro is not supposed, at least from what I understand, cilantro is not supposed to be an ingredient. It's supposed to be a garnish.
Yeah.
Just like parsley
yeah.
Yeah. It's like you don't need to fucking put fucking cilantro and everything. But everyone does nowadays. And it's like, fuck you, cilantro.
I've done videos in the past, and
You need to make a shirt anti-cilantro.
like I said, I can't eat a lot of it because it's overpowering. But I've done dishes years ago on video, and I say cilantro goes a long way. I'm just gonna put a little on this, like whatever it was I made, just a little. I don't want much. I just want to barely taste the hint of it, because without it, to me, like a salsa, we buy salsas. Like when we go to the Mexican restaurant, they give you a salsa in one of these big cups, and we get the queso, and they give you a big thing of chips. And if that salsa don't have cilantro, it's like, it tastes like tomato sauce to me. I want that cilantro in it.
Now, Chris, does coriander bother you?
Oh yeah, same thing. Cool.
Yeah, I was going to say they come from the same thing. So I was
Yeah,
curious.
they do.
Most people dislike them both. And back to
Yeah.
it's a garnish. It's also known as Chinese parsley. So
Now,
that makes sense. I mean, like you said, accent or non-existent.
the flavor I can't stand in anything is cloves. I hate cloves.
Oh, it's too intense, man.
Yeah, I don't like it, man. I just
Same thing with anise. I love the smell of it, but
Yeah. No, I can't.
Very
I can't
intense.
do it, man. If it calls for cloves, well, I used to do hams. And I'd take them cloves with the pineapples, and I'm
makes
not.
it taste
Yeah,
like a
then-
pine tree.
well, you just pull all that out, and you
I
can
know.
taste the hint of it. But I didn't even like that. I quit doing it.
Chewed on a few of them, but I'm that same way with peppercorn. I like broken down, like big mashed pepper. I love.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
when I get a kielbasa and I bite into it, there's a whole peppercorn in it. I'm already done with it.
Yeah.
So I'm not tasting anything for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
It's too
Well,
much.
It's funny. It's like, I'll bring up CJ. CJ is not a fucking fan of fucking cilantro, but he knows that I'm not a fan, and we've discussed this. And he's like, "Well, I do it for the videos, because that's what people expect. They expect, when I do a Mexican.
Fuck
like
what
this
they
or
expect.
whatever."
Put what you want on it.
Yeah,
Tell them they can put what they want on it. That's what I say.
When he eats it, he fucking rubs off the cilantro, and then he eats what he cooks. but when it makes a video, it's got cilantro on it. But it's like, that's this thing. It's like, don't make a video for other people. Make a video for you. But
and I leave the option. You can make it your way when it's your turn. You know?
Yeah.
All the time. I'm not going to Rachel Ray it and be like, this is great. You know.
I've done Mexican themed recipes on video. I didn't use cilantro in some of them. It depends on what it is, like a burrito or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't need that. I don't need it on a taco. I don't need it on any of that. Biggest thing is like a salsa. Like I said, if it ain't in there, it's missing that one element that I'm used to.
Yeah.
You know.
There's a Mexican restaurant around here that I go to, and they give me the whole jug of fucking salsa that you put in the chips.
Yeah.
They give you a basket of chips and the salsa, but
yeah,
I'll pour the salsa in a cup, or the dish that they give you.
Yeah.
And I'll fucking dip my chip around the fucking cilantro because I just can't stand it. But
there's a little flakes of it. They got it cut up so fine, man.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
but I don't mind that. I can eat that all day long, but it is very overpowering. If you're going to use it all, you got to use it very sparingly, or I do. Too much, I just can't take it.
No. Anti-cilantro.
I'm going to throw ladies in the back bedroom.
All right, guys. Hey, Lance, thanks for having me on. And I apologize for being so fucking drunk. And,
No, man, that's what it's all about. I love these lives.
Pure entertainment, dude.
I'd rather do a live video than do a cook video. I just enjoy the camaraderie, the people, and you got people from Arkansas, you got people from Massachusetts, you got people from Mississippi, Texas, and you just learn different things. I mean, that's what I always thought was so.
That is the great
about
thing.
military life, is that you got a lot of culture, within your life,
Yeah.
All right, guys. Have a great night.
All right, man.
All right. Good night.
All right, Chris.
Good night.
Yep, I made 7 hours and 9 minutes and 43, 44, 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's after 1 o'clock, man. It's over 2 o'clock.
2:15 over here.
Yeah,
2:50 a.m.
Well, let's bail out of this, dude.
Sure.
Well, we can all go get some sleep.
If you're not tossing and turning under the anxiety of the world coming to an end.
Nah, I don't plunder on that stuff, man. Who knows what's really going to happen and how it's going to happen.
Relax listening to this stuff. It's fun. Thank you, Dark Ornament. Sleep, what sleep? I got to get some. My wife's telling me I'm not getting enough. Although today I had the house to myself this morning. I didn't get out of bed. I think I went to bed like 1 o'clock yesterday morning, and I didn't get out of bed till 12 o'clock this afternoon. I was out. Out. Even if I woke up, I just laid there as a note. I'm catching up on sleep.
I'm reading Quint's comment, and I've done a few videos where I didn't taste it. I just made it and showed. And man, I got hammered at them. Where's taste test? You burnt the video, blah 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 blah. So I always do a taste test, even on an egg sandwich. All right, man. I'm gonna get out of here too, Lance.
Okay, bye. Replying to a text.
Okay.
Nope, I am too. Thanks, Sleeper. Great live. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate y'all. I learned about and I thought there was a storage thing, but I was sort of kind of thinking.
Oh boy, look at there, Lance.
Ooh, just before I close up, because I love you. You know I love you back, bro. Thank you, Quinn.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Heard my somebody. Okay.
But I thought there was a way to store that, solar energy, but I didn't. I guess I was wondering if there wasn't something different than having to own a bank of batteries, because then you got to have. I guess the batteries would be wired to your panel box. I mean, how do you use it once it's in a battery?
I don't know that much about it, but I do know on a sailboat we run off solar power, and for the most part, and it was all 12 volt, and that's all that solar did was kept that battery charged. But I would think you could charge other batteries and have it as a backup, I would think, and then hook that in. But I don't know. I'm no expert on it. I
For
have
people that are fed
the
into the
solar
grid,
generator, and that's just one big battery is what that thing is.
we have a lot of solar over here. We don't have it on our roof because I mean they'll put it up for next to nothing, but they're not
Yeah.
going to fix your roof if it's already jacked up. But from what I understand, the way it works, you do have your cells for storage, but everything else that you're not using is returned, and that it ends up getting sent back to the grid. So you're actually
Right, it
making
goes
the
back
grid
to the
electricity, and that's why your bill drops.
I got you. Okay.
Goes back
So
to
I would
the
assume
power
if the grid was down, you would only have what your cells possess. Now, if you could shut off from a return at that point, I feel like you'd be maintaining off of your own, but I'm sure there's stipulations to that and probably laws and such.
Yeah.
Nothing's for free, even if it's your own. You know, it is.
Yeah. All I got is a solar generator just for if the
I
power
like that,
went
though.
out. Yeah, it'll power up a refrigerator and freezer, no problem. At the same time, it ain't gonna run my AC, of course, but it would run those two items and probably a light bulb, for the wattage that it is.
How long? Just out of curiosity.
Huh?
For how long would you figure?
Till it's dead. But
no, I understand that. I'm saying on a
I don't know if you got your solar panels hooked up to it. It'd probably, run a long time. I don't know if the panels can keep up with the draw though. That's
That's
the
what I
thing.
was curious about.
But a freezer and a refrigerator cycle on and off, so it might be able to keep up.
You're
If
right.
all-
They're thermostatically controlled. So
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And if you don't open it a lot, it'll stay off a long time. So it might keep up. Never put it to the test, so I don't know. But
Probably not a good test to run.
yeah, I got it.
Blow your
So,
damn meat.
Our county is putting up these big fields. They're clearing out
Grant.
the trees and having these big fields where they're putting up
Arrays.
solar panels. Yeah. Clint, I want to again thank you very much for that, buddy. Much appreciated. I do appreciate it, as I always say. But thank you. I want to make sure I thanked you properly for that.
hell yeah. All right, guys. We'll catch y'all on the next one.
Yep.
Everyone, Russ. Everyone, Lance.
Later.
Good night, y'all.
All right.